A New Chapter in the Bay. Book 1 of the Aspiring Authors Book Club. Written by Sarah Belgari. Narrated by Freya, 11 Labs. Chapter 1. Anna gripped the steering wheel as though a less robust hold might send the car, packed to bursting with her entire life, careening into the endless expanse of ocean below her. Fizzing waves crashed into the rocks and cliffs and sent shafts of spray so high she could see droplets reflecting beside her, tiny moments of suspended, dancing light. For a moment her stomach tightened, but if she was honest with herself, the flash of fear was more about her careening, out-of-control life than any danger from the sea hurling and spitting below the winding coastal road she was driving along. She'd holidayed near here her whole childhood. It might sound fierce right now, but in just a few more bends, she knew the cliffs would give way to gently sloping foreshore and a broad, serene beach. A place she'd swum and lounged and whispered youthful secrets more times than she could remember. The dashboard GPS chirped its final instruction, but Anna knew where she was now, despite the years and responsibilities keeping her away. Her stomach clenched again, this time with guilt and regret. Why had she left it so long to visit Aunt Clara? Well, she couldn't think about that now. As she slowed around the final tight corner, she glanced in the rearview mirror. Emma met her eyes, her face stony and tight. Anna tried to think of something encouraging to say, but nothing had worked so far. She wondered if her reserved, uptight 16-year-old would ever forgive her. The phrase, social suicide, floated across her mind. But her phone buzzing pulled her attention away from that potential landmine. Mark's name flashed up alongside "New Message" on the car's infotainment system, and Anna quickly hit a button to make it go away, for the 4th time in less than an hour. Her gaze flicked back to her daughter, who had taken her earbuds out at the sight of the incoming message. Emma stared at her for a moment, then pointedly put her earbuds back in and slouched against the window, focusing intently on TikTok or Snapchat or who knew what. Across from her, 3 bags squished and piled high between them so that they could barely see each other, Jake, 12 years old and still boyish and joyful, was engrossed in a game on his phone, a new addition to their growing technological repertoire. A sweetener, really, so he could stay in touch with friends and would be less surly than his older sister about the move across the state. Anna wasn't sure it was a good idea. Emma had had to wait until she was 13 for a smartphone, another point of contention between them, along with, well, moving across the state. Anna sighed. This was supposed to be a fresh start for all of them. So far, it felt more like a hostage situation. Yet, cresting the final hill, the first sight of Warinyah Bay made her heart quieten in a way that was both soothing and pleasant. Nestled between rugged cliffs and sparkling waves, the town sprawled along the shore like a pastel-colored postcard. It made her feel like she was in Italy, not remote, coastal New South Wales. The pace of life was holiday-like here, too. Wooden docks jutted into the turquoise sea, and colourful boats bobbed in the bay. The main street, lined with quaint shops and cafes, looked deserted. "Wow," Anna said, trying to inject enthusiasm into her voice, as well as inspire her children's eyes toward the beauty rather than the emptiness. "Look at that view!" Emma didn't even glance up. "Small," she muttered. "Narrow." She wasn't wrong, and for the 30th time since she received the keys, Anna wondered what on earth she'd done. She'd had a career in the city, friends, culture, routine and predictability, which made her feel safe. And Mark, though he wasn't exactly ex-husband of the year, at least he took the kids on outings on weekends and afforded her the occasional moment to herself. Now here she was, in a town she loved visiting as a kid and young woman, but living here? Jake leaned forward, his eyes finally peeling away from his screen, his adorable little face at least showing some signs of life and enthusiasm. "Do you think there's Wi-Fi? Do you think the kids use Discord?" Anna let out a small laugh despite herself. "Let's hope so." Without Wi-Fi and Discord, Jake's expression would soon resemble that of his older sister. She pushed aside her doubts again. They were here now. The family home was long sold, and the tiny rental she'd been in since the divorce, well, it was hardly what you'd call home. No, she had done the right thing. You don't look a gift horse in the mouth, isn't that what they say? If you were lucky enough, divorced, financially floundering, in some sort of autopilot rut where she was surviving but not really living, yes, she'd admit it, fine, Aunt Clara, to be gifted a home on the beach, you said yes, and you started packing. Even if it was 8 hours away from everything you knew, everything your children loved, and came with an annoying caveat. Chapter 2. The house stood at the edge of the beach, its weathered exterior framed by a leaning white picket fence and a garden overrun with wildflowers. It was bigger than she remembered, though time and neglect had dulled its once charming luster. The windows seemed to droop eerily, though surely that was just a trick of the light. Doubt gripped Anna again, though the sight of it made her heart swell, and no amount of droopiness would make her love it less. She could see it through her children's eyes, and it did not look good. It was nearly dark. They'd gotten away hours later than she'd planned, Emma returning late from goodbye Slurpees with her friends, and Anna's own careful packing not fitting quite as well as she had expected in her dated Corolla. Mark had rocked up as well, hungover and belligerent, telling her, again, that she was doing their kids a disservice and probably ruining their lives. At the time, resentment had made her determined and sure of herself. It's not like he'd ever helped with any parenting anyway, and what right did he have to say anything? An alcoholic, absent father was hardly setting them up for success. But now the silence was overwhelming. No cheerful street noises, no chatter, no thrum of life. And though she'd pointedly avoided anything with even a whiff of romance, change, or challenge for the last 5 years, she had the sudden sense that her life might have ground to a halt, much like her poor hatchback had given up halfway up the steep drive to the carport. She'd live here, alone, forever, just like Clara, collecting shells and art, and not much else. This thought shocks her. She had always held Clara in such high esteem. But that mental image was one of pity, or distaste, and she'd just thrust herself and her children into that exact life. She shoved the thought aside, though. It was becoming like mental gymnastics, thoughts swinging in and her hopping around awkwardly trying to throw them back out. Being alone wasn't the worst thing that could happen to a 45-year-old woman. Anyway, that image smacked more of her parents' perceptions of Clara than hers. Her parents had a way of wriggling into her consciousness that was not always entirely helpful. Emma finally emerged from the car and stood beside her, disbelief on her face. "We're supposed to live here?" Jake kicked at a tuft of overgrown grass. "It's like haunted, but not in a cool way." Anna ignored them, focusing instead on the brass plaque affixed to the front door. Clara Mayhem. A lump rose in her throat. She felt guilty for that sad image her brain had thrown up just now. Aunt Clara had always been larger than life, with her bold laugh and colourful scarves and energetic adventures. She'd been a fixture in Anna's life for her first 40 years. How had Anna managed to absent herself these last 5? Mayhem was Clara's little joke. Her name was actually Mayhew, but the plaque always gave her a chuckle. And it was apt. There were always people spilling out of the house, artists and authors and friends and lovers. That was probably why, Anna suddenly realized. After the divorce, the shock and the horror of it, the sheer enormity of getting through it, facing such mayhem felt too much, too destabilizing, when all Anna craved was quiet and stillness and no surprises. Anna's parents were disparaging. They'd fallen out with Clara before Anna was even born. Anna's mother, Kate, was the polar opposite of her sister. But pre-divorce, it made Clara seem carefree and authentic to Anna, someone who followed her own path and prioritized her own dreams, was sure of herself and what she wanted and needed from the world. Unlike Anna, who was always worrying about not making waves or upsetting people or asking too much. Maybe moving here, she was hoping some of that might rub off on her. God knows, her life and world had shrunk a lot in recent years. Ignoring the resistance emanating particularly from her daughter, Anna fished the house key out of her pocket, pushed it into the lock, and, with some effort, opened the front door. The inside of the house was exactly as Anna remembered, a kaleidoscope of Clara's eclectic tastes. Books were stacked on every available surface, mismatched furniture filled the rooms, and the walls were adorned with framed quotes like the "Believe Them" and "Untold Story" ones from Maya Angelou. Ugh, Emma grimaced, eyeing a worn crocheted scarf draped over the couch. This place smells like old people. Jake darted off to explore, and Anna heard his voice echo from the hallway. Mom, there's a room with like 1 billion books in it. That's the library, Anna called back. She loved the library, although realistically, the library kind of spilled out into every room of the house. But Emma was right. It smelt musty and old. Clara had been in care for the last couple of years, and the house had been empty. She'd implored Anna to visit, take a holiday here, check up on it. But Anna had always been too busy and stressed to take the drive. Too frightened that anything even slightly out of the ordinary, requiring the slightest bit more effort, would tip her from coping into falling apart. Did divorce do that to everyone who went through it? She wondered. It wasn't even that she missed Mark or being a couple. It was the sheer enormity of the practicalities when one party was not functioning like a responsible adult and the other party had to pick up the slack. On the dining table, a crisp white envelope caught Anna's eye. Her name was written across it in Clara's old-fashioned, expansive scrawl. She hesitated. It already felt like Clara was running some too-close-to-home commentary in her mind. She didn't feel ready to face any more. Mom? Emma's voice startled her. I hate it here. Why couldn't we just stay home? Good question, Anna thinks. Doubts flooded her again. What on earth had propelled her here? The funeral she'd attended online, it wasn't even like a visit had compelled her. The conversation with the solicitor, the tidal wave of emotion that had overtaken her, the phrase that writ itself large across her consciousness and inspired her, as though she was the heroine in a damn romance movie. I want more. More than being sensible and responsible and getting through, rather than thriving. Now it seems utterly ridiculous, like she was 12 again, having a temper tantrum that her life was a bit too adultish for her. Between divorce, perimenopause, an unhappy teen, and yes, you hated your life back home too, sweetheart, Anna answers her daughter silently now. An inability to break back into the housing market in Sydney by the time she had been through the family court and divided assets that were far less than she had realized, and a notice to vacate at her rental, the move had seemed like it just might be the answer. But she was imagining a fairy tale. The huge, run-down, cluttered house, unhappy kids, and not knowing a single person was the reality. And suddenly, it sucked even more than what she was leaving behind. Chapter 3. Later, after hours of unpacking and refereeing squabbles between the disconcerted, overtired kids, Anna sat on the porch with the unopened letter. It was dark, a pale scrap of moon casting small slivers of dancing light on the gentle waves. A glass of red wine, or two, later, the sinking feeling in her stomach had dissipated a bit, but it was probably only because she could still pretend it was a holiday and enjoy the wine and the view and the lack of work. It didn't feel like it had the potential to be home to her either. Emma had made it quite clear that this creaky old expletives was unsatisfactory on every level. She had the keys, the title was in her name, the solicitor had directed her through what she needed to do following Clara's passing, but deciding to actually live here? That was clearly utter madness. Had she even seen a single other living being in the entire township today? Maybe this wasn't the quiet, simple life she craved. Maybe this was loneliness, dissatisfaction, and chaos. To distract herself from this thought, she tore the envelope open, Clara's familiar, understated, elegant scent accosting her. How long ago did she write this? Anna wondered. The smell somehow lingered, soothing her in much the same way that that initial view did. What were the memories that bound her so strongly to this place, that just a sight or a smell could help her to uncoil from the constant worries that plagued her? Just a whiff of it, and she felt slightly better.
My dearest Anna, a very wise person once told me that sometimes the best stories require a complete rewrite. Welcome to Warinyah Bay, seen by the sea. I really hope you'll stay. You're probably cursing me right now. I can hear you even. An aspiring author's book club is the last thing I need, Aunt Clara. I've got troubled kids and a troubled ex, and I'm barely keeping my head above water as it is. But you know I've always been in your corner. This house, this town, the Aspiring Authors Book Club. They saved me once. If you stay long enough, you might learn how.
Anna smiled faintly. She could almost hear Clara's voice, warm and full of certainty. And also, damn her, tinkling with laughter at the mysterious carrot she was dangling for Anna to chase. Chapter 4. Trent Perfect stacked a collection of paperbacks, titles ranging from classics to the latest in cozy mysteries, onto a small display table near the front of the Twisted Spine, Warinyah Bay's only bookstore. A ribbon of afternoon sunlight slanted through the shop's front windows, highlighting the flecks of sea salt clinging stubbornly to the glass, despite his half-hearted attempts at cleaning it yesterday. Warinyah Bay had a way of claiming things, the far-reaching fingers of its salt, its sand, its residents, and it wasn't in Trent's nature to fight it. He preferred to lie on the sofa with a book and Latte, his cliched, happy golden retriever, by his side. The familiar motion of arranging the books into neat rows soothed him, a small triumph amid the chaos that had recently spilled into his quiet, beachside life. Right on cue, the shop bell jingled and Trent glanced up, putting a hand up to silence his sister before she even opened her mouth. Her determined gait and ever-present clipboard were almost humorous, if only her pages of lists and ideas were directed elsewhere, rather than at him. "Before you say anything, Jeannie," Trent said, pressing the stack of books precisely into alignment, "I'm busy." Jeannie sighed dramatically, her business-casual heels clicking against the hardwood floor as she continued her approach, his words not dissuading her in the slightest. "Trent, you're always busy. That's kind of the problem. A mysterious one at that, given you led me to believe it was the small-town quiet life here that you cherished." She narrowed her eyes at him. "I own a bookstore," Trent deadpanned, waving a hand at the decidedly empty shop around them. Sturdy wooden shelves stretched to the ceiling, bursting with colorful spines, and despite the small-town setting, the shop always felt comfortably full of life and purpose. "Being busy is the dream. Or would you prefer I sell everything online and turn this into a high-powered organic smoothie bar?" Jeannie rolled her eyes. "You know what I mean. There's busy and then there's busy. And frankly, I don't count reading on the couch patting your dog as prime use of your time." "Research," he countered, tilting his head at her, his face straight but his eyes laughing. "Besides, I've been just fine here without you reorganizing my life for, is it 22 years now? Why don't you pop back to the Big Smoke and organize your own?" His teasing note belied an underlying frustration. He loved his sister dearly, but more when she came to visit for a week at a time, walk on the beach with him, and regale him with tales of her exuberant life in Sydney. Hearing about it was close enough for Trent, and then he'd hug her goodbye and wave her off for another year, admiring her relentless drive to achieve things, but being glad she was taking it elsewhere. This time she'd asked with a quiet desperation if she could stay with him for a while. Derek, her apparently oh-so-successful art dealer husband, had been caught not only falsifying sales records and shill bidding, but with his pants around his ankles with the art dealer he was colluding with to inflate prices of select art pieces. Trent's heart had broken for her, and she'd moved onto his couch in the small apartment that came with the bookstore he bought when he moved to Warinyah Bay. By himself, it was heaven. He just had to trot down the stairs to be at work, and though it was a bit small for a dog, they had ample, gorgeous beaches and walking tracks basically outside the door. He couldn't have been happier. It was a tight fit. Then Jeannie moved in and, well, that was 4 months ago. And the only thing that seemed to have brought her back to life and given her a sense of purpose was finding Trent a girlfriend. "Aren't you a little leery of the value of relationships right now?" he'd asked her, surprised, when she first started on about it, and she'd replied with a cheerful shrug. "Nonsense. One bad egg doesn't mean you throw out the whole carton." Trent thought that Jeannie had had rather more than one bad egg in her time, but he kept that thought to himself. He also somewhat grudgingly allowed her the distraction of his love life, knowing it took her mind off her own troubles and cheered her up. She'd been very excited about the book club when he'd said he was off to see if it was salvageable that first week of her renewed purpose. He'd kept it limping along after Clara went into care, but after her passing, he wasn't sure he, or any of the members, had the momentum to continue. "A book club? Well, that's perfect. So, Jane Austen. You're probably the only man in a sea of well-read women, right? I'm coming with you to suss out the options." Trent had opened his palms in a be-my-guest gesture, and she'd mistaken his little smile as reluctant enthusiasm for the plan. And then been utterly dismayed when she saw them, such a scraggly old collection of readers, sitting around in the worn chairs in the tiny reading room at the back of the bookshop, and Trent had met her eyes and been unable to contain his mirth. "Nonsense," she said again, her favorite word when it came to anything Trent had to say about relationships, it seemed. "It's time to, engage with the world again. Have a life. Meet someone." "I have a life," Trent muttered, turning his attention to the mug of lukewarm coffee he'd abandoned earlier. He took a sip, wincing at the tepid bitterness. "I'm meeting someone. I think I'll leave that to the characters in aisle 3, thanks." He didn't mention the fact that he had never really engaged with the world, so he wasn't sure where the "again" came into it. Did his sister really have no idea who he was? And he didn't bother to say for the 12th time this month that he was perfectly happy with his current arrangement. Jeannie smirked, but her gaze softened. "You've turned into such a hermit. I don't mean hop on dating apps or start dancing on tables at the pub on trivia nights, but you're in your prime. You must be the best-looking man in this place. How are you not seeing anyone?" Jeannie didn't wait for a reply, and didn't notice Trent's faint blush at her compliment. She carried right on, answering her own question. "I guess there's not a lot of options. This town is tiny. It has, 5,000 people? No wonder you're a hermit. Have you thought about moving back? This place must be worth a bomb now. COVID, sea change, inflation, etc. We could get a valuation. Maybe switch it up for a 2-bedder in the city?" she continued, hopeful, always the older sister, thinking of herself. She had, in fact, inherited exactly the same amount as Trent when their parents died, and sunk it all into Derek's gallery. Who knew if or when she'd ever see any money come back out of their separation? The police had seized assets and frozen their accounts pending investigation. Trent felt bad for her, but not bad enough to sell his lifestyle and go drown in the city. He raised his eyebrows at her presumptuousness, but his face was laced with humor. He knew exactly who his sister was, and he loved her anyway. She ignored the look in favor of handing him a sticky note from her clipboard. "Don't forget, I've made a list of suggestions for the next read for the book club. You need to push one of these titles at the meetup tomorrow night. Clara was wonderful, I know, but now you could make it a little more formal. Like choosing an actual book to read each month, not just..." Her voice trailed off, and Trent smiled to himself. "Sit around gossiping and arguing about the size of the mako Jordan may or may not have caught last Sunday?" he supplied. "Yes," she said firmly. "Make it work for your business. Give it some direction. It's time for a new leader. If they must pitch far-fetched novel ideas, at least try to get some new blood in. Maybe a journalist? A sexy one," she grinned. "One who'll appreciate your whole brooding, tortured artist vibe." "I don't have a brooding, tortured vibe," Trent said dryly, but his sister was already halfway to the door. "And I'm not an artist," he called after her. "Aspiring author," she shouted back, just before the door clanged shut. She really had no idea about this book club. Trying to sell the chaotic group on a novel to read and discuss was as laughable and far-fetched as him moving to the city and becoming an accountant. He could just imagine Jordan's retorts. Maggie and Minnie might be into the idea. Could a small-town book club have found better-named members? But as a group seeking agreement, they couldn't organize themselves out of a wet sheet. He smiled again, shaking his head. His smile faded, though, as he thought of Clara. She'd been some kind of minor celebrity in the town, and people felt rudderless without her. Her ideas, her enthusiasm, her warmth. Eccentric, of course, but people followed her. They trusted her and loved her. And he'd promised to keep the book club going until her niece arrived to take over, a promise he had kept for the entire 2 years she was in the aged care facility up in Sapphire. "When the hell is she coming?" he'd asked the last time he'd seen Clara, but they had been laughing. Until Clara's laughter had given way to racking coughs and she had drifted off to sleep, still without giving Trent a timeline on when he could hand over the reins. It wasn't that he disliked the book club. It was more that it was exhausting. Everyone looked to him to solve all their problems, when he much preferred a quieter life. But now, she was gone. Trent felt the familiar pang of guilt whenever someone he cared about passed away. His default was always to think he should have done more, visited her more, tried to take the book club to her. Not that she was really well enough to manage the feisty group from the aged care facility once palliative care became involved. He'd kept it going while she was in residential care, even driving some of the members up to Sapphire to make sure they got there. And he did go read to the residents every second Friday. That was something. He knew she enjoyed that, even if she dozed on and off those last few months. The staff had been wonderful in bringing her over, even after she moved, and really stopped engaging much at all. Trent's mind drifted. The thought occurred to him that, for someone who studiously avoided close relationships, getting to know residents in care wasn't exactly without pain and heartache. Firstly, seeing the loneliest of them, those with no family or visitors left, completely gutted him. Secondly, seeing the way age laid waste to people he knew had been larger than life in their prime was so confronting and sad. And lastly, of course, well, they died. No one going in there came back out on their own 2 feet. The thought reminds him of the unfinished newspaper on his desk. He'd half-heartedly rifled through it that morning with coffee, then abandoned both the coffee and the paper when he saw the obituaries, and jumped up to reorganize the front table. Classics, he'd thought. What we need today is some old beauties with words that make your heart soar. Now, though, he picked it up again. It seemed less shocking after the conversation with Jeannie. He was curious to see who had written in about Clara, what they'd said. If they had done her justice. Maggie. He could tell by the prose, formal, eloquent. Of course. A retired librarian, she was probably the steadiest, most dependable of the book club. Trent thought her words were fitting. He was about to throw the paper back down when a familiar name caught his eye and he squinted in confusion, momentarily distracted as the store's bell chimed. Mrs. Henderson scuttled past him without making eye contact, making her usual beeline for the romance section. She'd been reading 3 books a week since her husband passed, probably trying to fill the quiet hours. Trent had tried to encourage her toward an e-reader subscription service, worried about her finances at that reading rate, but she'd given him what for as a nosy busybody in no uncertain terms, and continued her weekly shops. Well, better for my finances, he'd muttered to himself, rebuked, but also reminded that it wasn't his job to look after every last person in the Bay at his own expense, which was helpful. He had a weak spot for elderly folk on their own, but realized he unconsciously attributed to them an emotional vulnerability that infantilized them and what they'd lived through. He'd learned pretty quickly that even the most forgetful, most physically challenged of them had stories that could curl your toes. Still, his first impulse was to take care of them, and it was a hard habit to kick. "Morning, Mrs. H," he called out, earning what could either have been a wave or a curt dismissal as she disappeared between the shelves. His phone buzzed. "At yoga with Jenny. She's single now, and fit, 38. Just saying." Trent didn't even roll his eyes. He was too busy scanning the paper for what he thought he'd just seen amongst Maggie's kind words. Survived by her nieces, Anna and Savannah Mitchell. Could it be? A strange sensation flooded through Trent, something so foreign to him that he didn't even recognize it. But he does recognize the unbidden thought which dashes across the periphery of his mind. Dear God, please let Anna be the niece that's coming to Warinyah Bay for the book club. Chapter 5. After dealing with Mrs. Henderson's wrath over his failure to get the newest release of her current favorite series in, Trent could finally hang the "back in 10 minutes" sign on the door and shoot down to the beach. "I've ordered it. You know how long shipping can take to get here," he'd protested, but she'd still stormed out crankily, throwing over her shoulder something testy about him trying to curtail her spending, and, "I have my eyes on you." He was still confused by the physical sensations he was experiencing. Clamminess, racing heart. What on earth was wrong with him? And thought the sound of the waves and the quiet would calm him. Not that it was exactly bustling with noise in the shop, but the beach was his happy place. He thought it would sort him out. Anna Mitchell. It was impossible not to scroll through ancient memories alongside her name, and he let his mind wander. The rhythmic nature of walking always helped him to figure out what was unsettling him. Usually it came back to worry about some aged care resident or another. Occasionally his finances. In winter the tourist trades slowed right down, but the locals tended to read more, which usually balanced things out. But there had been a couple of tough years through COVID, where he'd seriously considered closing the bookshop and doing something else. Not that he managed to come up with any feasible ideas. He knew how lucky he was to own the real estate outright. Images of high school flowed across his mind's eye, the debate team, the prep, the championships, study sessions in the library. Anna's clever banter and infectious laugh. The way she'd roll her eyes when he quoted obscure authors, but always remembered the quotes later. He could see her like it was yesterday. Auburn hair, glittering green eyes always dancing with mischief. Other high school memories surfaced too. The catch in his throat every time he twisted his key in the front door, entering into the silent, empty house. Those memories were in such faded hues, grays and dirty creams. He's pretty sure his childhood house wasn't actually those colors. He sees himself in the images too, a shriveled figure in dull grey blue, his face curiously blank and lifeless. Trent shuddered and walked faster. He hadn't consciously thought about high school or his parents for a long time. Those memories didn't fit in with his desire for a laid-back, calm and satisfying life. But for the first time in a very long time, he couldn't put them back where he thinks they belong, buried and forgotten. Latte trotted along ahead of him, occasionally stopping and nosing a pile of seaweed or a piece of driftwood. He'd always admired her uncomplicated joy and satisfaction in her life. A tummy rub, an ear scratch, something to sniff, and she was happy. He'd actually used it as a framework to remind himself to look for the simple pleasures in his own life, to enjoy what he had rather than what he didn't. The wave of gratitude journals that had found their way onto his shelves the past few years, and sold extremely well too, had initially made him roll his eyes, until he'd realised that focusing on the positives did actually make him feel considerably better. But the memories that were popping up were ones of sadness, and his usual tactics to forget weren't working. He remembered with surprising acuteness the feeling of sadness, though not the reason why. He didn't even know why at the time. His parents by that time, the last 2 years of high school, were basically living overseas. His father worked in imports and exports, and his mother preferred to trail along with him than stay at home and look after Jeannie and Trent. Whatever they told him about their lives and the financial benefits, he can still feel something hollow and painful and guttural when he thinks about it. So usually he doesn't. Jeannie was in love by then, spending every waking moment with, who was the footballer? Edgy. What a stupid nickname. Who was built like a truck and as dense as a brick. The first of the bad eggs. She basically moved in with him and took over organising his life and his diet and his ironing, until one of his girls on the side enlightened her what he was really getting up to all those evenings he was training while Jeannie was doing his homework. She was back home with Trent for a few weeks after that, and Trent had felt guilty that he was glad. He'd berate himself. He was 16. What 16-year-old longs for their parents? And had made it to the present still without grasping the reality that any child whose parents are physically absent 50% of the time and emotionally absent for all of it is going to long and yearn and ache for that connection. Their death just 6 years later destroyed him, even though in reality, his day-to-day life looked almost the same in the period before and after their deaths. Forgotten birthdays, unreturned phone calls. That winter they forgot to pay the gas bill and didn't reply to him for days, and he'd shivered miserably until he found an old electric heater at the back of the shed. The smell of burning dust still shoves him into despair, a lingering sensory trigger that he hasn't connected to that profound sense of feeling alone and scared and unloved. "Why didn't you just pay it?" his mother had exclaimed, perplexed. "That's what the credit card is for." Never mind that he didn't even know to look for bills in the post office mailbox, because no one had mentioned to him that he ought to. Apparently Jeannie had been managing this, and neglected to hand it over to him on one of her escapades off with a boy. So there was that, unsettling and unexamined most of the time. But there was also Arna. It was the back-to-back debate tournaments their final year of high school, when Trent first realised that he felt happy with Arna. Perhaps it was just the contrast to the rest of his life. They'd been teammates for 2 years, she, the organised and precise strategist, and he, the quick-thinking, slow-smiling closer who often clinched their wins with last-minute rebuttals. They had been a team, both on the stage and behind the scenes. But it wasn't until she'd grabbed his sleeve at Nationals, pulling him into an excited, impromptu hug after their final round, that the niggling tug in his chest gave way to the unmistakable, "Oh." And then the empty house didn't seem quite so bad. He'd daydream about her, about their future first date, their first kiss. Even after she turned him down for the formal, her care and friendship sparked something feverish in his imagination. He turned that memory into something more joyful, too, his fingers nervously clutching the debate club flyer he pretended to need her feedback on. Her smile and warmth so genuine. Instead of the reality, "I've already promised to go with Mark. Otherwise, I would have loved to, Trent." The disappointment swift, but tempered by the fact that it was because he was too slow to ask, not because she didn't want to. He'd imagined her flinging her arms around him, breathing in his ear. "I'd hoped you'd ask." Then his mind disappeared to all sorts of exciting places that kept him company for weeks when he was in the house alone again. Jeannie had hightailed it down to Melbourne for a couple of months, this time following a boy she'd met in a nightclub. Had Clara left Anna the beach house? He wondered now. How else would she run the book club? Why would she run the book club? It was hardly an incentive to move to the middle of nowhere. A crotchety group of disparate individuals who all thought they might be the next bestseller, but hadn't produced a single book between them in 20 years. Longer, maybe. He had never actually asked how long the book club had been going. He didn't think they'd successfully even discussed a single book they'd all read, either. Thinking about books, though, Trent was pulled back into the here and now. He whistled low for Latte, who came loping back to him, and turned around and headed back the way he came. Even though most Warinyah Bay residents knew that his 10-minute sign could mean 5 minutes, or could mean an hour, tourists were less forgiving, and they were what kept his shop paying the bills, so he walked briskly. Back at the small counter behind the register, the newspaper jumped out at him again. For the briefest moment, he thought about calling Maggie and asking if she knew about Clara's estate. But he dismissed the thought immediately. He'd see her tomorrow night anyway, and he didn't want to be asking questions about Anna. He knew what that would look like in a small town. Jeannie would have a field day. No, he knew enough already. He knew she'd married Mark virtually straight out of school, but hadn't heard anything about her in decades. He knew she hadn't kept in touch, though he'd definitely tried. He'd even sent a wedding gift, though he'd fantasized about sending a bomb instead, a conveniently selective one that would take out Mark and leave Anna in need of a friend or something more. Not really, of course. It was just a silly means to the desired end. He didn't actually wish the man any harm. But no, he'd saved up for something lovely, and never heard back. So what did it really matter if it was Anna or Savannah, or no one relevant at all, coming to Warinyah Bay? He exhaled sharply and folded the newspaper as though silencing it, and all the associated swirling thoughts. Latte, tail thumping sleepily against the counter, lifted her head briefly at the movement. He reached down to scratch behind her ears, grounding himself in her uncomplicated loyalty. Much simpler and less agitating to not get involved in any of that, he thought to himself, warding off the strange ache rising in his chest that felt too uncomfortable, too unsettling to deal with. It had been years since he'd let himself dwell on Anna. For a long time he'd rationalized her silence. She'd been newly married, swept up in the whirlwind of her successful life. Friends drift apart, people change. It was normal. Expected. And on top of that, he'd just pinned too many hopes on her. All the loneliness, the sadness of those days, not even knowing which continent his parents were on from week to week. Somehow, he had made Anna some shining, saving light, one person who knew him and valued him and made him feel happy and comforted. She was like home. It was stupid and juvenile. At some point, he'd told himself that reaching out again would be pathetic. What could he even say? Hey, remember me? The guy who's tried to get in touch 5 times already? No. He closed that door and set about forgetting her. Then his parents died, and his life was upended, and he chose to start afresh somewhere quiet and new and safe and uncomplicated. And he really did forget her. He'd even had several lengthy relationships, but the fact that they always ended meant he had given up on love. It was painful and complicated, and no one ever stayed. So he built a perfectly good life for himself alone, thank you very much. He had Latte and the book club, and reading to the oldies, and a network of people who cared for him. He'd filled that hole in his heart with kindness and community, and the bookstore, and the beach. All that was more than enough for a happy life, he reminded himself as he tucked the newspaper into a drawer. He had a strong desire to crumple it up and throw it in the trash or a fireplace, to scrub her name and every flicker of warmth and confusion and agitation it had ignited out of existence. But he stopped himself. The drawer was fine. It was tucked away, out of sight and out of mind. Parked where it could gather dust and fade away. And any spark of desire or yearning right along with it. Chapter 6. Anna stood in front of Clara's wardrobe mirror, frowning at her reflection. The jeans and t-shirt combo seemed too casual for her first night leading the book club, but everything else felt like she was trying too hard. What would Clara wear? She muttered, fingering one of her aunt's signature silk scarves. But she felt the bold patterns and flowing fabrics that had suited Clara's theatrical personality would look costume-like on her. She'd spent the afternoon organizing her notes, imagining scholarly discussions about plot structure and genre norms. She'd even created a reading list, drawing from her memories of the conversations she and Clara used to have over endless cups of tea. Maybe we could start with some contemporary fiction, she'd told Emma earlier, trying to spark enthusiasm. You know, bridge the gap between generations. Do you have any suggestions? Emma had rolled her eyes. Whatever, Mum. Just try not to completely destroy my social life again by being ultra cringe before I've even met anyone. Anna had let the words wash over her. She understood Emma was struggling, and trying to find your way as a teenager was hard enough without moving and having to start again. Still, it made her sad that they couldn't talk about which books Emma liked and find some common ground, if only for a few minutes. She'd even entertained the hope that Emma might want to come along, that this could be something they could share. Clearly not going to happen. Sighing again, Anna smoothed her hair away from her face and grabbed her notebook, filled with carefully thought-out discussion points and icebreaker questions. She'd even printed out articles about successful book clubs and their formats. They're probably all avid readers as well as writers, she told her reflection. I'll need to be prepared for in-depth analysis. Maybe ideas on character development might help. For the 12th time, she jumped onto Google, frantically trying to refresh her memory on all things writing. Plot structure, writing compelling characters, and any general tips that might make her feel like she knew what she was talking about. Though she'd loved literature at school and intended to study it at university, as well as creative writing, her parents had convinced her that law was a better choice, and she could barely remember anything she had ever learned, despite her enthusiasm. It would have helped if someone had given her some guidance about what they were focusing on at the moment. Maggie had been lovely, but very vague about the details beyond where and when. Eventually, it would be great to have it back at the beach house, she'd said brightly at the end of their chat. Such a lovely setting for a book club. But of course, let's let you settle in first and see if the book club is for you. Anna had held her tongue. She didn't like to say that she was there under duress, of sorts, that the caveat in Clara's will had stated the house was bequeathed to Anna on the condition that she run the Aspiring Authors Book Club and live in Warinyah Bay for 12 months. Although given the title had been transferred to her name upon her agreement, Anna didn't think there was much except bad karma that could be done about it if she changed her mind and hightailed it back to Sydney. Thinking about sophisticated conversations over wine and cheese, she reconsidered her clothes choice, yet again. Gentle literary debate perhaps didn't work well with a faded Annie DeFranco t-shirt from decades past. But there was really no time and no options to do anything about it now. She really must get on to unpacking her own stuff. Anna grabbed her car keys, mentally rehearsing how she'd introduce herself. Professional, but warm. Authoritative, but approachable. After all, these people had been meeting for years, probably discussing profound themes and complex narratives. Clara had always described the group with such fondness, talking about their passion for storytelling and the creative spirits. They're unique, she'd said, and she'd chuckled then, but Anna had been too preoccupied with guilt about not visiting to notice the mischief in her aunt's voice down the phone line. I can do this, she told herself firmly. How hard can it be to run a book club? Why are you taking the car? Emma's judgmental tone cut through her confidence, and she stopped at the front door, confused. That little bookshop is like a 5-minute walk. I saw it in the tour I took of the town yesterday, the one that took me a whole 7 minutes, end to end. Anna ignored the jibe, disoriented. Of course, she wasn't in the city now. It was just habit to imagine she had to drive to get anywhere. "Oh, of course," she said brightly to her daughter. "I won't be late, but make sure Jake has lights out by 9 and you by 10, just in case." Emma rolled her eyes again, her main form of communication with her mother these days. Anna sighed, but she walked briskly out, confident she was prepared for anything. Chapter 7. "Not this again, Minnie. We've heard Chapter 1 16 times. Anna edged into the room, wondering if she had the right place. It sounded more like a pub than a book club. "Some of us are trying to write serious literature here." This from a youngish man with a serious face, currently adorned with glasses and a scowl. Anna stared. "Oh, put a sock in it, Jordan," the woman, Anna presumed Minnie, retorted back. "Your post-apocalyptic meditation on masculinity could have used a little romance. And better dialogue. No wonder you gave up on it. It bored even you to tears." "Words on the page, Minnie, words on the page," he replied smugly. "How many have you done this month? My newest piece is coming along nicely." At this, he waved around a stack of papers at least an inch thick, and the noise died down momentarily. Minnie looked like she was about to say something cutting when her eyes landed on Arna, hanging back near the door, still just staring stupidly at the scene in front of her. What had she just walked into? And why were they all here already, completely derailing her plan to arrive early and take some deep, calming breaths, when the meeting didn't start for another 15 minutes? "You must be Anna!" Minnie cried. She made a beeline toward Anna, her tiny figure belying her speed, and peered up at her, shocking pink hair framing her face and matching her skirt and earrings. "I've heard so much about you, darling. I'm Minnie, and honey, you are going to love what I've been working on. It's a romance novel, but with octogenarians. Because why should the young ones have all the fun?" She winked dramatically. Before Anna could answer, another older woman in wire-rimmed glasses cleared her throat. "If we could all focus for a moment. I've been researching the proper structure for mystery novels, and I believe I've identified 7 critical elements that—" "Not now, Maggie. Didn't you hear me? I found Anna, Clara's niece. We must have proper introductions." Minnie put a firm hand on Anna's back and started steering her with force toward the center of the small room. "Yes, thank you. I thought—" But Anna was cut off. Her carefully thought-out introduction had flown out of her head anyway. "This is Jordan. He's the baby of the group." "I'm 35, Jordan protested, but Minnie kept talking without acknowledging him. "He's a screenwriter, not published." "No one here is published." But Minnie ignored him again, moving on to Maggie, the woman who mentioned mystery novels. "This is Maggie. I think you two spoke on the phone. She reads detective novels, not published." Maggie opened her mouth to speak, but Minnie breezed on by. "This is Lila. She runs the bakery next door, cooks a mean Danish tart, but can't write to save herself. So not published, obviously." Anna felt horribly uncomfortable with these introductions. Where was the kindly, quirky, supportive group she'd envisioned? This was perfectly awful, and she already knew there was no way she was staying with these people for an hour, let alone a year. She still hadn't managed to get a word in. "And I suppose I'll include our host, though he's not really a book club member or an aspiring writer, are you, darling?" Minnie grinned at someone in the back corner, holding her hands out with a flourish, as though presenting him for an audience's applause. "This is Trent. He owns the bookshop and has tried to keep us all in line since Clara left us, but he's really not cut out for it, are you, dear?" She turned back to Anna with an impish grin. "We're a bit of a handful, to be honest. With no Clara to lead us? Well, it's all fallen into disarray. Most of us are terrible at conflict resolution. At least one of us is far too bossy and opinionated." For a moment, Anna caught a glimpse of good-natured self-deprecation, and for the first time noticed the hint of camaraderie and warmth in the room, despite the strange introductions. But then her eyes fell on their host, and her stomach disappeared into the floor. She blinked, certain she was mistaken. But no, there he was, looking somehow both exactly the same and completely different. Trent perfect. The boyish face had matured into something more reserved, but his eyes still held that gentle humor and astuteness she remembered from debate team. His dark hair was streaked with silver at the temples, and he'd filled out, but there was no mistaking him. Good Lord, she muttered under her breath, irrationally self-conscious about her choice of outfit, such a tired mum outfit, then embarrassed that that was her first thought. Trent, she mumbled, staring at him, and couldn't for the life of her think of a single other thing to say. But before he could reply or acknowledge their connection, chaos erupted again. Minnie launching into what appeared to be an impromptu reading of her latest chapter. Jordan arguing, apparently with himself, about the merits of literary fiction versus genre, his disdain for romance abundantly clear, and Maggie attempting to organise everyone with a stack of note cards, the purpose of which was not quite clear. So, darlings, what do you think about adding a hot tub scene to Chapter 3? It's tasteful, I promise. Just some octogenarian skinny dipping and warming up. I wrote a story about a hamster, Maggie cut in rather proudly. A detective hamster, to be specific. She produced a thick stack of papers from a bag at her feet. I thought you didn't write, Anna said faintly, and Minnie jumped in good-naturedly. No, that's Lila, Anna, and I said she was terrible, my dear, not that she didn't try. But anyway, the beach scene, you simply must hear the chemistry between Bernard and Nancy, and perhaps workshop with me whether the hot tub should be added, or perhaps it's too much? Is the skinny dipping enough this early on? Anna sank down into the closest vacant chair, feeling slightly dizzy. Her notepad and printed sheets safely in her bag, she was mortified to think she had thought of herself as a leader, come here to guide and inspire these people. She felt instead that she rather needed a nap, or a Valium. It's definitely too much, Jordan was saying. I don't have to hear it to know it's too much. It adds depth, Minnie shrieked. The hamster's probably got more depth than Bernard, Jordan muttered, earning him a swat from Minnie's rolled-up pages. The hamster solves crimes, Maggie said firmly, with mathematical precision. Tart? Lila murmured, leaning in toward Anna, her face earnest and kind. They're somewhat famous around here, Trent said quietly, materializing in the chair beside her, and Anna jumped slightly. His voice was deeper than she remembered, but still held that hint of laid-back amusement that had made debate practice so delightful all those years ago. He glanced at her sideways from under his long black eyelashes, his face almost impenetrable, but for the slightest lift at the corners of his mouth. I recommend taking one. They help. Sometimes. Suddenly the book club she'd been entrusted with seemed less terrifying and less ridiculous. A bickering collection of opinionated amateurs with a mildly amused Trent in the room? It couldn't be all bad. So you run this, she managed, wincing as Minnie and Jordan's voices rose again in the background. No one runs this. We just all try to leave alive. That hint of a smile again. I see that, Anna murmured, then couldn't help adding, You look well. Then she blushed furiously, of all the things to talk about after not seeing the man for 20-odd years. You too, he replied softly, and for a moment the chaos faded away as their eyes met properly for the first time. Trent's eyes were blue and kind and mesmerizing, and Anna still couldn't think of anything to say. But Minnie's voice cut through her swirling mind. Bernard's arthritis gives their later love scene a particular poignancy. Oh, God, Anna whispered, and Trent's quiet laugh made her stomach flip in a way she tried determinedly to ignore. Chapter 8. Anna sneezed, disturbing another cloud of dust. Clara's study looked like it had been hit by a literary tornado, which, knowing Clara, it probably had been. Books teetered in piles that defied gravity, paper sprouted from every surface, and mysteriously labeled boxes in Clara's signature swooping cursive filled the corners. 2008 was obvious, but mea culpa and then again. The room held so many memories. Young Anna curled in the window seat while Clara busied herself doing what? Anna realizes she is really not sure, both of them content in companionable silence. Teenage Anna pouring out her heart about her first crush, while Clara dispensed wisdom disguised as casual observations. But today, the memories feel weighted with questions Anna hadn't thought to ask when she had the chance. The main one she was thinking about as she tidied being, why did her parents send her and Savannah to stay with Clara every school holidays, when they seemed to dislike her so much? She picked up another stack of papers, ready to sort them into her carefully labeled piles, keep, recycle, and maybe, which was already twice the size of the other two combined. But something about the top few pages caught her eye. They weren't Clara's usual writing paper, and the typing looked older, more faded. The dedication grabbed her. For see, some stories can only be told when everyone who might be hurt by them are gone. I still love you. Was this for Kate? She was intrigued, and thus momentarily distracted from the uncomfortable thoughts that had kept intruding on her all morning. The motivation to tackle the study, in fact. The bedroom was too mindless. She'd donate most of the clothes. She needed something she had to concentrate on. Every time she noticed the tight, worried feeling in her stomach, it took her a moment to locate its source. And then when she remembered, she would shake herself and shove the thoughts out again. Rinse and repeat. They went something like, the book club was kind of awful. Why did Clara want me there? I never want to go back. Except, oh God, Trent perfect, complete with stomach flip-flopping all over the place, followed by self-recriminations. What is wrong with me? I have unhappy children to settle, a whole house to go through, work to think about, and I'm too old for butterflies over a man. Pull yourself together, Anna. A manuscript was a pleasant distraction, and she devoured the few pages she had found. She always knew Clara wrote, but had never laid eyes on anything. A memory surfaces of being sick and curled up in this very armchair, dozing to the sound of Clara's typing. She makes a mental note to ask at the book club if Clara ever shared her work, then pauses resignedly at the unconscious intention to return that this demonstrates. She supposes she needs to give it more than one try anyway. There is not much of the manuscript, but Anna is fascinated. It sounded like the start of a romance, with elements of noir, and she can't really tell if it's Clara's voice or not, but it pulled her in immediately, something raw and striking about the prose. The heroine sounded lonely, passionate, wise. Anna stood up and started searching through the next box, one labeled 2008, hoping for pages 5 and onward. There was so much stuff to go through, photos and notes jotted on random scraps of paper, lists of ideas and lists of things to do. She had seriously considered just chucking swaths of it out. She's so overwhelmed by the task ahead of her. But now she can't do any such thing. She'll have to go through everything carefully looking for more fiction. And there has to be more. Page 4 finishes mid-sentence. This box mainly filled the recycle pile, however. The odd photo made Anna smile. Clara in some kind of fancy dress. Is that Minnie she spies in the background? A serious-looking one of a much younger Jordan with Clara, and there's something in his expression as he looks at her that gives Anna pause. She can't quite put her finger on it. Something like pride. Or love, even. Anna puts it in the keep pile, confused. Clara had only ever mentioned surface things about the members, she realizes. Jordan looks like he's been there since he was a young man, and clearly had some sort of meaningful relationship with Clara that spanned decades? More questions to ask. There's a selfie of Clara with a man, their faces beaming, the clothes casual and summery. It looks recent enough, prior to Clara going into care, but not by long. But before Anna can try to recall if Clara mentioned any love interests recently, Emma hollered from another end of the house. "Mum! There's no food here! I'm starving!" Anna sighed. It was true. They'd had takeout for their first few nights and had depleted the box of staples she'd brought from her pantry in Sydney. She was also preoccupied with trying to clean and sort things, so kept postponing a big shop. She reluctantly put the box aside and refocused on her children. It was the end of summer holidays. She needed to organize their new school, get uniforms, start trying to meet locals to help them make connections, and think about what she was going to do for work. Boxes and history and romance stories would have to wait. "Coming!" she called back, carefully placing the manuscript pages on top of the keep pile and heading toward her daughter's voice. Her own boxes sat accusingly in the hallway, still unpacked. She'd been using Clara's study as an excuse to avoid dealing with her own mess, both literal and metaphorical. She still hadn't returned Mark's call. "Let's go do a shop," she tells her daughter, who for once just nods without complaint. Jake declines to join them. "What do you fancy for dinner tonight?" One of Anna's fantasies about a quieter life in Warinyah Bay was teaching her kids to cook and making family dinners more of an event, a collaboration. Much like she did with Clara when she stayed, she realizes. They would sing and dance and cut up ingredients together, things her own parents never did with her. It was joyful rather than a chore. Cooking by herself is perhaps one of her least favorite parts of parenting, especially when no one agrees on what constitutes delicious. Emma surprised her by listing a few options, albeit in a bored tone, and then suggesting they make them all over the next few nights, and Anna tried very hard not to jump up and down with glee. She didn't care if it was hunger making her daughter more approachable, or the standard yo-yoing of teen emotions. She was taking it with both hands and not letting go for as long as Emma would allow it. Chapter 9. The supermarket was a pleasant surprise. For a tiny town, it was well stocked, and they even found some fresh parmesan for the dish Emma wanted to have that night. For the first time since Anna approached her with the idea of moving, Emma walked beside her in comfortable, rather than stony, silence. She voluntarily trotted off to find required ingredients, and the change, invisible to anyone else, felt so monumental to Anna that she was grinning broadly to herself when she turned a corner and rammed the end of her trolley firmly into Trent. She had very deliberately avoided thinking about him since the walk home from the book club 2 nights before. She'd made an excuse about the kids and fled the chaos at the first opportunity, grateful for the cold night air on her flushed cheeks. Stars had punctured the inky sky above her, so different to the never really dark city lights she was used to, and the distant crash of waves had helped to slow her racing thoughts. Of all the small towns in Australia, Trent Perfect was in this one, running a bookstore, no less. A detail that seemed almost too perfect, like the universe was playing some cosmic joke. Was he always here? All the times she visited? How did she never see him? Most importantly, did he and Clara know about their connection? He'd been such a dear friend in high school, but she hadn't thought of him in years. If anything, he was a guilty memory her mind shied away from, someone she didn't reach out to when she should have. Mark had always been a bit odd about Trent, claiming that he fancied her, which may or may not have been true, but seemed irrelevant given she'd married Mark. But it had just been too difficult, with Mark's disapproval, to keep the friendship going. She'd let him fade out of her life, and it was something she had always felt bad about. Crush or not, she knew she had been important to him, and she had not been a good friend in return. And now here he was, time having carved distinguished lines around his eyes that crinkled when he smiled, with well-defined arms that did something odd to her pulse and her stomach. It definitely hadn't been guilt that made her uncomfortable thinking about Trent Perfect on the walk home. No, she'd said firmly to herself, her voice carrying in the empty street. Absolutely not. And then spent the walk telling herself in no uncertain terms why she would stop thinking about his arms immediately and permanently. She had enough on her plate. Besides, she'd learned her lesson with Mark. The divorce had gutted her, leaving her hollow in ways she still couldn't fully articulate. 5 years of carefully rebuilding herself, of trying to trust her own judgment again, of creating a safe harbor for her children in the storm of their family's breakdown, she felt like she had only just found her equilibrium. All that hard-won stability felt fragile, threatened by the way her pulse had quickened when Trent spoke to her. No, that was a dangerous road, and by the time she got home, she felt quite satisfied with herself that she had successfully stuck those thoughts back in a box with astounding alacrity and fully embraced acting her divorced and middle age. It was obviously just the heightened emotions of the move and book club and the grief and the chaos, she'd told herself later, because she had barely thought about him again. But she hadn't seen him again, either. Ouch, Trent said, and Anna's stomach apparently hadn't gotten the memo about acting her age because it flip-flopped all over the place again immediately, and her pulse shot up so much she could barely think. Trent, she managed, trying very hard to sound normal. Sorry, I was just... Got the eggs? Emma sounded triumphant, but pulled up abruptly and frowned at the man with his hand on her mother's trolley. Emma, this is Trent, Anna supplied hastily. He's in the book club. He knew Aunt Clara. We actually went to school together. Trent, this is my daughter, Emma. Anna hoped Emma wouldn't notice her discomfort. Clearly, she needed more than 5 minutes of walking to get her mind in order about an old friend's nice arms and lovely eyes being completely irrelevant and without meaning to a middle-aged divorced woman who had sworn off men and love and anything uncertain. Emma, it's nice to meet you. Trent sounded relaxed and like he was genuinely interested to meet Emma. What are you going to be making with the eggs? Carbonara, she said, assessing him carefully. What do you think of your great-aunt's house? Bit of a dive, to be honest. Smells, she said, coolly, but Trent didn't miss a beat. Old people. They get a bit of a smell about them, their spaces. I've never really figured out what it is. What do you think? Old things that have been lying around for 100 years. Well, then you should be able to freshen it up, if your mum here isn't too sentimental about keeping old things. Trent smiled slowly at her then, that hint of self-deprecating humor laced with something else. There was a pause, then. Sometimes old things do have value, though. Good God, was he flirting with her? Or referencing how she didn't value their friendship? Anna blushed furiously and without thinking jumped to a subject change. That book club. Even she wasn't really sure what she was asking or saying. Yeah, sorry about the chaos, Trent said. They're actually usually worse. This was a much safer subject, and Anna recovered her composure. Worse, she said, eyes widening in mock horror, and his quiet laugh made her smile, despite herself. You'll see, he promised, his eyes crinkling at the corners in that way that was entirely too appealing. Then he cleared his throat and stepped back slightly. I should get back to the shop. Right, Anna said quickly. And I should get back to... She waved vaguely at the aisles, like shopping was a pressing necessity, which she supposed it was. It was nice to meet you, Emma, Trent said, looking at her as though he really meant it. Then he started walking toward the checkout. And good to see you again, Anna, he called, glancing over his shoulder, his slow smile dazzling. And whatever she had convinced herself about shutting that down, pronto, the Olympic-level gymnastics going on in her stomach, yet again, suggested that she was in very big trouble. Chapter 10. Trent unlocked the bookstore, Red Bull in hand, to combat how little he managed to sleep the night before, and was just shaking off his uncomfortable feelings from the supermarket, his mind wandering off down all sorts of unhelpful paths, like, is she still married? Where's Emma's father? Is it Mark? How many kids does she have? And why was she so awkward just now? When Jeannie startled him from behind his counter with a massive grin. So, who's the cute redhead? Jeannie, for God's sake, where were you lurking? I just happened to be walking past when I noticed you holding a very pretty woman's trolley. Trolley touching seems kind of intimate to me. She looked at him mock dreamily. First trolley touching, then marriage, maybe? Trent laughed, despite himself. That's Clara's niece, Anna, and she ran into me with the trolley, if you must know. I was guiding it out of my abdomen. Jeannie's shoulders slumped. Well, that's much less fun, she says glumly, then brightens. But you did stay and chat. I watched. Is she married? I have no idea. She had a daughter with her, so probably. How do you know she's Clara's niece? Trent sighed and gave his sister the quickest version of the book club he could manage to keep at bay her endless questions. It was definitely a different version to the one he'd been remembering ever since, and thank goodness Jeannie had had basketball coaching and hadn't insisted on being there to check out the fresh blood. It had kicked off as usual, circus-like, and Trent was lurking in the back corner, wondering what on earth they had in store for him that night. There was never a dull moment, that was for sure. It had taken him a few months to acclimatize to the raggedy bunch of misfits Clara had collected when she asked him to keep hosting it a couple of years back, at the time she went into care. Apparently, she had posted an advert in local windows decades before to form a group of readers and writers to encourage and support each other. It was never really about the books, though. He knew that much from things Clara had said, and the fervour with which she protected and nurtured it. He'd been biding his time that last meeting, not wanting to look too eager to approach Maggie and ask about the beach house and the niece who would be taking on the running of the book club. But then he didn't have to, because she was standing in the doorway of his bookshop, and his breath had caught in his throat. Arna. She looked just as he remembered, all reddish hair and gorgeous curves. Her skin still looked like the smoothest skin he had ever seen. There was no chance to approach her, though. Things devolved much as they usually did at the start of meetings. Sniping and jibes, everyone wound up after a month of keeping all their writing and their thoughts to themselves. Usually they met every fortnight, but they had a longer break over the Christmas period, and it showed. He had kept replaying it, then trying not to replay it lest he send himself mad. Did he imagine it? The way she said his name and stared at him. He had felt stirred and energized and electrified, his pulse quickening and his skin tingling. But maybe it wasn't from a shared connection. Maybe it was just how pretty she was still. Her jeans hugged her shapely thighs, and dear God, he had to stop himself from craning his neck to check out a bit more of her. What was wrong with him? Still, her expressive green eyes couldn't hide a single thought that was racing through her brain, if you were paying attention, which he was, as subtly as he could manage. He saw the combination of shock and confusion and discomfort and misgivings about what she'd just stepped into, and something protective in him, of her but also of the group, pulled him out of the shadows and into the seat beside her, despite his nerves. Anyone would need rescuing from these ratbags, he told himself. He'd do the same for whichever bewildered niece found herself trying to navigate this book club. And he would. But he was also acutely aware, and definitely trying to forget, that he hadn't wanted to stare at a woman for a very long time. Well, let's find out if she's hitched, Jeannie says, pulling him back to the present. She looks like a woman with a plan, and Trent doesn't have the energy to try to dissuade her. Either that, or he's very happy to let her do that legwork about Anna's home situation and fill him in. In as much detail as possible, please. Chapter 11. Anna stared at the mess of half-written lists scattered across Clara's antique desk. Each one started with good intentions. Book club structure, discussion topics, writing exercises, but inevitably devolved into doodles and random thoughts. At one point she caught herself doodling TP in the margin of one, and had frantically scribbled it out, horrified at herself. She was 45 years old, for heaven's sake. She had responsibilities. Children who needed her full attention during this troubled transition. A house that needed serious work. A career to somehow salvage. The last thing she needed was to develop feelings for anyone, let alone someone from her past who probably still remembered how terribly she'd handled their friendship. Besides, she doubted she'd ever be ready for another relationship. Her marriage and divorce had left her questioning every decision she'd ever made, and she still wasn't sure if or when she'd be able to trust her own judgment again. 5 years of carefully reconstructing her life, building safety and stability. She wasn't about to risk all that for some inconvenient attraction to a man who probably hadn't given her a second thought in 20 years, even if he did have really nice forearms. She grabbed a fresh piece of paper, determined to focus on what actually mattered. The carbonara dinner had gone surprisingly well last night. Emma had even smiled once or twice, but this morning's mention of visiting the new school had brought back the sullen teenager in full force. Anna had dropped it. They still had a couple of weeks until school started. Baby steps, she told herself. From the study window she could see out across the bay, the horizon indistinguishable between pale blue sea and sky. It had taken some effort, but she had got the window open and wiped down the thick layer of dust that had collected under the sill. Her reward was the gentle breeze lifting the ends of her hair, and the gentle rhythmic sound of waves against the shore. Giving up on the book club for now, she still hadn't figured out why Clara was so invested in it. She started a new list. 1. Sort through Clara's papers. 2. Ask about the manuscript I found. 3. Fix weird smell in upstairs bathroom. 4. Register kids for school, get uniforms, textbooks, etc. 5. Find local activities to get kids involved in community, make some friends before school starts. 6. Job. 7. Work out value of book club to Clara. 8. Make book club less chaotic. She deliberately did not add, avoid Trent perfect at all costs, though it was certainly high on her mental agenda. The supermarket encounter had left her feeling oddly vulnerable, like she'd been caught out somehow. The way he'd looked at her. No, she wasn't going there. It was embarrassing to even have these thoughts. He was almost certainly married, with a smile like that, and she had a whole new life to tackle. She was a mother, rebuilding a life for her children. Relationships were not on the table, and this was not a romance novel. Her phone buzzed, another message from Mark. She ignored it with some effort, just like she'd ignored the last two. Whatever he wanted could wait. She had enough on her plate without feeling the need to solve his problems, too. It was a timely reminder that giving her all to a man and a relationship did not work out well for her anyway. She didn't think she would survive a second rebuild. Across the hall, she could hear Jake playing some online game with his friends from Sydney. At least he was maintaining connections. Emma's door was firmly closed, as usual, but Anna could hear music drifting out from under it. Both kids were occupied, which meant she had time to tackle her lists properly. If only she could focus. Her mind kept drifting back to the book club, to Minnie's enthusiastic readings and Jordan's pretentious comments, to Maggie's earnest detective hamster, and Lila's quiet presence. To Trent, watching it all with good humour and providing some sense of camaraderie at her obvious bewilderment. She suddenly, randomly, remembered the wedding gift he'd sent. It was so thoughtful, so perfect. How she'd meant to write a thank you note, but Mark had dismissed it as unnecessary, and when she'd insisted, he took over all the thank you notes. She'd let him dismiss or take over so many things that mattered to her. And even if he hadn't dismissed them, she was so caught up with and overwhelmed by the reality of his drinking that it seemed like that had taken up 80% of her brainpower for a very long time. How long had Trent been in the book club? She must be missing something. Surely Aunt Clara didn't really want her to get involved in such a confronting, unprofessional group. And as for being saved, well, that group clearly couldn't save themselves, let alone anybody else. But then again, she didn't even know what Aunt Clara needed saving from. She went back to her list and made some adjustments. 1. Sort through Clara's papers. 2. Ask about the manuscript I found. 3. Fix weird smell in upstairs bathroom. 4. Register kids for school, get uniforms, textbooks, etc. 5. Find local activities to get kids involved in community. 6. Job? Settle in first. No mortgage, no pressure. Take some time to think about what I'd like to do. 7. Work out value of book club to Clara. What did she need saving from? Why does she want me there? 8. Make book club less chaotic, or just suffer it in silence and get through the year. The truth was, Anna was tired. She had thought once the divorce and the settlement were finalized, she would be free and ready to get on with her life, that the heavy cloud that had permanently settled around her shoulders, blurring her vision, would dissipate. But it hadn't worked out like that at all. She felt, rather, that she'd limped over the finish line of a marathon, and instead of a little rest and then a big glass of champagne, she'd fallen in a messy heap on the bitumen and could barely lift her head to look at the road ahead, let alone her whole body. So, she had exactly 12 months here. She was too tired to change anything, too tired to think through the moral implications of not staying the full year. She would stay. She would run the book club, sort through Clara's house, get the kids settled, and figure out her next steps. The house was hers, and she could sell it after that if she wanted to. That was a plan, and she liked a good plan. She grabbed her notebook again, this time determined to focus solely on the kids, how she could support them settling in as best she could. But then the doorbell rang, startling her out of her thoughts. Through the front window, she caught a glimpse of pink hair. Minnie, with what looked like a very thick manuscript in her hands. Anna closed her eyes briefly, took a deep breath, and went to answer the door. At least Minnie would be a distraction from her unwanted thoughts about Trent Perfect. And if she repeated, "not an option," enough times, maybe her heart would catch up with her head. Chapter 12. "I brought scones," Minnie announced, brandishing a paper bag along with her manuscript. Her shocking pink hair caught the morning light, creating an almost ethereal halo around her petite frame. "And memories," she winked, sailing past Anna into the house without waiting for an invitation, trailing a scent of vanilla and something spicy that reminded Anna of Clara. Anna followed her into the kitchen, where Minnie was already making herself at home, pulling plates from cupboards as though she knew exactly where everything belonged. The familiar sound of clattering ceramics stirred something in Anna. How many times had Clara and Minnie shared tea in this very kitchen? The thought made her both wistful and oddly jealous. "Clara always said tea and scones could solve most problems," Minnie said, filling the kettle. Her voice held a warmth that seemed to fill the space between them comfortably, much to Anna's surprise. Though sometimes she'd substitute the tea for wine, if the problems were particularly thorny. She paused, her amusement softening into something more wistful, the lines around her eyes deepening. "I miss those conversations." Anna found herself relaxing, despite her earlier reservations. There was something comforting about Minnie's familiarity with the kitchen, as though she belonged here just as much as Clara's books and quotes on the walls. The morning sunlight was streaming through the dusty windows, casting long shadows across the well-worn floor, and Anna could almost see Clara here, laughing and talking with Minnie over countless cups of tea. As Minnie busied herself with the pot and tea leaves, pausing to ask Anna how she liked it, strong, white, no sugar, just like Clara. This said softly, looking into her eyes. Anna got the distinct impression Minnie was there not to bombard her with chapters, but to check how she was going and offer some gentle support. "I found something interesting this morning," she said, thinking of the manuscript pages, the faded type still vivid in her mind. "I think it might be something Clara wrote." Minnie's eyes lit up with an almost childlike excitement. Oh, was it that romance noir thing she was always tinkering with? She'd never let any of us read more than snippets. Minnie's hands fluttered as she spoke, like tiny birds trying to catch memories from the air. Romance noir? Anna's curiosity piqued, remembering the raw emotion in those few pages she'd found. I only found the first few pages. She was very secretive about it. Said some stories need time to ripen. Minnie arranged scones on a plate, her movements precise despite her flamboyant appearance. The scones looked perfectly golden, and the smell of butter filled the kitchen. Did she ever finish it? I don't know, dear. She was very evasive. She'd read us a scene every now and then, but wasn't very welcoming of feedback, which is kind of the point of the book club, you know? Usually we're fighting to get heard and get some ideas back. I noticed, Anna murmured, a faint smile on her lips. Oh, yes, that was a bit much, wasn't it? I think we were all excited to have you there, all trying to show off. Anna questioned Minnie's use of the word all, but says nothing. Come into the sunroom, Anna. That's where we always took our tea. Minnie arranged everything on the low, dark, wooden coffee table in front of the chairs, allowing them a glorious view of the ocean. The shelf underneath it was less glorious, also overflowing with papers. Anna looked at it with resignation. I suppose if I want to read the rest, I'll have to go through every pile of papers in this house. And there are a lot, I can tell you. Yes, she wasn't the best at organization, your aunt. She had other skills, though. Yeah, do tell, Anna said, accepting the plate Minnie offers her. I always knew she was creative, but most of the time I spent with her was as a kid. Minnie settled herself across from Anna, thoughtfully nibbling on her scone. She had an uncanny knack for knowing what people needed, she said eventually. Anna waited, but Minnie didn't elaborate. She sipped at her tea, staring out over the ocean. Like how? Anna prompts. She takes a first bite and lets out an Did you make these? They are so good. Of course not, don't be silly. I don't bake. I picked them up from Lila's, asked what time they'd still be hot. Our little club gives you connections, you know. She tapped the side of her nose, smiling to herself. Then she looked anxious. You are going to stay, aren't you? We're down in numbers. Dear Eldred passed on last year, and now Clara. And Clara was the one who held it all together. I don't really know how we'll cope without her. It's been a shambles for over a year now, but we could still visit her and talk to her, now that she's gone. Anna murmured sympathetically and leaned forward to squeeze Minnie's hand. What did she do that held it together? And how did she give people what they needed? She asked, wanting to hear more, but conscious that these stories might bring joy, but might bring sadness too. Minnie sighed, wistful again. She was attentive, you know? She was very intuitive. She would just say the right thing at the right time. We'd all start on with our nonsense at meetings, and she could cut through, make it productive. We're just flailing about without her, all trying to cut through but just annoying each other. Anna digested this, thinking about her parents' scorn for Clara. They dismissed her free-spirited, creative life as rudderless and irresponsible. How did they not know this about her? That she fostered connection? She supposed if they hadn't seen her since she was a teenager, they hadn't given her a chance to show them who she'd become as an adult. That's how the book club started, really. Clara collecting broken people and giving them somewhere to belong. Anna blinked. Broken? Minnie smiled fondly at her. Did she not tell you about us? I would have thought we'd have made for interesting conversations. She laughed. Something about her carefree ease within her own skin, soothing some long-held tension in Anna's shoulders. Not really much at all, Anna responded, thinking about Clara claiming that they saved her, and how it was that Anna didn't even know when it was that Clara had needed help. Minnie stood up and offered Anna more tea, though she'd barely touched her cup. She shook her head, nursing it, the porcelain warm against her fingers. I lost my husband 30 years ago. Cancer. Horrible business, Minnie started, settling back into her chair. I spent 6 months barely leaving my house, talking to his photographs. I thought about quitting. Life, I mean. I felt so lost without him. She waved a hand dismissively when Anna goes to express her sympathy, but Anna could see the shadow of grief still lingering in her face. Clara showed up one day with a truly terrible romance novel and wouldn't leave until I'd agreed to critique it for this new club she was setting up. The Aspiring Authors Book Club, to review published books and the work of local aspiring authors. I was an editor back in the day, you know. I wondered how it started, Anna said, reaching for another scone. But what made you agree? Grief is such a hard road. She thought about Clara and the end of her marriage and the future life she had once imagined, and for a moment nearly gets lost inside the multifaceted face of that monster, how heavy it can weigh on a person. She was a force of nature, your aunt, and so kind and so fun. It was the best thing that had happened to me in a very long time. Also, she played her cards well, saying she needed my help. I felt obliged to assist her. You know, I think she wrote that damn first novel just to lure me in. It was truly awful, Minnie chuckled, her eyes distant with the memory. Then she had me over here every week, drinking tea and plotting the club, our goals, how to attract members. We even ran a fundraiser back then to be able to buy everyone the books on the first reading list. Suddenly, Minnie sat up, her face alight. That's actually not a bad idea. That might give us a focus, a way to bring us back to the same page. A little community event to bring us together, to find some new members. Oh no, Anna said, shaking her head fervently, trying to stop that idea before it ran off down the road in high heels. I'm still trying to unpack and go through Clara's stuff. My kids are not happy. I haven't even thought about my work. I have way too much on my plate to get involved in event planning. But she could see that Minnie was far too excited to rein in at this moment. I really can't, she pressed. Nothing to it, darling. I've done it before, and we'll get Trent to do most of it. He's run events at the bookstore before. We'll do planning instead of our regular meetings. It will help you bring the focus back and get to know some more people in the community. Don't worry at all. I'll take care of it. Minnie waved her little hands again as though nothing could be more breezy, and Anna's heart sank. But maybe the community part was a good idea. A way to get to know people, to find out what kids did for fun around here besides swim and surf. If I can really leave it to you, she hedged doubtfully. Minnie clapped her hands together in glee. Great, that's settled then. I'll send an email and we'll start next meeting. Now, what did we do last time? She mused. But Anna wants to get back to Clara and ignore every single thing about a fundraiser, especially the organizing with Trent part. So you two were the first members? How else did Clara help? Oh, just finding people who needed something extra in their lives. It's like she could smell them. Poppy was next, depressed after her retirement. She's gone now, of course, dear love. And Brendan, I rather think that was less than altruistic. He was a bit of a looker, that one. I think perhaps he and Clara had a little fling. And Joel, he was a handful. Just 16 when she got him in, going off the rails a bit. He straightened out and went to the city. He's a journalist now. Still pops in to visit us every year or two. Then there's Jordan, of course, fresh out of high school, with more talent than sense, and parents who thought writing was a waste of time. Though Ed came around to it later and got more involved, though his wife never did. Clara really took Jordan under her wing. All of us, really. We were like a bunch of stray puppies who came together, and together we somehow became some kind of strong pack. We lifted each other up. Minnie paused, then laughed. Hard to believe, I bet. Anna pondered this. The chaos of that first meeting began to make more sense, the sharp edges softening into something more meaningful. I thought, well, I wasn't sure what I thought, but Clara's letters said something about the book club saving her? Ah, Minnie's expression grew serious, the laughter lines around her mouth deepening into something more somber. I don't know about that, love. She was saving us. That was what I saw. But I will say this. Clara knew what she was doing, and if she thought you belonged in the book club, you belong in the book club. She wouldn't have left it in your hands without good reason. She patted Anna's hand then, her touch warm and reassuring, but Anna felt like she had more questions than answers. But Minnie's face lightened, like the subject was closed, and she glanced at Anna sideways with a teasing, sly grin. Now, about my octogenarian romance. I really think Bernard needs more backstory. Perhaps a tragic first marriage? Or a secret child? Anna couldn't help laughing, the sound bubbling up from somewhere deep inside, somewhere that had been too quiet for too long. For the first time since arriving in Warinyah Bay, she felt something like hope flutter through her body. Maybe there was more to this eccentric group than met the eye. Maybe Clara had known exactly what Anna needed, even if Anna herself hadn't known. Maybe the rebuilding part of her life needed to shift into something else. Flourishing. Expanding. "Tell me about Bernard," she said, reaching for a third scone and curling into her chair, her feet tucked up under her. "But please, no hot tub scenes before lunch." Minnie's delighted laugh filled the room, rich and genuine, and Anna found herself feeling like a different version of herself. A lighter, more carefree Anna, who could find joy in the here and now, without worrying about the future or the past. Smiling, she glanced at the gorgeous view, the morning light catching the dust motes dancing in the air, and for a moment, she could have sworn she felt Clara's presence, warm and approving, watching over them. Chapter 13. "So, a writer's workshop," Anna said, trying to keep her voice neutral as she sat across from Trent in his cramped office at the Twisted Spine. Tucked along one side of the little room where they'd had the book club meeting, it felt more like a wardrobe than a room. The shop bell tinkled from the front, but Trent didn't seem concerned with assisting whoever had entered. Since Minnie's visit last week, Anna had felt more settled about the book club, but this latest idea, unanimously voted for by the members, who all seemed to think they were qualified to teach writing, despite their distinct lack of published works, made her want to stab herself in the eye with a fork. The fact that she was sitting here with Trent didn't help. Despite Minnie's promises, this first planning meeting had been unceremoniously dumped on her that morning when Minnie had come down with a bad cold. "Can't it wait until you're better? I really don't have time," she had said, panicked. She really didn't have time. But Minnie sounded so terrible and tried to tell her something about bookings and dates and counsel through hacking coughs, and it seemed easier just to go along and to try to decipher it. She hadn't realized it was just with Trent, though. "Minnie thinks it will attract new blood," Trent said, raising an eyebrow in amusement. "Though I suspect she just wants a larger audience for Bernard's adventures." Anna couldn't help smiling, remembering Minnie's enthusiastic plotting over scones. The woman's zest for life was infectious, even if her prose needed work and the subject matter wasn't really to Anna's literary tastes. "Do you really want new members? No one can get a word in edgeways as it is." "That's a good point. I'm not sure any more will fit in the reading room either." Trent looked like he was about to say something, but stopped. "What?" Nothing." Anna didn't press. She wasn't sure she wanted to know. "Do we really need to do this now? I should be focusing on getting the kids ready for starting a new school. I was hoping to get them into some local clubs or sports or something, so they knew at least a couple of kids on their first day." "Oh, I might be able to help with that," Trent said, seeming grateful for the change of subject. "The local sports clubs are pretty active, even in winter. What are they into?" "Jake plays basketball, but Emma..." Anna trailed off, thinking about her daughter's increasing withdrawal from everything she used to enjoy. She used to dance and play basketball, but she's kind of given up on everything lately. Trent nodded thoughtfully. "The basketball team here is pretty good. Jeannie, my sister, she's actually helping coach the under-14s, temporarily. They're always looking for new players." He pulled out his phone. "I can give you her number. She'd be happy to have Jake come to a training session, meet some of the kids before school starts." Trent thinks Jeannie would also be happy to have a reason to corner Anna and bombard her with questions about her love life, which apparently she hadn't managed to do yet, and he wondered if he should warn Anna. "Your sister lives here too?" she asked, surprised. She hadn't known Trent had any siblings. "Temporarily," he said, his expression suggesting that that wasn't exactly his favorite thing. She's good with kids, used to coach before. He cleared his throat. Anyway, as for Emma, there's a really active youth group that meets at the community center. They do all sorts of activities: art, music, sport. It's pretty casual, no pressure to commit to anything specific. Might be a good way for her to meet some people her age. Anna felt another flutter of hope. The last week hadn't been very productive on that front. Anna had been sorting through boxes, enrolling in schools, and sourcing uniforms. They'd need to travel to the next town, and fielding calls from Mark about when she would be back for him to see the kids. That actually sounds perfect. She needs something low-key right now. The move has been hard on her. I can imagine, Trent said softly, and something in his tone made Anna look up. His eyes were warm and understanding. It's not easy being uprooted at that age. No, Anna agreed, quickly glancing away, thinking about Emma's closed door and sullen silences. I keep telling myself it will get better, that this was a good choice, but... It will, Trent assured her. Warinyah Bay has a way of growing on people, even reluctant teenagers. He smiled, and Anna found herself smiling back, caught in the genuine kindness of his expression. It wasn't lost on her that he had seemed to notice her discomfort and had immediately lightened the mood. Oh, he added, sitting up straighter. There's also a writing group for teens at the library. Not like our chaos, he grinned. But they meet every fourth Saturday morning. Some really creative kids. They're working on a zine right now, I think. Emma used to write poetry, Anna said thoughtfully. She hasn't mentioned it in ages, but maybe... I can introduce you to Sarah, the librarian who runs it. She's great with teenagers. Very cool, according to the local youths. Well, the ones who patronize my store anyway. They might be a biased sample. Anna felt overwhelmed by his helpfulness and guilty about her earlier reluctance to meet with him. Thank you, Trent. This is really helpful. He shrugged, but looked pleased. It's a small town. We try to look out for each other. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the sound of birds and the occasional floorboard creak from whoever was roaming out in the front of the store. Anna found herself studying Trent's profile as he jotted down some names and contact details for her. The years had been kind to him, she thought, then immediately chastised herself for noticing. About what I was going to say before, Trent said suddenly, looking slightly uncomfortable. The book club meetings... They used to be at Clara's house, in the sunroom usually. I think that's partly why everyone's a bit, well, lost. It was more than just a meeting place, it was... He paused, searching for words. A home, Anna finished softly, remembering Minnie's words about Clara collecting strays. Yeah, Trent agreed. Clara had a way of making everyone feel welcome, no matter how different or difficult they might be. He looked at her then, his face serious. She'd be happy you're here, you know. She used to talk about you a lot. My niece. I wish I'd known it was you. Anna swallowed against a sudden tightness in her throat. You know about the caveat in the will? She asked. Trent looked confused. No, what? Oh, it's nothing, just... I'm not sure why she wanted me here. I feel like I'm fumbling in the dark. The house, the book club, the kids. It's a lot. You don't have to do it all at once, Trent said gently. And you don't have to do it alone. The simple kindness in his voice undid her. To her horror, she felt tears welling up. I just feel overwhelmed, she whispered. Like moving here was so impulsive, so unlike me. Emma's angry. Her dad is angry. I left my job. I don't know what I'm doing, Trent. He leaned forward across the desk, his eyes concerned. You don't have to know, he said. You just have to keep showing up. Anna had her eyes down, embarrassed about the wetness in them, but she looked up at that. That's what Clara used to say. She was right about a lot of things. His smile was gentle, and for a moment, Anna had an overwhelming urge to lean forward and lay her head on his shoulder and close her eyes and rest. Surrender. Stop trying to manage everything and let it all go. In mortified response to the impulse, she jerked back a little, causing Trent's brow to furrow. I found some of her writing, she said, changing the subject hurriedly. It must just be that he's a friendly face, someone she previously trusted, putting such ridiculous thoughts in her head. She'd never leaned her head on anyone's shoulder in moments of overwhelm, ever. Probably not even Mark's. Did you ever read the romance she was working on? Not much. She was quite private about it. Is it finished? I don't know. I found a few pages here and a few pages there. I'd love to read more. There are dozens of boxes in that house, though. It might take me all year to go through them. I could help, Trent offered, something flickering across his face. Oh! Anna was lost for words again. The thought of him and his dreamy forearms in her house was altogether too disconcerting. She stared at him helplessly, that dangerous flutter in her stomach again. The tiny office suddenly felt very warm. But then a woman's voice from out the front cut through the moment. Young man, these books are completely out of order. How is a person supposed to find a single thing? Trent chuckled. Mrs. Henderson. She'll reorganize the entire romance section if I don't go help. But about the workshop. He hesitated, then pushed on. I've hosted author events before. I could try to shift the book club in that direction. It would be much less work for us, and probably likely to get much more buy-in from the community. Let's just take a rain check on it, and meet again in a week and I'll report back. Give you a chance to get some of the kids' stuff underway. That would be amazing? Terrifying? Anna settled for, really helpful, thank you. She gathered her things and looked at Trent again. Thank you, really, for all the information about the clubs and the contacts and everything. And her voice trailed off. Being comforting and nice, she thought to herself, and seeming to have forgiven me for being a shoddy friend all those years ago without so much as mentioning it. You're welcome, he replied, standing to, and then they did an awkward jostle at the door in the tiny space, Trent's cologne, something subtle and woodsy, lingering in her senses all the way home. Just a friend, she told herself firmly, nothing more. But her thudding heart pointedly disagreed. Chapter 14. Anna sat cross-legged on Clara's study floor, surrounded again by stacks of papers and photos. She'd been methodically working through the boxes each morning while the kids slept in, trying to maintain some sense of order in the chaos. Today, though, she'd spent the morning contacting the people Trent had suggested and spending time with the kids. It was mid-afternoon before she let herself start hunting again, and she'd just found another fragment of the manuscript, and her heart was racing. The protagonist, Clara had named her Rose, was describing a family dinner that had gone horribly wrong. Something about it niggled at her, and she couldn't work out what, but it had definitely left her dysregulated and edgy. They had already decided who I was, Rose said in the story. No amount of evidence to the contrary would change their minds. Perhaps it was the way in which some of her own family dinners played out. Anna remembered a sense that who she was didn't matter very much to her parents, only what she did. So long as she did the right thing and shouldered her responsibilities, affection was abundant. If she expressed any other ideas, though. She can still see her mother's face, tight with disapproval, when she'd announced her plans to study literature and creative writing instead of law. Just like Clara, she'd said, making it sound like an accusation. Living in a fantasy world. The scene went on to show Rose leaving her family behind, to build a life that was true to herself rather than their expectations. But there was haunting pain laced through the pages. Anna wondered if Clara had been writing about herself. It would make sense. Write what you know, isn't that what they say? Not that Anna knew. She'd abandoned the plan to study literature under her mother's pressure. From downstairs she heard Jake's voice, animated in a way she hadn't heard since the move. Yeah, training's at 4. The coach said I could join in today. Anna smiled, grateful for Trent's suggestion about the basketball team. Jake had been texting with one of the other players all morning, making plans to meet up early and practice some shots before the official training. Emma had shown less enthusiasm, no flicker of interest when Anna mentioned the teen writing group. Yeah, she'd said, non-committal. With strangers? Maybe not. Anna steals a glance at her now, her long dark hair flopping over her face, concealing eyes glued to her phone, no doubt. At least she seemed to want to be near Anna, even if she wasn't saying much. The sudden realization that there shouldn't be anyone else in the house for Jake to be talking to startled her out of her chair. Honey, she called down the stairs, starting to trot down them. She knew her son well enough to know that he wouldn't have called any new friends to chat. Texting was more his thing. Hurrying around the corner to the foyer, she almost ran into him, standing back from the front door and holding it wide open. For Trent bloody perfect, who looked suitably apologetic. Sorry to drop by unannounced, he said, but Minnie's still sick, and there's a bit of a situation with the workshop planning. I was just walking by. Oh? Anna stood behind Jake dumbly. The council needs the paperwork by Friday if we want the community centre for the 18th, and she's absolutely convinced it has to be that weekend because of some astrological alignment that's apparently perfect for creative endeavours. He rolled his eyes good-naturedly. And she insisted I check that you were available. Sounds like it would have been less trouble for her to just call me herself. Anna couldn't help sounding grumpy. Despite her recent softening toward the whole thing, the urgency and the pressure irked her. It raised that same uncomfortable feeling she had just had in the study. Something about not feeling bulldozed as such. Being bulldozed by your own self-pressure to do the right thing and accommodate others, she realizes with a shock. It's not that she doesn't want to help with a workshop. It's that with all these people asking, she can't even stop and think about herself. She's wired to just say yes. Even if it's inconvenient or bad timing, or she's overwhelmed, or she just plain doesn't feel like it. But that's not Trent's fault, she thought to herself, softening. She softened further when a large golden retriever appeared and thrust its nose into her palm. Oh my goodness, is this your dog? Latte, wait for an invitation, Trent scolded her, but she just wagged her tail. Yeah, she was obviously too lazy to say hello the other day, hey girl? He leaned down and patted her haunches, his face loving. Oh, she's so welcome, aren't you lovely? Anna's voice is filled with wonder. I always wanted a dog. Mark refused to get one, and then after the divorce, we were just in an apartment. Her voice trailed off, her face somber. Come up to the study. I've got my diary up there. I have no idea what's happening when with school stuff and kids stuff, but I'm sure the dates will be fine. She led him upstairs. Trent seemed right at home among the papers and books, settling into the window seat as though he belonged there. Anna looked around, but Emma had vanished. Good news about basketball. I introduced myself to Jake, he said, apologetic again. Asked if he was going to try it. Yeah, he's happy. Seems to be making a friend already. No such luck with the other one, though. And sounds like you didn't have any luck heading Minnie off with an author event instead of a writing workshop? None at all. Everyone is thrilled with the idea of showcasing their special skills. There was resigned laughter in his voice, but also fondness. I found some old files from previous events that might help. They used to do quite a few writing workshops before... He trailed off. Before Clara got sick? Anna guessed. He nodded. Things kind of fell apart after that, but I looked over them. They'll give us a framework and a list of contacts to spread the word. I thought it might be a nice way for you to meet some people. I could take you around, introduce you. We could come up with a plan that saves us from looking like complete lunatics. He grinned. If you want to tackle this together. Like debate prep, Anna said without thinking, then blushed, though she wasn't sure why. Remembering their friendship, the easy intimacy, remembering how she left the friendship at the end. But Trent smiled. Something wistful crossed his face. plotting in a bookstore instead of a library this time. Silence hung in the air, and Anna wanted to do something, to convey in some way how much he had mattered to her back then, and how sorry she was that she didn't honor that. But then he grinned again. You were always brilliant at organizing our arguments into something coherent. Remember that time we were researching for the state finals, and you found that obscure quote about justice that completely demolished the opposition's argument? You teased me relentlessly because I always laughed at the quotes you pulled from unheard-of tomes. Then I did the same thing, but you used it in the close. The memory hit Anna with unexpected force, the adrenaline, the concentration, the excitement. The way Trent's whole face had lit up when he'd slammed down that quote in his final words and turned to meet her eyes. She'd felt so clever, so capable then, before marriage and motherhood and divorce had worn away at her confidence. You always did that, she said softly. Made sure I knew that my contributions mattered. Something flickered in Trent's eyes, but before he could respond, Emma appeared in the doorway. Mum? She stopped short at the sight of Trent. Oh, sorry. No, come in, Anna said quickly. You remember Trent from the supermarket? We're planning a writing workshop. To Anna's surprise, Emma didn't immediately retreat. What kind of writing? All kinds, Trent said easily. We're thinking of having a youth section too, something targeting self-expression for social media, or maybe poetry. Anna stared at him in this complete fabrication, but he just smiled at her, giving the slightest movement of a shoulder, like an invitation. Arna ran with it. We could really use a youth perspective in the planning, she said carefully. If you're interested, we're hoping to attract a wide audience. Emma hesitated, then moved into the room. I guess I could help. You know, if you need it. And Trent, without missing a beat, switched to engaging the disconnected teenager mode. Pull up a chair, he said, moving some papers aside. We were just discussing workshop formats. How did he know you gotta take what teens offer when they offer it? Did he have kids himself? Anna wondered. He hadn't mentioned a wife, or a we, or an us. As Emma settled in, offering tentative suggestions that grew more confident as Trent and Anna encouraged her, Anna felt something in her whole body calm. Is this why Clara had wanted her here? Not just to run the book club, but to find time? Time to connect to her children, so hard to come by in the busy, expensive city? Time to draw them into community, to create something meaningful? Because Emma would not have been caught dead contributing to an old person's book club in Sydney, that was for sure. It was worth the move just for this one, single, amazing night. Oh, she exclaimed suddenly, spotting another manuscript page that had slipped from a folder. I keep finding pieces of Clara's story scattered everywhere. What's it about? Emma asked, surprising Anna again with her interest. I'm not really sure yet, she replied, but I'm going to find it, one page at a time, and find out. They fell into an easy rhythm, Anna making notes while Trent outlined possible workshop structures and drew a young person's perspective out of Emma. It felt familiar and comfortable, like muscle memory taking over. Muscle memory, plus a child and a consciousness of the way Trent took up space in the room, the way his body moved and his eyes smiled. What if we did something interactive? Anna suggested, suddenly actually truly excited about the workshop. Not just lectures, but writing exercises and critiques? Minnie would love that. And Jordan would hate it, which is a bonus, Trent grinned, joking. But seriously, that's good. Get people actually writing instead of just talking about writing. We could have different stations, Anna said, sketching out ideas quickly in her notebook. Poetry, short stories, character development, maybe even audience interaction and feedback. With some ground rules, of course. We don't want anyone decimated. I could reach out to some published authors in the region, Trent added. I've got contacts through the store. They worked steadily for an hour, bouncing ideas back and forth, some ludicrous, some taking shape. Anna found herself finishing Trent's sentences, just like she used to, and laughter and warmth spread through her body like molasses, thick and rich and glorious. She was just about to invite Trent to stay for dinner, just about to allow herself to admire his lips and eyes and not berate herself, when Jake's shocked voice cut through the easy perfection of their evening. "Dad?" Chapter 15. Anna. Mark's voice was soft, conciliatory. "Can we talk?" Anna felt frozen, her gaze darting between Jake's hopeful face and Mark's earnest one. She was acutely aware of Trent's presence upstairs behind her. Emma had trailed down the stairs after her, her posture strangely stiff. "What are you doing here, Mark? You can't just drop in." "I've been trying to call. You haven't been answering." "I've been busy trying to sort things out." Her voice was short. "The kids have phones. You can call them directly. But we need to talk. About this move. About us." At that moment, Trent appeared behind her. "Should I go? Or would you like me to stay?" he asked quietly, his eyes searching Anna's face when she turned. He looked concerned, but also closed off. All the warmth and ease of the evening had evaporated. Without a word, Emma disappeared back upstairs, all her enthusiasm and interest gone, too. "You should go," Mark snapped, his voice rising. "I haven't seen my kids for 2 weeks. What the hell, Anna?" "You hadn't seen them for the 2 weeks before we left either, but that didn't seem to bother you." She turned back to Trent. "I'm sorry, Trent. Thanks for the brainstorming. And for..." She tilted her head upstairs, indicating Emma, trying to express her gratitude at how he drew her out of her shell. But Mark, misinterpreting, looked thunderous. "I'll see you at the next meeting," she added hurriedly, and he nodded and disappeared out the door. For a moment, Anna felt compelled to explain, reassure Mark that there was nothing going on there. It was just the book club. But she caught herself. "I don't have to explain myself to this man." Instead, she focused on Jake's animated face. At least one of her children was happy to see their father. "Give us a few minutes, will you, buddy?" Mark said to him, his face smoothing out, back to conciliatory. Then to Anna, "Are we going to talk in the doorway?" Grudgingly, she led him into the kitchen and perched on a bar stool. She would not invite him into the sunroom and have him tar that lovely space. And she made a conscious effort not to make it easier for him like she usually would. She waited in silence. "I'm getting help," Mark said, his voice pitched low. "Real help this time. I've joined a program, 30 days, inpatient, as well as AA." "It's a bit late for that, don't you think, Mark? I mean, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for our kids. I really hope it sticks this time. But what does it have to do with me?" "I've been seeing someone, a therapist, and they're helping me to see how it must have been for you. All those false starts." His voice was soft, and he was looking at her attentively. Jake popped his head around the kitchen door, bursting with impatience. "Are you staying for a while, Dad? Might you move here?" "No," Anna said quickly. At the same time, Mark said, "We'll see, buddy." Anna shot him a warning look. "Jake, honey, can you go check on your sister?" "Okay," he said reluctantly. "But Dad's staying for dinner, right?" Before Anna could respond, Mark smiled. "Of course I am, champ. Go on up. I need to talk to your mom for a bit." As soon as Jake was gone, Anna turned on Mark. "You can't do this. You can't just show up and make promises." "I'm their father, Anna. I have rights, and I'm getting better. Don't the kids deserve to have their dad in their lives? A proper dad?" "They deserve consistency," Anna shot back. "They deserve to be able to trust that when you say you'll do something, you'll actually do it. They deserve..." "A family," Mark interrupted. "They deserve a chance to have their family back together. And so do we." Anna stared at him. "There is no we, Mark. That ship has sailed." "Has it?" He stepped closer, and Anna caught the faintest whiff of mint, as though he'd been frantically chewing gum. Or have you just not given us a proper chance to fix things? I'm doing the work now, Anna. I'm really trying. Don't you think we owe it to the kids to at least try? And there it was again, that familiar doubt. What was the right thing to do? What was best for her children? This time it's different, Anna. I know I've said that before, but he ran a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar it made Anna's chest ache. It made him look vulnerable and self-conscious, and she was acutely conscious of how sad she still felt for him. Losing you guys, having you move so far away, it's been a wake-up call. I'm going to stay sober this time, and I'm going to fight for my family. Anna looked at him blankly. How she had longed for him to say those words 5 years ago, 10, 15, and mean them. I think, she said carefully, that the kids need stability right now. They need to know where they stand. If you're serious about getting help, that's wonderful, but you need to prove it with actions, not words. And you need to cool before you visit. Mark's face hardened slightly. And what about your new friend? Is he providing stability? Does he call before he visits? That's nothing to do with... I saw how he looked at you, Anna, and how comfortable he seemed in our house. This isn't our house, Anna said, anger flaring. It's my house, and Trent is helping with a community project, nothing more. Mark's laugh was bitter. Sure, just like he helped with debate team back in high school. I remember how he used to look at you then, too. Anna felt her anger rising. You don't get to do this. You don't get to show up unannounced and try to control who I spend time with. We're divorced, Mark. I'm not the one who broke our marriage vows. Mark's face darkened. No? You just gave up. What about in sickness and in health? Drinking is a disease, Anna. You never stuck with supporting me. You never gave me the help I needed from you. How is that any better? I think you should go, Anna said, her voice stiff. Call tomorrow when you're calmer, and we can arrange a proper visit with the kids. She noticed that he still couldn't bring himself to say the word alcoholism in relation to himself. Drinking sounded so much more casual. No, I have nowhere to stay. I've just driven 8 hours to see my family, and I'm going to see them, Anna. I'm staying here. Jake's face popped around the door again. Are you guys done? Are you really staying, Dad? His face was all excitement and joy, and Anna felt the kick of doubt in her tightening chest again. For a moment, she forgot that the kids' joy was always followed by despair. The missed basketball games, the drunken jokes that only Mark found funny. All she saw was Jake's unfiltered delight. So when Mark looked at her and raised an eyebrow, she found herself nodding. Yes, sweetheart. Dad's staying. Just for tonight. Chapter 16. Trent walked home along the beach, deliberately taking the longer route. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, but he barely noticed. His mind was replaying the evening over and over. The easy flow of conversation, Anna's bright eyes as she noted down ideas, the way Emma had slowly opened up, tentative at first, then really getting into the swing of it. And then Mark's arrival, shattering the moment like a rock through glass. He'd recognized him immediately. The same self-assured stance, the same way of taking up space in a room. Entitled, Trent had thought. He hadn't missed the possessive note in his voice either, or the way Anna had tensed when he appeared. Latte bounded ahead, chasing seabirds, completely oblivious to her owner's unease. Trent envied her uncomplicated joy. This is exactly why we don't get involved, he told her as she trotted back to him, sand coating her golden fur. People are messy, complicated, unpredictable. Latte wagged her tail, unconvinced. Back at the bookstore, he climbed the stairs to his apartment. Both it and the shop felt like his sanctuary. Everything was exactly where it should be. Books arranged by genre and then alphabetically in the store. his favorite reading chair angled perfectly toward the window, Latte's bed tucked in the corner in the apartment. No surprises, no complications. No gorgeous redheads with quick minds and slow smiles, making him feel things he'd carefully avoided feeling for decades. It doesn't matter anyway, he told himself firmly, pulling out his worn copy of Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. She's clearly got enough on her plate. And he did too, he reminded himself. The store needed inventory. The reading group at the aged care facility was coming up. He had his routine, his quiet life. It worked. Everything in its place. But as he settled into his chair, he noticed that everything wasn't quite as orderly as he liked. Jeannie's doona was strewn across the couch, and her suitcase contents spilled over onto the floor in the far corner. He couldn't focus on the book, or the words that usually soothed him when he felt unsettled or dissatisfied, like, "I'm grateful for Latte, for friendships, for having every material thing I need for a happy life. I feel content with the life I have built. I have everything I need." Reminding himself of that had always worked for him, but not tonight. Instead, his mind wandered to dinner with his parents the night before they left for an especially long business trip. He'd been 17. "We've arranged for a cleaner once a fortnight," his mother had said, not looking up from her phone. "There's plenty of food in the freezer," his father had added. "And the credit card is for emergencies only, Trent. Real emergencies." Neither had asked how he felt about being left alone again. Neither had noticed his straight A's, his debate team victories, his quiet desperation for their approval. When he was younger and had cried when they left, they'd scolded him impatiently. "Don't make us feel bad," and "You're 13, Trent, don't be such a baby." He'd learned early, unconsciously, that you don't feel your feelings, you push them away, out of sight, and pretend they don't exist. Feelings, needs, made people cross or disgusted with you. They made you weak and vulnerable. And caring too much was dangerous. People left or disappointed you, or both. And those feelings could crush you down to nothing. He never thought about it in such clear terms, of course, but he was drawn to books because they were reliable. Stories had structure, beginning, middle, end. Unlike life, which was messy and unpredictable, and full of people who could hurt you if you let them. The shop bell jingled downstairs, startling him from his thoughts, memories of the aching emptiness that plunged him into a closed-off darkness every time his parents left. He glanced at his watch, nearly 8 o'clock. The store had been closed since he'd left for his walk earlier, and found himself at Anna's. He truly hadn't intended to end up there. "We're closed," he called out, cursing himself for forgetting to lock the door. He didn't feel like talking to anyone right now. "Oh, sorry, I'll go." The quiet, familiar young voice had him leaping out of his chair. She already had the front door open again by the time he was halfway down the stairs. "Emma, are you okay?" And then, "Does your mum know you're here?" She shook her head, hovering in the doorway. "She's busy with Dad. I just didn't want to be there." Something in her voice made Trent's chest tight. He recognized that tone, the careful control masking something deeper. It cut straight into the scene he'd just been thinking about. "Come in," he said, gesturing to the stairs. "I was just about to make a hot chocolate. Text your mum, though, just to let her know you're okay." Emma nodded slowly and started toward him. He led her into his tiny apartment, the thought crossing his mind that a middle-aged man alone with a young girl was not a great idea. "My sister will be home soon," he said, casually, to reassure her. "I apologize in advance if she asks nosy questions. She likes to know everything about everyone." Emma just nodded, not smiling at his light-hearted tone, but she looked slightly less tense. Still, she perched on the edge of the chair he indicated she could sit on, like she might need to flee at any moment. Latte immediately patted over, resting her head on Emma's knee. The teenager's hand automatically went to scratch behind her ears and stroke her soft coat. "Nice place," she said, looking around. "Very organized." "Unlike your great-aunt's house?" Trent smiled, busying himself with making hot chocolate. "Yeah, A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Although, I kind of like it there now. When Dad's not. She trailed off, but Trent waited, knowing sometimes silence was the best response. He always does this, she burst out suddenly. Shows up and makes these big promises, and Mum gets all weird and Jake gets all excited, and then… She swallowed hard. Then he starts drinking again, and everything gets horrible. Trent handed her a steaming mug, his heart aching for her. That must be really hard. You know, I gave Mum such a hard time about moving here, but I kind of liked not having to see Dad. Like, there was a reason not to. I didn't have to make excuses or hurt his feelings, like a fresh start or whatever. And it was starting to feel okay. The workshop stuff actually sounded kind of cool. She looked up at him. But now he's here and he's talking about moving here too, and I can't do it again. I can't watch Mum try to fix him. Trent sat down opposite her, choosing his words carefully. Your mum seems pretty committed to you and Jake. Have you told her how you feel? Didn't help you, a little voice says in his head though. Yeah, but Dad knows exactly what to say to make her doubt herself. He's already got Jake all excited about him staying. And you should have seen her face when he started talking about getting help and staying sober. Emma's voice was bitter. He always says that stuff. And Mum always wants to believe him. Trent thought about Anna's face when Mark had arrived, the tension, the wariness, but also the flicker of… what? Something. He pushes down the surge of protectiveness he feels, though. It's not his place. Sometimes, he said thoughtfully, people want to believe the best about someone because they remember who that person used to be, or who they wanted them to be. It doesn't mean they'll make the same choices they made before. Emma looked skeptical. You don't know my dad. No, Trent agreed. But I know something about parents who disappoint you and let you down. And you know what? Kids deserve better. Every kid deserves parents who love them and value them and help them become the best version of themselves. So I think it's worth telling your mom how you're feeling. Maybe it won't change anything. But maybe it will. And either way, you're what, 16? You're allowed to say what you want and don't want in your life now. Even if your mom doesn't say it, you're allowed to tell your dad that you need him to do better, or you're not interested in what he has to offer. Trent listened to himself in surprise. Where did that come from? He certainly never thought about his own parents like that before, and he certainly never said anything like that to them. He wonders, briefly, if it would have helped. Emma studied him over her mug. Is that why you live with your sister? Above a bookstore? Trent laughed softly. Partly. Books are comforting. They can't let you down. Trent startled again. He doesn't know where that thought came from either. They can't hug you either, Emma replied. Or laugh at your jokes. Or… She gestured vaguely around them. Make you hot chocolates when you're feeling glum. Trent felt something twist in his chest. Out of the mouths of babes, indeed. No, he admitted. They can't. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, both sipping their hot chocolate, latte moving between them for pats and attention. I should probably get back, Emma said eventually, before Dad has a tanty that he just arrived and I left. I'll walk you, Trent said, standing. It was fully dark now. It's like 2 blocks. Emma rolled her eyes, but she smiled. They walked in silence, Trent stopping when the lights of the beach house were in sight. Thanks for… Emma said. Any time, Trent replied, and really meant it. He watched her until she was safely inside the front door, then turned to Latte. Don't say it, he warned the dog, who was giving him a knowing look. But Emma's words echoed in his head. Books can't hug you, make you hot chocolates when you're feeling glum. Can't make your heart race with a single smile, or your skin tingle with an accidental touch. The unbidden thoughts make him squirm. He thought about Anna, probably dealing with Mark right now, trying to navigate what was best for her children. He wanted to help, to protect her, to... what? Save her? She didn't need saving. She'd already saved herself by leaving Mark in the first place. No. What he wanted was much more dangerous. He wanted to make her laugh, to see that spark in her eyes when she got excited about an idea. Worse, he wanted to hold her. But what did he have to offer her? He couldn't afford anything fancy. He had no skills aside from quoting obscure books, and she would leave, eventually, like everyone else. No, it wasn't worth getting attached to her, or to Emma. It made sense that if Mark could get sober, that they'd try to make their family work. And if Mark was really serious about it, even Emma would come around. What kid didn't really want their parents in their lives, preferably together? Do parents change, though? Does anyone? A memory pops up, unbidden, of him sitting by the front door, sobbing. He'd held in his tears until his parents had gotten into the taxi, afraid of their distaste about his sadness. But once they had gone, the loneliness and the fear had overwhelmed him. He must have been 13. From about that age, he always made sure that not a single soul ever saw him cry. He'd numbed those feelings so much that he didn't even cry at his parents' funerals. He can't actually remember a single time as an adult when he'd cried. Something about this image unsettled him deeply. If he'd let himself sit with it, it might have finally occurred to him that his parents were the ones who were doing it wrong there, not him. That feeling your feelings was the healthy thing to do, and perhaps if they'd handled things differently, he might have grown up handling his feelings differently too. But he pushed it all away, like he always did. His parents' empty chairs at his high school graduation, the way Jeannie had chosen boyfriend after boyfriend over staying with him, the look on Anna's face when Mark had appeared, the fact that she never replied to his letters after high school. He didn't even know if she'd liked his wedding gift. Not happening, he told Latte firmly, shoring up his own conviction as he sank into his armchair back home. We're staying right here, where no one can disappoint anyone. She'd chosen Mark over him before, he reminded himself. Better to stay casual friends, be there if she needed a friend, but keep his heart safe. Still, he couldn't help texting her. Let me know if you need anything. T. He'd do that for any friend whose alcoholic ex had just turned up, he tells himself. And it was true. He would. Still, as he drifted off to sleep late that night, he saw images of the way her eyes had sparkled when she laughed, and his body remembered how right it had felt, sitting in her house, with her family, making plans. Chapter 17. The next day, Anna sat in Clara's study, unable to settle on any task. She'd tossed and turned all night, unable to forget that Mark was just down the hall in the spare room, and then she'd been up at sunrise making coffee, unsettled and edgy. Mark had taken Jake out to shoot hoops, something he hadn't done for years back home, and to walk around the town, and for that, at least, she was grateful. Jake had been so happy, bouncing off the walls with plans. He'd been devastated when Mark had announced it was time to go after lunch, but Mark had explained about the program starting the following day, his voice earnest and responsible. Emma had stayed in her room. Anna had thought about urging her down like she would have even a year ago. He's come all this way, he wants to spend time with you, etc., helping the two of them bridge the gap. But something stopped her. She had the thought that that was not honoring Emma's experience, that it wasn't fair to Emma, and also that it wasn't her bloody job to parent for the both of them. Mark had made that mess. He needed to be the one to fix it. Or not. He'll disappoint them endlessly. Best they find out now, and I upskill them with how to manage it, she thought, and was startled upright. She'd never thought anything like that before. She'd always been focused on helping Mark do better. Helping the kids make accommodations, she realized. just like she always did. The thought is horrifying. She does not want her daughter spending 15 years trying to help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. Anyway, he was gone. And she was glad. Her fingers traced the edges of the manuscript pages she'd found earlier. The words kept coming back to her, and she found herself reading and rereading one passage. Sometimes the people who are supposed to love you unconditionally are the ones who place the most conditions on their love. Watching my sister's face harden as she handed down her ultimatum. Watching my parents choose their reputation over me. For a time, I thought I'd never recover. But in losing them, I found others. People who understood that love isn't about fixing or changing someone. It's about creating space for them to become who they truly are and loving that person just as they are. Sometimes the family you find, the ones who choose you, who see you clearly and love you anyway, heal the wounds your first family inflicted. They're the ones who matter. Something about these words felt personal, urgent, like Clara was trying to tell Anna something important, but her mind kept shying away from it, and it remained out of her grasp. She tried to focus. Is there something autobiographical there? But her mind kept drifting to Mark's promises, to Jake's hopeful face, to Emma's closed door. Just give him a chance, Mum, Jake had pleaded. He's really trying this time. She should feel hopeful, shouldn't she? This was what she'd wanted for so long. Mark getting real help, fighting for his family. Instead, she felt hollow. Like she was reading from a script she'd performed too many times before. She thought about the evening, before Mark arrived, the easy flow of conversation with Trent, the way Emma had opened up, offering ideas and opinions. For a moment, she'd glimpsed a possible future. Family dinners filled with laughter, genuine connections, real conversations. Trent's fingers on her skin, maybe. She shivered. She was being selfish. The kids needed their father. What if fighting for their family was the only thing that was motivating Mark to get sober? Could she entertain the idea, for his sobriety, for her kids to have a chance at having a real father, one who was really, truly present for the next 40 years? The way you never really could be when you were always slightly, if not ragingly, drunk. She couldn't let her attraction to Trent, his appealing humor, his quiet strength, the way he seemed to understand Emma without trying, cloud her judgment. She had to focus on what was best for her children. Besides, she reasoned, Trent probably had his own life, his own reasons for staying single, or discreet, in a small town. The way he'd withdrawn when Mark arrived spoke volumes. He didn't want to be involved in their complicated family dynamics, and who could blame him? No, she would keep things professional. Book club, workshop planning, nothing more. She didn't know what she was going to do about Mark, if he would even go to rehab, which she doubted. But even without him complicating things, she just needed to focus on being a mum. Letting herself dream of something more felt too risky, too painful, and too likely to fail. And she couldn't risk more uncertainty for her kids. The way Emma had stiffened in Mark's presence broke her heart. For a second, Trent's text message from last night crosses her mind. The yearning in her body to lean into it. The sensible response she actually sent. Which was to thank him, briefly, then quietly turn off her phone. She'd worked so hard to build a stable life for them after the divorce. She couldn't risk destabilizing everything again, no matter how lovely Trent was, how kind his eyes were, and how much she felt she could trust him. She'd thought those things about Mark, too, once. But maybe he could be that person again, without the booze. There was someone underneath all that she had fallen in love with, stayed in love with. Maybe she should give him this chance to be the father their children deserved. Maybe she did give up too soon on the whole, in sickness, part. She can feel herself start to spiral into that familiar self-doubt. What was the right thing to do? Clara's words echoed in her mind. Love isn't about fixing or changing someone. It's about creating space for them to become who they truly are. Why was it bugging her so much? She felt agitated and restless. But she'd spent so long, her entire life, in fact, trying to do the right thing by everyone else and not listening to her body and her heart, that she mistook the rage she felt bubbling away under the surface as overwhelm at the stresses of life. She stood up, thinking she needed a nice cup of tea to calm her. Either that, or wine, she thought ruefully, remembering Minnie's words. This too shall pass, she whispered to herself. But it made her feel like her life was more a test of endurance than anything else. And she doesn't notice that what she built after the divorce was the shell of a life, not life itself. Chapter 18. You should have told me where you were going last night. When Emma had softly opened and shut the front door the previous night, Anna had been shocked and frightened to realize she hadn't even realized her daughter had left the house. That's what focusing on Mark does to your family. An unbidden thought came to her now. She'd given up on trying to get anything done in the study and wandered down to the kitchen for tea. Emma was sitting at the little table nook that overlooked the beach, her face blank. Would you have heard me? Over Dad's promises. Emma's voice was quiet, but somehow also full of sharp edges. Anna paused abruptly. She abandoned the idea of tea and went and sat down opposite her daughter. I'm listening now. Are you? Because it feels like we're about to do this whole thing again. Dad shows up, makes promises, you try to make it work, and then everything falls apart. Again. Anna started to protest, to explain about the rehab program, to point out that she hadn't done that since the divorce, but Emma cut her off. I liked it here, she said. Yesterday, with Trent, planning the workshop, it felt normal, good. Like maybe we could actually have a life here without all the drama and disappointment. Anna felt tears prick her eyes. Oh, honey, your dad loves you. I thought you'd want him to get better and be around more. Well, I don't, Emma snapped. How many chances does one man get? If he gets his life together, great. He can make amends then. Maybe he'll be a better dad for the next family. But I'm sick of it, and you should be too. Let him come and talk about it when it's done, not when he's planning it. Until then, let's do what suits us. With that, she scooted off the bench seat and stomped off to her room. Anna stared after her in shock. She had always thought both kids wanted their marriage to work. Another thought slipped into her mind, worrying her. What sort of example are you setting for your daughter, if even she can see that you put your life on hold to fix other people, instead of living? She thought she'd protected the kids from all the false starts with sobriety. She'd carefully kept arguments private when the kids were at school or in bed. It seemed she hadn't done as good a job at that as she had thought. Sighing, she thought she might as well go to the care facility and pick up Clara's things. They'd left her several messages, saying there were a few boxes of things they'd like picked up, or would she prefer that they donate them? Though she was sorely tempted to choose the donation option, she didn't need any more boxes in this house. She couldn't risk losing any bits of Clara's manuscript. I'm just going to go to Sapphire to pick up some of Clara's things, she called up the stairs. Do you want to come, Em? No, came the short reply. Jake was at an impromptu training afternoon with the basketball team, so she had enough time to nick out there and back before he got home. Okay, I'll just be 2 hours. Text me if you go out, okay? She tried to keep the worry out of her voice. Emma was pretty independent, but Anna didn't know this town yet. She would really rather her daughter stay home while she was away. There was no response, and she sighed again. Was it really just last night things had finally felt headed in the right direction? And now they were back to this. She grabbed her car keys and headed out the door. Chapter 19. Anna pulled into the visitors' parking at Sapphire Aged Care, her mind still churning with Emma's words. The facility was nicer than she'd expected, modern and well-maintained, with beautiful gardens. Still, something about these places always made her feel unsettled. Inside, she followed the receptionist's directions to the activities room, where she was told she'd find a staff member who could take her through to unlock the storage cupboard and retrieve Clara's boxes. "They're clearly labelled," she'd said. She found the activities room easily enough, the sound of animated voices getting louder as she approached. As she walked through the final doorway and into the generous-sized room, she stopped abruptly, surprised to see Trent sitting in an armchair, surrounded by elderly residents. "But I don't want to go among mad people," Alice remarked. "Oh, you can't help that," said the cat. "We're all mad here." His voice changed dramatically for each character, proper and prissy for Alice, mysterious and amused for the Cheshire Cat. The residents were completely engaged, chuckling at his theatrical performance. Not one of them was asleep. "That's exactly how I always imagined the cat would sound," a woman in the front row declared. "Though I always pictured him with more of a Scottish accent." "Like this?" Trent attempted a Scottish brogue, making the residents laugh more. Even the more withdrawn-looking ones, sitting well back from the others, were smiling. Now, Margaret," another resident piped up. "Let the young man read. I want to know what happens next." "You've heard this story 100 times, Harold," Margaret shot back good-naturedly. "And I'll hear it 100 more if this fellow keeps reading it so well." Anna found herself smiling. Trent looked completely at ease, trading gentle banter with the residents while keeping the story moving. He'd rolled up his sleeves, those arms again, and his face was animated in a way she hadn't seen before. One elderly woman had her eyes closed, her face rapt, a slight smile playing at her lips. Clara always said Trent was the highlight of her fortnight. A quiet voice beside Anna made her jump. A nurse had appeared at her elbow. She'd get so excited when it was reading day. Said it reminded her of reading to her niece when she was little. Anna felt tears welling. How many times had Clara read Alice in Wonderland to her, doing all the voices just like Trent was doing now? She'd forgotten that detail until this moment. "That was me," Anna whispered. "I know," the nurse smiled kindly. "I recognize you from her photos. Sometimes, when she was confused near the end, she'd talk about reading to you like it had just happened," she continued. "She was so proud of you." Anna swallowed hard. "I should have visited more." "You called regularly," the nurse said, reassuring. She knew she was loved. That's what matters. The boxes are just through here. But Anna lingered, watching Trent. He was so gentle with them, so patient. When Harold interrupted again with a tangential story about his own childhood adventures, Trent didn't try to redirect him or talk over him. He listened, asked questions, then smoothly wove the interruption back into the story. A woman in a wheelchair, who hadn't spoken yet, suddenly burst out. "My John used to read to me like that, after my eyes went." Her voice wavered. "Every night, before bed." Trent reached over and squeezed her hand. "John had excellent taste in literature then. Alice is one of my favorites too." The woman's eyes filled with tears, but she smiled, squeezing his hand back. Anna felt mesmerized. This wasn't just someone being kind. This was genuine care and connection. The way he looked at each resident, really saw them, listened to their stories. It reminded her of Clara's words about creating space for people to be who they truly were. And suddenly she understood why Emma had gone to him last night. He had that same quality of really seeing people, of creating safe spaces for them to just be, of seeing what they needed in that moment and trying to give it to them, with no ulterior motive or expectation of something in return. How different from Mark, who was always trying to sway things to his liking, or prove something. Or her parents, who had loved her only so far as she met their expectations. Or even herself, always trying to do the right thing instead of the true thing, the thing her heart yearned toward. "The boxes," the nurse prompted gently. "Right, yes," Anna said, reluctantly turning away from the scene. But she couldn't stop thinking about it as she sorted through Clara's remaining possessions. Most of it was clothing and a few framed photos, but there was also a small notebook filled with Clara's familiar scrawl. Anna tucked it carefully into her bag to read later, if it wasn't too personal. She put the clothes aside in one box to offer to donate to other residents. When she finished, she could still hear Trent reading. She peeked back into the activities room just as he was finishing up. The residents were clapping, several calling out requests for what he should read next time. "Same time in 2 weeks," he promised, helping Margaret arrange her walker. "And Harold, I want to hear the rest of that story about your sister's pet rabbit." Harold beamed. "It's a good one. Involves a police chase and everything." "I can't wait," Trent laughed, and Anna could tell he meant it. He looked up then and saw her. A slight blush colored his cheeks, as though he'd been caught doing something embarrassing instead of something wonderful. "Hi," she mouthed softly. "Hi," he replied, and for a moment they just looked at each other. Then Margaret called out, "Who's this then, Trent? She's a pretty one." "Margaret," Trent protested, his blush deepening. "You're as bad as my sister." "Well, nice chap like you shouldn't be single," Margaret continued, undeterred. "Just look at those eyes." "I should go," Anna said quickly, her heart racing. "Jake will be home soon." "Let me help you with those boxes," Trent said, not quite meeting her eyes, then proceeded to pick up all 3 of them, teetering in a hefty stack, and Anna was graced with the view of his biceps flexing and looked hurriedly away. How did a bookstore owner stay in such good shape? They left one box with reception to donate or redistribute, then Trent put the others in her boot. For a second, his brow furrowed, and it looked like he wanted to say something serious, but he just said, "Look after yourself, Hannah," and hurried away. As she drove home, she couldn't stop thinking about what she'd witnessed, about the way Trent had created a space where each resident could be exactly who they were, confused, chatty, emotional, sleepy, and still be valued and welcomed. About how different that was from trying to change someone or waiting for them to change. She thought about Emma's words from earlier. Let him come and talk about it when it's done, not when he's planning it. Until then, let's do what suits us. Maybe it wasn't selfish to want more than promises. Maybe it wasn't wrong to create a life that suited her and her children, instead of trying to smooth everything over for everyone else. Maybe, in fact, she was doing her kids a disservice by smoothing things over with their father, rather than letting him work it out or fail. For the first time, she wondered if maybe she'd been thinking about love all wrong. Maybe real love wasn't about enduring disappointment or sacrificing your own needs. Maybe it was about finding people who made space for you to be yourself, who saw you clearly and loved you anyway. Like Trent with those residents, like Clara with her book club members, like what Emma was asking her to do now, to see her clearly, to honor her feelings about her father, to create space for her truth instead of trying to fix everything or pretend it was something that it wasn't. Anna pulled into her driveway, her mind still full of Trent's gentle hands helping Margaret with her walker, his patient smile as he listened to Harold's stories. The way he'd squeezed that grieving woman's hand, offering comfort without trying to fix her pain. She thought about how he'd done the same with Emma last night, created a safe space for her to be herself, to contribute ideas, to feel valued. Something felt like it was struggling within her, like there was something she needed to understand, but it was just outside her grasp. She felt irritated and restless again. Okay, she thought to herself, I need to focus on the kids, be more realistic with them, stop waiting for a miracle, try to see what they need in the moment rather than trying to fix things, regardless of what Mark did. Still, as she unlocked the front door, she couldn't quite shake the image of Trent's face as he read, his voice bringing magical worlds to life, his kind eyes seeing each person in that room exactly as they were, and wondering what it would feel like to have those eyes, consistently, seeing her, just as she was. She'd barely put her keys down, though, when she was yanked out of that daydream by a knock on the door. Jordan was practically jogging on the spot, looking more nervous than usual, and thrust a book into her hands without so much as saying hello. Found this when I was researching for my novel. It's actually pretty good. Ahna looked down at the book, a well-reviewed rom-com with a quote about life after divorce on the cheerful cover. She looked back at Jordan, surprised. "I know it's not literary fiction," he said. "But sometimes, when you move 8 hours away and your ex still turns up on your doorstep, sometimes you need something that makes you laugh." He shrugged, suddenly looking younger than his 30s. "No pressure to read it. Just thought of you when I saw it." "Thank you," Anna said, meaning it, and suddenly realizing she knew nothing at all about Jordan, his history, his family, about why he might think about, let alone know, what might help, when your world just kept getting more complicated. "Do you want to—" She tilted her head toward the kitchen, but Jordan was as jumpy as a frog, and the gesture seemed to increase his alarm even further. No, I've got to—" And with that he loped away, not even finishing his sentence. Anna looked down at the book and then gazed after him, her brow furrowed. Then she tucked the book into her bag in wonder, thinking she could read a few chapters at Jake's training if she got a chance. If this town didn't come up with something else to surprise her. Chapter 20. Trent sat at his desk after closing, staring at the inventory spreadsheet without really seeing it. His mind kept drifting back to Anna's face after she'd seen him reading at Sapphire. There had been something in her expression that made him feel unsettled, a softness, an understanding that made him feel exposed. The bell above the door jingled, and he looked up, ready to call out that they were closed. But it was just Jeannie, bearing takeaway containers that smelled amazing. "I brought dinner," she announced. "And wine. And questions about the girl I saw you walking home with last night." "That was Anna's daughter," Trent said shortly. "Emma. And I was just making sure she got home safely." Jeannie hummed, unconvinced. She started clearing space on his desk for the containers. And why did Emma need walking home? Because her alcoholic father showed up unannounced, and she needed somewhere to escape to for a bit. Jeannie's hands stilled. "Oh, poor kid." She studied her brother's face. "And poor you, having to watch that play out. What's that supposed to mean?" "Just that you've always had a soft spot for people in emotional pain. Kids with absent parents, elderly folks with no visitors." She paused. "It's not a criticism, Trent. It's one of the things I love most about you. But sometimes I wonder if you see yourself in them a bit too much." "I don't know what you're talking about," Trent said stiffly, but his mind flashed to his parents' empty chairs at his graduation. "Let's eat upstairs." He stood abruptly and started moving to the door, but Junie didn't move out of the way. "No?" Her voice was gentle. "You don't think maybe you relate a little too well to people who've been let down by the ones who were supposed to love them? I thought you came to feed me, not psychoanalyze me." "Can't I do both?" She smiled at him, her tone light. But she let it drop, moving aside and following him upstairs instead. "Anyway, tell me about Emma. And her mum, the one from the supermarket?" Trent sighed, knowing his sister wouldn't let it go. "We went to school together, actually. Debate team. She was—" He paused, searching for a word that wouldn't give too much away as he retrieved bowls and chopsticks. "Smart. Really smart. And kind. But she married young, had kids." He shrugged, trying to seem casual. "Now she's divorced and trying to start over." "Oh yeah, I remember Anna." Jeannie paused. "And you're helping? With the starting over?" "With the book club stuff, yeah. And introducing her kids to local activities. Jake's her son, actually. He contacted you about basketball, I think? That kind of thing. That's all." "Uh-huh." Jeannie took a bite of noodles, studying him. "And that's why you got that dopey look on your face when you mentioned her being smart and kind?" "I did not get a dopey look." "You did. Same look you used to get when you talked about her in high school." Trent nearly choked on his food. "What?" "Oh, please, like I didn't know about your massive crush on her. You used to practice debate arguments in front of the mirror. You never studied that hard for any other subject. That's not... I just wanted to win. Sure, Jeannie grinned. And I suppose you wore your best shirt to every practice just because you liked it. Trent coughed. That was 25 years ago, and she married someone else, remember? But she's not married anymore. Jeannie smiled wickedly, all sorts of suggestions in her eyes. And she's here now, needing a fresh start, looking remarkably cute. With 2 kids and an alcoholic ex-husband who's trying to win her back, Trent said firmly. She needs support, not complications. Is that what you think you'd be? A complication? I think... Trent paused, pushing his food around. I think she needs to focus on her kids, and I need to focus on the store. And neither of us needs to get tangled up in something that probably wouldn't work anyway. Why wouldn't it work? Because... Trent struggled to articulate it. Because people leave, Jeannie, or disappoint you, or both. You just have to look after yourself. He didn't mention the other part that always consumed him when he thought about dating, the niggling little voice that asked exactly what he thought he had to offer. Jeannie's face softened. I came back, didn't I? After your husband turned out to be a criminal, Trent pointed out. And it's a little too much coming back, if we're being honest. He eyed her pile of clothes in the corner disapprovingly. Yeah, well, maybe I should have listened to my little brother about him in the first place. She grimaced, looking out the window, then turned back to Trent. But that's not the point. The point is, you can't keep everyone at arm's length forever just because you're afraid they might leave. Our parents were the exception, not the norm. Normal people stay. I don't... You do. You have this whole perfect little life set up here, all organized and controlled and superficial. But you never let anyone really in. You help people, you care about them, but you always keep this distance, like you're afraid to need anyone. When was the last time you asked anyone else for help? You give and give and give, and never ask for anything yourself. Trent is silent for a while. It feels like a lot to ask for things. It feels like too much. His mind flits to all the notes his mother left, to soften the fact that they often left unexpectedly, without saying goodbye, without attending important things. Darling, so sorry we missed your thing. The Moscow deal couldn't wait. Here's a little something for a celebration. Buy yourself something nice. Love, Mum. Jeannie's voice drags him back to the present. Because you don't think they will want to help you? Or because you don't think you deserve their help? She scrutinized him with more insight than he was used to, and definitely more than he was comfortable with. Our parents, they never really cared to know who we were, did they? Just who they needed us to be. Quiet and malleable and never asking too much. But not who we actually were. Jeannie was quiet for a minute. No, she said eventually. They didn't. And maybe that's why I keep everyone at arm's length. Because if no one really sees you, really knows you, how can they really love you? The word surprised him as soon as they left his mouth. He'd never articulated that fear before, never even really acknowledged it to himself. Oh, Trent. Jeannie reached over the table and grabbed his hand, holding it tight. People can see you. They can love you. But you have to let them in first. And suddenly Trent realized that that was the terrifying part. What if they really saw you? You really showed them who you were. And they stopped loving you anyway. Is that why he never lets anyone in? Oh my God, he mutters, putting his head in his hands. He didn't just avoid relationships because he feared people would leave. He avoided them because deep down, he didn't feel he was worth staying for. His parents had taught him that lesson over and over, that he wasn't interesting enough, important enough, enough. to merit their attention. Latte whined softly, sensing his distress. He sat up, hands automatically finding her soft fur. "What?" Jeannie asked. But all he shares is, "I wouldn't know how. To let people in, I mean." "Maybe start by being honest. With yourself, at least." Jeannie studied him, serious. "About what you'd want, if you weren't afraid." Trent thought about Anna's face when Mark had shown up, the way she'd tensed like she was bracing for impact. He thought about Emma's words. Dad knows exactly what to say to make her doubt herself. What would he do, right now, if he wasn't afraid? "I'll think about it," he said finally. Jeannie smiled. "That's a start." She went back to her food, but then added casually, "You know, Jake's really looking forward to basketball training tomorrow. Maybe his mom might come watch?" Trent threw a fortune cookie at her. "Don't push it." And she laughed. But later that night, lying in bed, he found himself going back to what he might like, if he wasn't afraid. And the clarity of the image that emerged, Anna, Emma, family, laughter, filled him with so much longing that he really, really wished he wasn't afraid. Chapter 21. Anna sat in the window seat of Clara's study, watching the sunrise over the ocean. She'd been up since dawn, unable to sleep, her mind full of the usual worries. Was Mark in rehab? Would Emma re-emerge after her shutdown following Mark's visit? Should she be working? A knock at the door startled her from her thoughts. She wasn't expecting anyone this early. It was Maggie, looking worried. "It's Minnie," she said, without preamble. "She's in hospital. The cold turned into pneumonia, and with her age," she wrung her hands, "I thought you should know. She'd want you to continue with the book club meeting tonight, but—" "Of course not," Anna said immediately. "We should go visit her instead." "That's what I thought, though Jordan's not sure, says we shouldn't all descend on her at once." "He's probably right," Anna said. "But maybe we could do something for her? Let her know we're thinking of her?" "What a lovely idea," Maggie smiled. "Maybe we could each write something? Not our usual attempts at novels, but maybe just funny memories of the book club, things that will make her laugh." Anna smiled, too. This was why Clara had loved these people. Underneath all the chaos and bickering, they really cared about each other. "That's perfect," she said. "We could meet at the bookstore as usual, write our pieces, then maybe take turns visiting over the next few days. I can coordinate a schedule." "Would you? Minnie would love that. She's always saying how much you remind her of Clara." Anna paused at that. "Really?" she thought, perplexed. She'd never considered herself anything like Clara. Before she can say anything, though, Maggie goes on. "Actually, there's something else. I've been going through some old photos for the Historical Society, and I found this." She pulled an envelope from her bag. "I thought you might want to see it. Clara won some big award at the end of high school. She must have been 18 or 19. I think she moved to Warinyah Bay not long after that." Anna reaches for it with interest. That must have been around the time there was the big falling out with her parents and grandparents. Clara was not present in any family photos ever since. It was like she was erased from the family narrative. Just some stranger who proved useful in school holidays as a babysitter. The photo inside showed a much younger Clara, barely recognizable to Anna. She hadn't seen any photos of her aunt that young, she realized. All the photos at the beach house were post-Warinyah Bay, and there were none of her around when Anna was growing up. She wondered what happened to all the childhood photos of Clara. Did her grandparents just throw them out? She's grinning broadly in this photo, holding a small trophy, gesturing at the Sydney Opera House behind her exaggeratedly. But that wasn't what stopped Anna in her tracks. The man with his arm around her did. "That's my father," she said, frowning. His rugged, youthful self was easily recognizable from all the photos she had seen of him around her childhood home. I don't understand. That was... She trailed off, trying to do the math. Her parents met in university, when they were both 21. They were married at 23. So this photo must have been... before her parents met? How did her father never mention he'd known Clara first? They certainly looked friendly enough in that photo, despite hearing all through her childhood her father's dismissive words about his sister-in-law's alternative lifestyle. Arna stared at the photo. Her father looked so young, so happy, so different from the stern, disapproving man she knew. What had happened? I should go, Maggie said. Did she look slightly evasive, or just uncomfortable? I'll let everyone know about tonight. Meet at 7? Anna nodded absently, still staring at the photo. Something seemed a little off, but she couldn't put her finger on what. Was it just that her parents had failed to mention this connection amidst all the sniping about Clara? She tucked it into her bag. She was definitely going to ask around about it at the book club later. "Mum," a voice called out from inside. Jake appeared, still looking groggy with sleep. "What's up, cutie?" she asked him, and he murmured something incomprehensible, wandering back inside. Anna followed him, putting her family history aside to focus on her present family. "What do you want to do today?" she asked him. "I've got book club tonight, but we could go for a walk before your training." "Breakfast," he murmured, coming back toward her and snuggling into her chest. Anna breathed in the still, childlike, sleepy smell of him and closed her eyes and smiled. Worries were easier to forget if she just looked at what was right in front of her and focused on that. Chapter 22. The morning walk with Jake had helped clear Anna's head. The photo still niggled at her, but watching her son's easy joy as he ran ahead, chasing seabirds and collecting shells, put things in perspective. Emma had resisted Jake's entreaties for her to join them and remained firmly ensconced in her room, headphones on, door closed. But at least Anna had had a lovely morning with Jake. She'd even convinced him to bake some cookies with her. By afternoon basketball practice, Anna had unpacked a couple more boxes and really embraced the idea of enjoying the present. She felt more relaxed than she had done since that evening with Trent. The community center buzzed with activity, kids shooting hoops, parents chatting on the sidelines. Jake integrated seamlessly into the practice drills, his natural athleticism drawing appreciative nods from the coaches. "You must be Anna." A woman with Trent's eyes and quick smile approached. "I'm Jeannie. Jake's already showing some real promise." "Oh, Trent's sister," Anna smiled, pleased to put a face to the name. "That's right. We were actually at school together, though I was a few years ahead. I remember you from debate competitions. You used to wipe the floor with everyone." Jeannie's warm laugh reminded Anna of Trent. She couldn't remember Jeannie at all. They chatted easily for a couple of minutes, though, Jeannie pointing out some of the other parents. Then she moved back onto the stadium floor to help with training. Anna found herself relaxing, grateful for the friendly connection. She'd usually hang back at times like this, but she felt comfortable enough to approach a group of parents and introduce herself. By the time she walked Jake home, she felt a pleasant positivity about the year ahead. For the first time, it felt like something that could really work, and reminded her that trusting her gut was something she should try to do more of. Moving to Warinyah Bay was not a mistake. It might even be wonderful. The book club that evening felt purposeful and collaborative as they worked on their messages for Minnie. Even Jordan's typical cynicism was tempered by genuine concern. "Remember when she brought that romance novel about octogenarian shifters?" Maggie chuckled, pen moving across her page. "Or the time she tried to convince us all to dress up as our characters," Lila added. Anna watched all these odd, quirky people who had meant so much to Clara. She thought there must be a connection between needing saving and the rift with her family. That made sense. Found family, she thought to herself. A genre trope seemed fitting for that story and the book club, even though, technically, she didn't know the story. The photo with her father popped back into her mind, though, and a sense of uneasiness washed over her. Was it weird that no one in her family mentioned that Clara wasn't just his sister-in-law, but maybe a friend of Charles's in her own right? Or was it just that after the rift, they spoke about her as little as possible? The room felt different without Minnie's vibrant presence, but there was still that underlying camaraderie she was beginning to recognize. "I'm going to go in the morning," she told them. "Jordan, does tomorrow afternoon suit you?" After he nodded, she went on to tell them all the roster she'd mocked up, taking into account everyone's work hours and other commitments. But as the others packed up their writings and dispersed, Anna lingered, the photo burning a hole in her bag and her psyche. Trent noticed. "Everything okay?" Anna pulled out the photo. "Maggie brought this today. It's Clara with my father. I'm just confused. I'm reading snippets of her romance noir with themes of family dysfunction and finding she knew my dad before my mom did. I don't know. Do you know anything about it?" Trent was quiet for a moment. "I know that she came here after something painful happened. I don't know any more than that." He looked at the photo for a long minute. "I got the sense that she fled to Warinyah Bay rather than just moved here. And people run from things that hurt, or from versions of themselves they'd rather forget." He paused, his eyes distant, and Anna wondered if he was speaking from personal experience. What had brought him to Warinyah Bay? His eyes returned to hers, refocusing. "It was before my time, though, so it's just what I've gleaned from comments here and there." Anna nodded slowly. "My parents were always derogatory about Clara. Her hippie, free spirit, living in a backwater. Sorry." Trent laughed. "I love the backwater. I just feel like there's something I'm missing." "Do you have to figure it out right away?" "I suppose not." Anna fidgeted, rubbing her sleeve between her fingers absent-mindedly, unsettled. "Sometimes it's okay to just let things unfold. It's like a mystery novel." He smiled, his eyes playful, but also attentive, reading her. "I'm not very good at that," she fretted, fingers working overtime. "Letting things unfold. I always want to understand everything, plan everything, fix everything, make it right, get the instruction manual and nail that thing to the damn wall." Trent laughed again, and then, "Me too, sort of. Maybe that's something we both need to work on. Letting things be messy sometimes, letting them evolve, or fail." Anna looked horrified, and Trent laughed even more, something easy and warm in his demeanor. Without meaning to, she blurts out, "Why are you being so nice to me? I was a terrible friend to you back then. I never stayed in touch. I let Mark dictate so much. I'm so sorry. I knew you were having a hard time. I'm sorry." Something about all of it suddenly overwhelms Anna. The move, the pressure to be the sole parent doing all the parenting, trying to make decisions that were best for her kids. Mark's visit, and Emma's tart revelations. Clara's strange requirements and mystery photos. The guilt of letting Trent down back then, when she knew he didn't have many people to support him. And much to her horror, she starts to cry. Hey. Trent moves toward her, touches her arm. "We were just kids. It wasn't your job to look out for me. You had your own life to live." He hesitates for a moment, then pulls her gently into his arms, one hand lightly touching her hair, and Anna can't help herself. She sobs. At his kindness, at her regrets, at the enormity of adulting. She wants, more than anything, for someone to look after her, just for today, to turn back time and be a child at the beach house, Clara fussing over her, someone telling her what to do, what the right thing is, so she doesn't have to think anymore. Just for a while. She also wants, she realizes, for Trent to kiss her. And mortified, she pulls out of his embrace and dashes away. Chapter 23. At the hospital the next morning, Anna is dismayed to see how frail Minnie looks. But even pneumonia can't keep her spirits down. What did I miss last night? Tell me everything, she demanded, and Anna smiled. We wrote you some stuff, she said, handing her the stack of handwritten notes. Hopefully they'll give you a laugh. Minnie struggled to sit upright, and Anna goes to help her, but Minnie waves her off. This damn bed. There's a button somewhere. She relented, though, after a minute, and let Anna find the controls and raise the bed a little so she could focus on the writings, and does indeed have a good chuckle. But she tires quickly, her whole face drooping. Anna is torn. She knows she should let her sleep, but she's dying to know if Minnie knows anything about her father and Clara. I'll leave you to sleep, Minnie, but first, just quickly, do you know why Clara came to Warinyah Bay? I found a photo of her with my father and bits of her manuscript, and I feel like there's so much I don't know. Like why she dragged me here, what all these clues add up to. It's driving me mad. Minnie opened her eyes again. She seemed to have trouble focusing on Arna. Family wouldn't accept her, she murmured, sent her away. But that's all Anna learnt, because Minnie drifted off to sleep, and Anna placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and let her be. Driving home, Trent's name flashes up on the infotainment screen, and Anna nearly drives off the road. She's deeply embarrassed about the sobbing, but more embarrassed about her rampant desires, and whether Trent noticed the messages her heaving body must surely have been sending out like bloody flares. She can't stop thinking about the feel of his arms around her, their strength and safety, the smell of him, and no matter what she tells herself, she can't rein in her cavorting thoughts, all of which involve Trent's arms and lips roaming all over her. Good God. How can she face him again? She can't remember the last time she wanted anything so badly, and something about it feels distasteful and out of control. Like yearning and needing and wanting was not acceptable for a middle-aged, divorced woman. Like she should slink back toward stoicism and doing the right thing and her children and family, and she should most definitely cage these wild thoughts and desires where no one could see them ever again. Chapter 24. Still, the workshop planning couldn't be avoided forever. Anna had successfully dodged Trent's calls and texts for 3 days, making excuses about the kids and unpacking, but Minnie's illness had created an urgency around the event that she couldn't ignore. The whole town was rallying to support their eccentric would-be romance writer, and the workshop had somehow morphed into ideas about expanding it into a fundraiser for the Sapphire Hospital. We'll need to coordinate with the other businesses, Trent had texted. Meeting at 10 a.m. at the Twisted Spine. The whole street wants to be involved. So here she was, hovering outside the bookstore at 9:55 a.m., trying to work up the courage to go in. She'd spent an embarrassing amount of time choosing her outfit, settling on jeans and a soft green sweater that brought out her eyes, then immediately felt ridiculous for caring what she looked like. Through the window, she could see Trent arranging books on a display table. He looked calm and composed, unlike her jittery self. Maybe he'd forgotten all about her crying jag. Maybe. Are you going in, or just window shopping? Anna jumped. Lila stood behind her, holding a box that smelled divine. Oh, I was just... Anna gestured vaguely. Lila's smile was gentle. Come on, I brought Danishes. Inside, the store was already filling with local business owners. Anna recognized the woman who ran the craft store next door, and the barista from the coffee shop across the street. Everyone seemed to know each other, trading easy banter and laughter. The whole street's got ideas, Trent explained, appearing beside them, looking bemused, like this was just par for the course in Warinyah Bay. His cologne made Anna's pulse quicken. We're thinking street fair style. Food stalls, craft demonstrations, writing workshops. He trailed off, looking at her properly. You look nice. Anna felt herself blushing. Thanks, you too. He did. A blue shirt brought out his eyes, and faded jeans hung on his hips in a way that was unfairly tantalizing. Danish? Lila interrupted, and Anna grabbed one gratefully. The meeting was actually productive. Anna found herself falling into event planning mode, her natural organising skills taking over. She'd done plenty of school fetes and fundraisers after all. We could have different zones, she suggested, sketching a quick map. Food and crafts here, workshops in the community centre, maybe readings and performances in the park. Then she frowned.
What? Trent asked.
It just seems too big for such a small town. Won't businesses lose time or money? At that, Trent laughed, his eyes dancing. Think of it like a community party, he said. The tourist board will love it. It'll bring people into town. And the community will love it as a chance to get together and show off. Not everything's about money around here, you'll see. Anna wasn't convinced. It seemed over the top. The small writing workshop Minnie had originally pitched her completely thrown out the window. But what did she know about small towns? In line with her attempts to change her way of being in the world, she took a deep breath and told herself to let it unfold. What did it matter if it was a complete flop? At least she was meeting people and getting to know the town, half of whom seemed to be crammed into the bookstore, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. The meeting flowed into a general discussion about Minnie, the hospital, and town gossip. Anna found herself drawn into conversations about local history, school programs, upcoming events. It felt nice, like being part of something, where it wasn't just about the end goal but about this moment here, right now, being connected and enjoying yourself. The basketball team's having a barbecue next weekend, Jeannie mentioned. You should bring Jake. Get to know some of the other parents a bit more. And Emma might like the art classes at the community centre, Lila added. My daughter teaches them. Very low-key, very welcoming. Anna suddenly felt like crying again. These people were trying to help her family belong. Like they mattered. It felt altogether too much. Thank you, she stammered. That would be great. She didn't quite have the words to express the wave of gratitude she felt. As the meeting wound down, Anna found herself lingering, reluctant to leave the warm atmosphere. She was examining a display of local history books when Trent appeared beside her again. Find anything interesting? Just looking for clues about Clara, she admitted, still trying to piece together why she came here. Trent was quiet, and Anna flipped through one of the books absent-mindedly, thinking about Clara collecting strays, creating spaces for people to be themselves and find where they belonged, about how this town seemed to be doing the same thing for her and her children. I think I'm starting to understand why she loved it here, she said. Trent's eyes met hers, and for a moment the air between them felt charged with possibility. You might stay then, he asked, his voice strangely neutral. But before she could answer, Mrs. Henderson's voice cut through. Young man, why are the twisted novels hiding at the back where no one can find them? Don't you know there's going to be a Netflix series? Trent laughed softly. Duty calls. But he hesitated. About the other night. I'm so sorry, Anna said quickly. I was overwhelmed and... Don't apologize, he interrupted. I want you to know you can talk to me. About anything. No pressure, just... I'm here. For anything you need. The simple sincerity in his voice made Anna's throat tight. Thank you, she croaked. He smiled, that slow, warm smile that made her knees weak, then moved away to deal with Mrs. Henderson's reorganization efforts. Anna gathered her things, mulling over the morning. The easy acceptance of the town's business owners, Trent's quiet support, the way everyone seemed invested in helping her family settle in. It all felt like pieces of a puzzle slowly coming together. Like building a life. Something that she had absolutely failed to do after the divorce. She'd built something, sure. Something safe and predictable and dull and lifeless. She thinks of another quote on Clara's wall. A life lived in fear. Outside, the street was alive with morning activity. The coffee shop was doing brisk business. Tourists were browsing shop windows, and the sound of children's laughter drifted from the park. Anna found herself noticing details she'd missed before. The careful way the historical buildings had been preserved, the flourishing plants in the street planters, the inclusive, friendly atmosphere. She thought about Clara's manuscript pages, about what Clara had found here. Not just a place to heal, but a community that saw her clearly and loved her anyway. As if to prove the point, Lila hurried out after her with a box of leftovers. "For the kids," she said simply. "And remember, art classes, Tuesdays and Thursdays. No pressure, but Emma's welcome any time." Anna felt overwhelmed with gratitude again. "Thank you," she said again, and meant it for so much more than the pastries. Walking home, she felt lighter somehow. Yes, she was attracted to Trent. Yes, it terrified her. But maybe that was okay. Maybe she didn't have to figure everything out right away. Maybe she could just let things unfold. Not try to make a decision in order to lock down the next 40 years right this very moment. Her phone buzzed, right on cue. "Mrs. Henderson has completely reorganized the romance section again. Apparently my system was confusing to normal people." She smiled, her heart skidding a little, and another message followed. "Can I bring you around some dinner tonight? See if we can get Emma interested in our carnival extravaganza?" Before she could overthink it, she typed back, "Yes, please." Then immediately panicked and added, "But just as friends." His response was quick. "Of course." And then she panicked more, because of course he meant as friends. He was suggesting dinner with her children. He must think she was completely mad, and so full of herself to think he meant anything else. Good Lord, she was a mess. But maybe, she thought, that was okay too. Maybe that was the price of embracing life instead of order. Maybe she could give herself permission to be a mess, to not have all the answers, to feel things she thought she was too old or too responsible to feel. And trust that, whatever life threw at her, she'd work it out when it happened, not try to work it out a decade in advance. Chapter 25. Emma sat on the back porch, her headphones on but no music playing. She was staring at her phone, bright and shiny Instagram pictures from her old friends in Sydney. It looked like a party. She squinted a bit closer. Was that Ainsley's lounge room? Chelsea had tagged her. "You're missing everything." She scrolled through the photos, expecting to feel that familiar ache of exclusion, so familiar for all of last year. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how nice she looked. Instead, she felt nothing. It occurred to her that she had been so preoccupied with fitting in that she hadn't noticed that these girls weren't actually very nice people. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, but she found herself shutting Instagram and opening her notes app instead. Before she could second-guess herself, she began writing. "The girl who left Sydney isn't the girl who arrived here. Solitaire changes things, makes them clearer, or maybe just more honest." She stared at the words, surprised. She hadn't written poetry since before Dad's drinking got really bad. Jake's voice startled her. He was standing in the doorway, holding his basketball. "Want to come shoot some hoops? The court's empty." Her automatic no died on her lips. Jake had been trying so hard to include her lately. "Yeah, okay," she heard herself say. "But I'm warning you, I'm rusty." Jake's face lit up with such genuine happiness that Emma felt a pang of regret for all the times she'd said no recently. Making Jake happy actually felt really nice. As they walked to the ring, Emma found herself leaving her phone on the porch, Instagram already fading from her mind. For the first time since the move, she felt calm and generous and okay in her own skin. And it was lovely. Chapter 26. Anna clutched the freshly discovered manuscript page, her eyes scanning the faded type for the third time. It didn't reveal much of substance, but dragged her thoughts away from the coming dinner with Trent and back to Clara and her father. And on an impulse, she decided to visit Maggie. The former librarian might have suggestions about local archives or how to track down more of her aunt's writing or photos or something. Maggie's cottage sat 2 streets back from the beach, its front garden meticulously organised with labelled herbs and flowers in neat rows. Anna smiled. Even Maggie's gardening reflected her methodical nature. Before she could knock, Maggie's voice called from an open window. "That you, Anna? Come around back." The backyard featured a covered patio. Maggie emerged from the back door, smiling. "I've just popped the kettle on. What a nice surprise. Sit here, Anna." Maggie indicated a large mosaic table, strewn with photographs and notebooks. "It's perfect timing, actually," Maggie said. "I'm thinking about a historical display for the festival. I could use another set of eyes on these. I keep getting derailed by memories." Anna settled into a chair across from her. "I'd love to help, but first, I wanted to ask if you knew of any archives that might help me find more of Clara's writing. I keep finding fragments, but never anything substantial. Or maybe photos of her early life here." Maggie's eyes lit up. "A research challenge! You've come to the right person. First principle of archival research: context matters. When did Clara write most actively? Where did she typically work? Who might have had access to her manuscripts?" Anna smiled, recognizing a kindred spirit. Despite ditching literature for law and then ending up as a receptionist in a primary school, she loved the sense of order and organization she could bring to her role. "I've been thinking like a reader, not a detective," she said. "That's where most people go wrong," Maggie nodded. "Historical research is detective work. Let me show you something." She pulled out a timeline she'd created spanning 5 decades of Warinyah Bay history, with key events meticulously noted. Various coloured pins marked different types of occasions. "The red pins are book club milestones," Maggie explained. "Blue are town events Clara organised. Yellow are personal events I know of. I thought I'd do something to celebrate her life for the festival, given it originated with her. Something fun that she would have appreciated." Arna scanned the timeline, noticing clusters of activity. "I'd love to help," she said. "Well, you probably have more at your fingertips than I do. Perhaps we share what we find? I'll work on the archives in the library, and you keep plugging away at Clara's boxes?" "That works. Thanks so much, Maggie. I really appreciate it." "We've got to work chronologically," Maggie warned. "Sometimes you learn more about your subject by understanding the complete arc of their life, not just the dramatic moments. Though, of course, the dramatic moments will work well for the festival." Anna reached for a photo peeking out from a box, Clara standing proudly in front of a newly built community center, arm in arm with a tall man Anna didn't recognize. "Who's this with her?" Maggie peered at the photo. "Thomas Calloway. He was the town doctor for almost 30 years, quite dedicated to community health initiatives." Her voice softened. "He and Clara were quite close for many years. Never married, but they were companions." "She found love here," Anna murmured, studying the obvious affection between them. "Several times, I believe." Maggie sorted through another stack and pulled out a photo from the 1990s, showing Clara with a different man, both looking tired, but beaming, cutting a ribbon at another opening. "Clara didn't talk much about her romantic life," Maggie continued. "But she lived it fully. I admired that about her. She knew how to live fully in the present." "I think that's what she's trying to teach me, one way or another," Anna laughed. "How did you end up in the book club?" she added, realizing she knew little about Maggie's history. Maggie was quiet for a moment, arranging photos with careful precision. "My husband died suddenly, heart attack at 58. Our house in Sydney felt enormous suddenly." She adjusted her glasses. "Our children were grown, with their own families. They wanted me to move closer to them, but I couldn't bear to be the grieving mother they needed to check on and worry about." She smiled faintly. "I came here for a weekend getaway 6 months after Ernie died. Just needed to breathe air that didn't remind me of him. I wandered into Clara's festival that year. It was smaller then, and found myself at a poetry reading. Clara spotted me hovering at the back, looking bereaved, I suppose. She popped me in the front row next to her. By the end of the weekend, she'd introduced me to the book club and planted the seed of a different life. I've never looked back.
What about your kids?
Oh, they carried on for a while, but they saw how happy I was here. Plus, they love visiting. Such fun for my grandkids. And they know they don't have to worry about me. The town looks out for me. Once I moved, Clara helped me get a job at the library and gave me a project to work on. I keep thinking about what she might have wanted for me, Anna admitted. Why she was so insistent I come here and run the book club. Maggie considered this. Clara believed strongly that some lessons can't be taught, only discovered. Perhaps running the book club wasn't the goal, but the path to something else you needed to learn. Then she laughed. Or maybe the old bugger wanted to finally beat us all to getting published, and needed someone with better organisational skills than her to find all the pieces of her damn novel. Chapter 27. For anything you need? Trent groaned and chastised himself. It sounded desperate, like he was offering himself up on a platter for Anna. Clearly, she didn't want to talk, because she'd hightailed it out of his shop at record speed after her tears, and avoided his calls ever since. At least she'd come to the meeting, though, and chatted. He felt gutted about the "but just as friends" text. She was making sure he knew that was all they were. And he feels foolish for the thoughts that have been occupying his mind ever since he held her in his arms and smelt the fresh, sweet smell of her hair. Jeannie was wrong. Dreaming about options. That way lay heartache. Still, she had been a good friend, until she vanished. He did, really, want to be friends. His heart thumping awkwardly in his chest, he fronted up to her door, with 2 bags full of the local Indian takeaway. I wasn't sure if you liked spicy, so I got a bit of everything, he said sheepishly, when she stared at the bursting full bags in alarm. I'm a medium spice kind of girl, she smiled slightly, beckoning him in. You'll have to stay for a week to help us get through it, though. Then she blushed furiously, thinking about what that implied. Trent staying in her house? In bed? They're interrupted by Emma, though, who paused when she saw Trent. Hi, she said, eyeing the bags. Trent's brought us Indian. We're going to talk through some more of the workshop, which has kind of turned into a whole town event. Pull up a seat. We'd love some more of your thoughts. But to her dismay, Emma sidled toward the door. I've actually been invited out. Some of the girls from the library group are going to show me the beach pool at the end of the bay. Anna is torn between doing a little happy dance that her daughter's backslide after Mark's visit seems to have plateaued, and she'd made some friends, and grabbing her daughter and plonking her into a chair for the duration of dinner, preferably as a human shield between herself and Trent. She opted for an understated smile. That sounds nice. Maybe you could show me tomorrow? As Emma disappeared toward the door, she called after her, Swim safe! And then turned to Trent anxiously. It is safe, right? Absolutely. The pool was cut into the rock on the headland. It's protected from the swell at high tide. The local kids spend half their summer there. He paused, then added, It's great she's made some friends. Yeah, Anna turned her attention back to him, her shoulders relaxing. Everything seems to be falling into place. I'm glad, he said softly, looking at her face, and for a moment the silence stretched between them, awkward but also heavy with unspoken things. Trent didn't think he could bear to look at that face without kissing it for very much longer. Anna. There was so much longing and feeling in the word, he thinks his desires must be written all over his face. But her face remained carefully neutral, and his brain goes down the same old familiar route. Why would someone choose him? Deep down he feels defective, and he's never examined that enough to realize it isn't true. It's just what happens to kids whose parents aren't attuned to and joyful about who they are. Eventually, he muttered, I'm really glad you're here, his courage failing him. He immediately regrets even that. Alongside his eager questioning of whether she's going to stay, he feels exposed.
Anna busied herself with plates and cutlery, her hands shaking slightly. The way he'd said her name. She forces herself to focus on practical things. Jake should be home soon. He's at basketball. But Jake texts to say he's going for pizza with the team, and suddenly Anna is alone with Trent, and all these feelings she can't quite contain. They dished up the food in silence. "This is amazing," she said, tasting the butter chicken, thankful for something to say. "I had no idea there was such good Indian food here." "Raj's family has owned the restaurant for 3 generations," Trent replied. "They're an institution here. Started as a fish and chip shop in the 70s, if you can believe it." Suddenly, Trent laughed. "I actually think your aunt had a bit of a fling with Raj's father before he met his wife. They all managed to stay good friends, though." Anna smiled, something about that extremely comforting. That Clara wasn't shunned or disapproved of or seen as a threat. That she just kept going about being herself and thriving in her community, being valued exactly as she was. "I've been doing everything wrong," she said suddenly, her fork falling with a clatter. Trent looked up, surprised. "What do you mean?" Anna pushed her plate aside, agitated. I don't know. I've been so proud of myself since Mark and I got divorced. Creating stability for the kids, routine, structure. Like if I could just make everything predictable and safe enough, the kids would be okay. The drinking and the divorce wouldn't scar them for life. She stared glumly at the table, her fingers working nervously at her sleeve again. But I think maybe I was just surviving, going through the motions. I was so focused on not making waves, on being responsible and reliable, that I forgot how to actually live. So busy making sure dinner was on the table and bedtime routines were stuck to, that I lost touch with joy. I thought I was protecting them, but maybe I was teaching them that life is about enduring rather than enjoying, about being careful rather than being brave. Trent put his fork down slowly, too. "That's a lot of pressure to put on yourself when you were trying to recover from the drinking and the divorce, too," he said softly, but Anna just shook her head. "You know, I have this memory of someone at the kids' school inviting us to see Daft Punk backstage after a concert. They were friends with them or something. And you know what I did?" Trent raised an eyebrow. "I declined, because it would be so late by the time the concert finished. I thought we'd all be too tired. Can you believe that?" She stared at Trent, displaying a great deal of her own disbelief at the scenario, then went on. "Clara would never have let me do that, and I was so worried I'd made the wrong decision coming here, that I'd messed everything up. When you know what? It was probably the first decision I've made in decades that was listening to myself, what I wanted or needed, instead of doing what I thought was the right thing or sensible thing. Something inside me just said, I want that, and I didn't trust it at all. It's a miracle we're here. It was nearly Daft Punk again. I nearly missed this. This. Here she gestured around the room, the beach, the broader community. It's like I built this perfect little shell of a life. Everything looks fine from the outside. But inside it's empty. And I didn't even notice until we came here. And even if I wanted to listen to that part of myself again, I don't know where to find it. All I keep thinking about still is, what's the right thing to do here? I get that, Trent says slowly. I have a similar thing, but it's more, what's the sensible thing to do here? The safe thing. Anna looked at him, surprised. Safe from what? She asked, genuinely perplexed. He looked at her steadily. Getting hurt, I guess. Her agitation stilled, something telling her the slightest wrong move and this lovely honesty between them might slam shut like a book, with an ending the reader hated with enormous passion. Have you been hurt? She braced herself to hear about the woman who broke his heart, and hoped to God it wasn't anyone she knew. Someone stupendously beautiful and glamorous and divine. That's the dumb thing, I suppose. I haven't. I don't know why it feels too intolerable to ever risk it. His heart was thumping in his chest. He'd never said that aloud before. Never admitted that in his previous relationships, he'd never risked his heart fully. Your parents. It's a statement, understanding dawning on Anna. They were never there for you. Of course you expect people to not be there for you. That's all you ever knew. That was your blueprint. Trent didn't tell her much about it back in high school, but she'd heard about their endless trips and saw the pain he tried to hide, shrugging off the loneliness with jokes about all the parties he could throw. Yeah, Trent said, slowly. I guess I just decided at some point that it hurt less if you don't let people matter. Something in his face was so sad that Anna reached across the table and put a hand over his, squeezing gently. You don't get hurt, but you don't get the good parts either. And they just stared at each other, neither daring to speak. Chapter 28. Erna jumped in alarm. A hand had appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her arm as she left the coffee shop. Coffee sloshed out the hole in the top of her takeaway cup. But her alarm evaporated when she saw the eager face of the elderly man who it belonged to. He was leaning heavily on a walking stick with the other hand, and his eyes were bright. You're Clara's niece, he exclaimed, his grip surprisingly strong. I've been hoping to run into you. I'm Mike. I was the lifeguard here for 40 years. Oh, nice to meet you, Anna said, trying to juggle her coffee and extract her arm without seeming rude. Such a loss for the bay. She was full of fun ideas, Mike continued. Spent hours on the beach reading back in the day. I tried to chat her up, of course. Perk of the job, he cackled to himself. And Anna hoped very much that he was a gentleman with his attentions, not a leery creep. Anyway, I do hope she found that man she was looking for before she passed, and I hope he was worth the wait. He cackled to himself again, and Anna tensed. What man? My thoughts exactly. We had lots of eligible men right here in the bay, but she was wanting a particular one. Great pity. Do you know his name? No, it was so long ago. Maybe it wasn't even Clara. Suddenly, Mike looked confused. Maybe it was Martha. Before Anna could ask more questions, Mike was distracted by someone calling him from over the road. Oh, Mustache, Bridge Club. Do come by for tea sometime, dear. I have lots of stories about Clara. And Martha. And with that, he started ambling unevenly away, chuckling to himself, leaving Anna with a dripping coffee cup, the sense that Mike was maybe a little bit of a pest, and even more confusion about her aunt. She started walking slowly and found herself at the Twisted Spine without conscious decision. Ever since their Indian dinner, she found herself turning to Trent with questions or comments, like they'd been friends forever, and the last 25-year gap had just faded away. The bell jingled as she entered, and Trent looked up from the counter, his face brightening. Hey, I was just thinking about you. He blushed slightly, but didn't minimize the comment or downplay it, just smiled. Anna smiled too. It was nice to be thought about. Can you tell me about Mike? She asked. I just ran into him and he said something weird about Clara, but then he also seemed confused. Is his memory okay? Trent frowned. He was the town rogue back in the day, I believe. Charming womanizer. Never married. He's not dementing, as far as I know, but these things creep up on people. I probably wouldn't notice. I see him so little. He must be 85, so even without dementia, people forget stuff. Why? Yeah, I got the sense he might be a bit of a player. He said Clara was searching for a man, though. But maybe if he was a bit pervy, she just said that to keep him at bay. Could be, but that rings a bell, actually. I think that was later, not when she arrived here. You want me to find out more? Oh, if it's not too much bother, I guess I'm more interested in why she left Sydney, what happened with my family to make her lose touch. Can you ask your parents? Oh, no, they've both passed. Dad had a heart attack 10 years ago, and Mom kind of gave up on life after that. I'm sorry, Trent said, something about the death of one's parents making his heart hurt. Me too. About yours. I wasn't there for you, she replied softly, her eyes on his. It's okay. You're here now. And they smiled tentatively at each other. So how can you find out more? Trent shifted gear, the intimacy of the moment making him nervous. Solving problems was a much safer place to be. I think Minnie probably knows more, whether she'll share it or not. He shrugged. What about your sister? Or any clues in your parents' stuff? That's not a bad idea. Savannah was very close to Mom. She might know more. And I'll talk to Minnie when she feels up to it. She was due to be discharged that afternoon, but would need time to recover. Being sick had really taken a toll on her. A group of customers entering distracted them, and Anna indicated she needed to go. I'll let you know if I find anything out, she said, and Trent smiled. Whatever he was telling himself about keeping his distance, Anna turning to him for support made him feel warm and fuzzy in the loveliest way. I'll see if I can think of anyone else who Clara might have confided in, he said, then turned his attention to his customers, unable to contain his smile. Anna wandered home along the beach. She was taking the kids up to Sapphire to get their uniforms and textbooks that afternoon, and was looking forward to some family time. Emma had promised to take them to the rock pool that evening too, but she decided she'd try to squeeze in a phone call to her sister first, to see what she could find out. And as her thoughts drifted around family stuff and Clara stuff, they also kept returning to Trent stuff, and the most wonderful feeling that they felt once more like a team. Chapter 29. The uniform shop was mercifully empty when they arrived. Anna had been dreading navigating crowded aisles with two teenagers, but the quiet gave them space to take their time. These shorts are so much better than my old ones, Jake exclaimed, examining himself in the mirror. They have actual pockets. Anna smiled, watching him practice putting his hands in and out of the pockets like he was auditioning for a commercial. His enthusiasm for small things always warmed her heart. Even Emma seemed less resistant than usual. She emerged from the change room in the summer dress option, twirling slightly for Anna's benefit. It's not completely horrible, she admitted, smoothing the fabric. And at least we can choose between dress or shorts. The dress suits you, Anna said nonchalantly, careful not to overdo it. The length is good too. Emma studied herself in the mirror. Yeah. Anna felt a wave of relief. She'd been worried about the uniform requirements, knowing how sensitive Emma was about clothes. Toward the end of last term, she'd been spending an hour in the bathroom before school, and Anna had had the sense that it was more than just wanting to look pretty. She knew teenage girls could be tough, but worried that Emma was putting on armor in there, not just makeup and perfectly arranged clothes. Can we get milkshakes after this? Jake asked, already changing back into his regular clothes. I saw this place called the Milk Bar when we drove in. Lewis says they make the best thick shakes ever. Sure, Anna replied, pleased he'd made friends who were giving him local intel. We need to check out the bookstore for your texts first, then milkshakes. The bookstore was a cramped academic affair, nothing like the Twisted Spine, but it had everything they needed. Anna watched as Emma lingered in the small fiction section, while Jake bounced impatiently by the door. You found something you want? She asked. She'd rather take their business to Trent, but Emma hadn't been engrossed in anything but her phone for so long, she would seize the moment and let her get whatever her lovely little heart desired. Someone recommended this one. She indicated a Booker winner from a few years before, and Anna's heart soared. But I'll grab it from the library. You sure? Sometimes it's nice to own books. Emma looked uncertain, then picked up the book and smiled tentatively at Anna, looking pleased. At the Milk Bar, they settled into a bright red booth. The decor was pure 1950s Americana, complete with checkered floor and vintage posters. A jukebox in the corner played old rock and roll. This is cool, Emma admitted, studying the extensive milkshake menu. Like, actually retro, not trying too hard. What's the difference? Jake asked, already knowing he wanted chocolate. Authenticity,
Emma replied. I wonder if it has literally been like this for 70 years. Anna hid her smile behind her menu. Emma actually answering her brother was the best thing she'd heard all day. Relief washed over her. It seemed like the visit from Mark hadn't derailed her coming out of her shell here at all, as Anna had feared in the days afterward, when she'd retreated to her room and her sullenness. They ordered, then settled into easy conversation about the upcoming school year. Miss Chen seems nice, Jake said, referring to the teacher who'd shown them around that morning. New students had a special invitation to drop in for an hour for a tour and to meet some teachers before school started the next day. She says the basketball team might make regionals this year. And the art teacher said we might do a mural for the festival, Emma added. I mentioned it to her when I went to check out the art room. Anna felt a surge of pride. Emma had gone to investigate the art room on her own initiative and was thinking about contributing to the festival? Their shakes arrived, huge glass mugs topped with whipped cream and chocolate wafer straws, and they all sipped in companionable silence. Lewis wasn't lying, Jake said between slurps. This is really, really good. Anna sat back, watching them. Something had shifted in the past couple of weeks. Even with Mark's visit throwing things off balance, they seemed to be finding their feet here. It was like the space and the community and the freedom — she really ought to think about getting a job, though — had opened something up. Possibilities. She felt content. After their shakes, they walked down the main street, window shopping. Sapphire was bigger than Warinyah Bay. It felt nice just to wander in the sunshine. No rush or pressure. Can we look in here? Emma asked, pointing to a store selling art supplies. Inside, she ran her fingers over sketching pencils and watercolor sets, while Jake complained about being bored. Go next door to the sports store, Anna told him. We'll come get you in a minute. When he was gone, Emma turned to her mother. I was thinking, maybe I could try those art classes? Anna kept her voice casual. That sounds nice. Want me to find out the details? Emma nodded, selecting a set of pencils. And maybe we could set up that spare room as a studio instead of storage. There's really good light in there. Anna remembered how Emma used to draw as well as write, but had stopped, like most things in her life these past couple of years. Of course we can. We'll clear it out this weekend if you want. She supposed it didn't really matter where she was clearing. It all needed to be done eventually. They collected Jake, who was deep in conversation with the store clerk about basketball shoes, and headed home. The late afternoon sun painted everything golden, and a light breeze carried the salty smell of the surf. It felt to Anna like anything was possible in such a place. As promised, they stopped at the rock pool, Emma explaining its history to them as she and Jake tore off their clothes, already prepped with their bathers underneath. They spent the next hour swimming and exploring. Anna sat on a rock, watching them splash and laugh. She couldn't remember the last time Emma had deigned to play with her little brother. This was what she'd hoped for when she'd made the impulsive decision to move here. Not just escape from their old life, but the chance to build something new, something better. Time to head home, she called eventually, when the light started to fade. 5 more minutes, Jake pleaded. 3, she compromised, and he grinned, ducking under the water for one last handstand. Can we come back tomorrow? He asked, emerging from the pool. Sure, Anna smiled. We'll have time after school, if you're not too tired from your first day. And they would have time. No commute, no rush to get dinner on the table after getting home from work. No obsession with sticking to the routine at the cost of enjoying life. We'll meet you at home, Emma suddenly shouted from the far end of the pool. Let's race her, Jake. They darted off along the path to the beach, which would take them all the way to Clara's house. Their house now, Anna corrected herself. Their home. Chapter 30. After dinner, Anna invited the kids for a walk on the beach, but they declined, and after a peaceful half an hour listening to the gentle waves, she found herself detouring back past the bookstore, some urge propelling her there without her having any real idea why. The store was empty, but the door not locked, and at the sound of the bell, Trent emerged from upstairs. When he saw Anna, he looked surprised. Suddenly awkward and conscious that she'd just been there a few hours before, Anna's eyes slid away from him and focused on the nearest bookshelf. "I was just walking," she said. "I saw the light on and thought you were still open." "I am, sort of. Just had a cuppa." "These are beautiful." She kept staring at the nearest bookshelf, uncertain how to explain her presence, when she realized it looked familiar. The rich, warm woodwork had intricate detailing along the edges, just like some of the ones back home. "Clara's are identical." Trent rubbed the back of his neck, looking pleased. "I made them, actually. Hers, too." Anna turned back to him, surprised. "You made these? I had no idea you were into woodworking." "Started about 10 years ago. Couldn't find shelves I liked at a reasonable price, so I decided to learn." He shrugged, like it was nothing. She examined the shelves more closely, noticing the perfectly mitered corners, the careful grain matching. "These are remarkable, Trent. I would never have picked you as being a designer in high school." "There's a lot we didn't know about each other back then, I suppose." They stood silently for a minute. She wanted to say that she just wanted to see him, that she was glad he told her about the woodwork, that she was glad she had something he had made with his own hands in her house, but the words got stuck in her throat. "So, what else don't I know about you, Trent Perfect?" she finally said, wanting to get back to the kids, but not wanting to leave Trent. He smiled at her, that slow, unhurried smile. "I make a decent risotto. I can name all the constellations, and I have an irrational fear of geese." "Geese?" "Vicious creatures," he said solemnly. "I was chased by one when I was 7. Never recovered." A small smile played around Anna's lips. "What else?" Trent hesitated. "I'm trying to learn that uncertainty isn't always the enemy, that sometimes the best things come from letting go a little." He smiled slightly. "Not sure how it's going. Maybe I'll never recover from it either, like the geese. I'll let you know in a little while." Anna smiled. "I think that sounds positive," she said, her heart leaping all around her chest, thinking about her own desires, her own uncertainty. She started toward the door, then turned back. "I like knowing these things about you," she said, her voice soft, her eyes on Trent's. "The debate team star who fears geese and does intricate woodwork." "I like telling you," Trent replied, equally softly, and they stared at each other for a long beat. Then Anna walked back out the door. Chapter 31. The spare room was dusty and cluttered with boxes Anna had hastily shoved inside during their initial unpacking. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the large windows, catching dust motes floating idly in the air. "It's going to take forever to clear this house," Anna said, surveying the chaos. Emma stood in the doorway, arms crossed. "We don't have to do it today." But Anna had promised, and she wanted to show Emma she meant what she said, and that her needs mattered. "No, let's at least make a start. These boxes can go downstairs for now. I want to get through them all anyway and find Clara's manuscript." They worked in companionable silence for a while, Anna passing boxes to Emma, who stacked them in the hallway, pausing occasionally to look at the way light slanted through the windows and fell across the space. "The light really is good in here," Emma said, running her hand along the windowsill, then frowning at the layer of dirt. "Better than my old room in Sydney." "Clara used it as a studio too," Anna exclaimed, suddenly remembering. "She had an easel set up here. I completely forgot about that." Emma's eyebrows rose. "Aunt Clara painted?" "A little. She tried everything creative at least once." Anna smiled at the memory. As they cleared more space, Anna noticed Emma's shoulders relaxing, her movements becoming less perfunctory, more purposeful. "Where do you want your desk?" Anna asked. "Under the window?" Emma nodded, then hesitated. "Actually, can I look for something first?" Without waiting for an answer, Emma disappeared to her bedroom. Anna continued moving boxes, wondering what her daughter was up to. Minutes later, Emma returned with a battered portfolio case Anna hadn't seen in years. "You still have that?" Anna asked, surprised. Emma didn't answer. She sat cross-legged on the newly cleared floor and carefully untied the worn strings. Anna knelt beside her as Emma pulled out drawings and paintings from before they left Sydney. "I thought you'd thrown these away," Anna said softly. Emma shook her head. "I just stopped showing them to people." She paused at a detailed charcoal sketch of their old kitchen window with rain streaming down the glass. It captured a profound sense of melancholy that made Anna's breath catch. "Emma, this is incredible." She looked at her daughter in wonder. "When did you do this?" "When Dad—" Emma trailed off, but Anna could take any number of guesses. When Mark was drinking? When Mark was badgering her to go visit him even though he was drinking and she didn't want to? When Mark disappeared for 3 days, eventually found in a hotel room with no memory of how he'd gotten there, after calling Emma and slurring incoherently at her. "Oh, hon." Emma shrugged. It helped, sometimes. She pulled out another sketch, this one of Jake sleeping on the couch, looking younger and heart-achingly innocent and peaceful. After a while, it felt pointless, though. Like, what was I even doing it for? And Anna felt ashamed at how much she had missed, while trying to hold everything together. "I'm sorry, Em." "It's not your fault," Emma said, surprisingly gentle. "You were dealing with a lot, too." Anna reached for another drawing, tears welling. This one was a self-portrait Emma had done, her face half in shadow, eyes looking directly at the viewer with an intensity that was startling. "You're really talented," Anna said, meaning it. "Have you shown any of these to the art teacher here?" Emma shook her head. "Not yet. We're doing theory at the moment." She hesitated at one more piece at the bottom of the pile, then placed the others back on top of it, not bringing it out. Anna didn't press. She realized with a jolt that her own creative aspirations had dried up long before the divorce. When had she last written anything just for the pleasure of it? Law school had beaten that out of her, and then marriage and motherhood had filled every available moment. "I used to write," Anna found herself saying. "Poetry, mostly, and short stories." Emma looked surprised. "You did? Were you any good?" Anna laughed. "Probably not. But I loved it." "Why'd you stop?" Anna considered this. "The usual reasons. No time, other priorities. And after a while, like you said, it felt pointless." They sat quietly for a while, the presence of Mark's drinking hanging over both their constrained choices. Eventually, Emma said, "It's also higher up the hierarchy, isn't it? Creativity. Maslow's hierarchy, I mean. You need enough in the tank, enough energy and joy and wonder." Anna stared at her daughter, this thoughtful young woman who was starting to emerge from the withdrawn, angry girl of the last few years. "When did you get so wise?" she asked, only half joking. Emma rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. "I've always been wise." Anna laughed. "Let's see if we can find Aunt Clara's old easel. It's probably in the attic somewhere. Maybe I'll get inspired to try some writing again sometime, too." Emma nodded briefly and stood up, quiet again. But Anna sent up a silent thanks to Clara for creating a space where both she and Emma could rediscover parts of themselves that had been lost in the chaos of their previous life. Then she followed her daughter softly up to the attic. Chapter 32. The book club meeting felt empty without Minnie, but they'd managed to maintain some focus, discussing a contemporary romance novel that Jordan had surprisingly let through without complaint. He hadn't read it, but that didn't stop him sharing his opinion. But nobody minded. Everyone had needed a break from festival planning. "I'll tell Minnie what we thought," he said, half joking. "It'll make up for her missing this." As the others filed out, Anna found herself dawdling, not quite ready to head home to an empty house. The kids were at a movie, together, and she wanted to spend more time with adult company. studiously ignoring the fact that it was Trent's company in particular she was choosing. "Did you get hold of your sister?" Trent asked, grabbing a couple of empty coffee cups and heading toward the stairs. "I did," Anna trailed after him. "But she wasn't very helpful, just said there was some big scandal and Mum and Dad refused to talk about it. It was before we were born. I suggested she go through their papers and photos to try to find out, but she was less than enthused." Trent opened the door to his apartment and went to put the mugs in the dishwasher. "That must be frustrating." Anna hesitated on the doorstep, suddenly conscious she'd never been in his apartment. She glanced around, noticing how perfectly organised everything was, except for an overflowing suitcase in one corner. Books lined one wall, arranged by colour, which made her smile. That detail appealed to her for some reason. It was unexpected and whimsical. A comfortable reading chair sat by the window, overlooking the ocean, though the main street was back further than Anna's house. It felt like Trent, ordered, thoughtful, safe. "It is a bit," she replied. "But maybe it doesn't matter. Clara found her place here, created a life she loved, and judging from bits and pieces of her book, she found a new family. At least, it shows she understood what it means to find your own family. She was happy here. That's the important thing." Trent leaned against the kitchen bench, his arms folded, looking thoughtful. "She certainly seemed happy for the 20 years I knew her," he said. "The kids are so different here," Anna mused, wandering over to the window to look at the view. "More relaxed, more themselves. I feel like we could be happy here too. I guess that's why Clara wanted me to run the book club, so I would spend enough time here to notice that. Smart woman." She smiled, turning back to Trent. "I actually can't believe we've only been here a few weeks. It feels like forever." "These small towns do that to people. It's the slower pace of life, and the sense of community, I think." "Yeah, it's like it's given me a chance to stop and notice things, instead of just frantically running on autopilot. I've been able to see a different way of living here, and I like it." She glanced down, suddenly feeling awkward and self-conscious that she kept telling Trent these things that made her feel vulnerable. But he didn't seem uncomfortable. "It can't have been easy, trying to raise kids with an alcoholic. I can see why you'd focus on safety and structure." "You know what Emma said to me the other day? She said she was sick of watching me try to fix everything. And she's right. I'm always trying to smooth things over, make everything okay, anticipate everyone's needs, make sure everyone else is happy. I've done it for so long I don't even know what I want or need anymore. Being here makes me think, I don't want that for my kids. I don't want them to learn that life is about being careful and small. I want them to know they can take up space in the world, that they can be messy and imperfect and still be loved." "They already know that," Trent said. "Look at Emma. She's been able to tell you what she sees. She's opening up and trying new things. Jake's jumped in without hesitation. He's throwing himself into basketball, making connections. They're braver than you think. You are too." "What do you mean?" "You moved across the state, started over in a new town. That takes courage." "Or desperation," Anna muttered. "Sometimes they're the same thing." Trent smiled. "Sometimes we need to be desperate enough to be brave. Some part of you knew you needed to come here, and you listened. And you're trying to listen to that part of yourself more, even if it's not perfect or certain." "That sounds utterly terrifying. Once is enough for this decade, thank you very much." But she laughed as she said this, because she knew that he was right, that in fact was what had made a difference these last few weeks. Finding space to live in the present, not the future or the past. You know, my parents were very dismissive of Clara, thought she was irresponsible and selfish. But what I always thought was that she followed her own heart and lived in a way that was true to herself. And seeing the book club and hearing about her life just reinforces that. But I grew up being told that that was a bad thing, that I had to be responsible, especially for other people's happiness. She frowned. No wonder I found it so hard to listen to myself or act on my own needs. It's like I've been afraid if I let go of controlling everything, it will all fall apart, rather than trusting that I can manage whatever comes up. But moving here has kind of shown me that that isn't true.
Trent looked at her steadily, her words hitting him as though they were for him, not her.
That's exactly how I feel, he said without thinking. He pushed off the bench, suddenly wanting to be closer to her, for once not taking the safer route. If you don't think too hard, if you just let your mind go wild, what do you want for yourself, right now? He was standing in front of her now, his eyes intent. Anna closed her eyes, her brow furrowed. It's so hard to not go to the but-thens and what-ifs, she muttered. If you knew the kids were safe and you were financially stable, what would you choose? He pressed.
To not work for a while, she started, hesitant, her eyes still closed. To just enjoy being with my kids, helping them explore who they are, what they want. To have the time and the headspace to address any negatives lingering from the drinking and the divorce, and my focus on routine over all else.
That sounds wonderful, Trent said, his voice encouraging. Still, Anna kept her eyes closed. I want to follow my instincts more, learn to trust myself, listen to myself and follow my heart, instead of just doing what's expected. Put myself, if not first, at least up there with my kids. To truly believe that me living a good life is good for them, too.
Yeah, Trent said, his voice soft. She could feel his presence, smell the now familiar scent of him, and the yearning in her body was so intense it shocked her. Her eyes flew open and found his. I want something else, she said.
Chapter 33. Outside it was nearly dark. The sound of the ocean morphed into a rushing noise in Anna's ears. She stared at Trent, and he stared back, his face impenetrable. Her eyes not leaving his, she moved closer, placing one hand tentatively on his chest, her fingers light, more a question than a touch. She watched him very closely, but he didn't move, and her other hand joined the first one, fingers lightly caressing him. Trent, she whispered, her heart pounding. Her eyes dropped to his lips, then lifted back to his eyes, her desire so powerful she couldn't hide what she was asking, even if she wanted to. Then his hands were around her waist, her hips, finding her face, one thumb tracing her lower lip, his breathing ragged. I want you so much, he whispered, and then he kissed her, softly at first, pulling back between kisses to read her eyes, and she melted into him, wanting every inch of her body to be touching his, her hands coming around his neck to find his hair, surrendering for once to her needs, her wants, her yearnings, kissing him deeply, not holding back. Her body felt electric, like everywhere his fingers touched was spitting fireworks and doing somersaults from trapezes in sparkly clothes. She could barely think beyond the cacophony of singing in her bones. Nothing had felt more right than being in Trent's arms, for a very long time. When they finally pulled apart, Trent rested his forehead against hers, his eyes closed, his arms snug around her waist, holding her close to him. I like it when you follow your instincts, he murmured, with the hint of a smile, pulling back slightly to look at her, one hand coming up to tuck her hair behind her ear and touch her cheek. Anna's eyes were still closed, and she smiled too, then found his lips again, her kiss soft and full of feeling. Eventually she pulled back.
Walk me home? I should get back before the kids get there, as much as I'd like to stay. She watched him tentatively, aware of the subtext. I want more. She wanted to stay. She wished she had 3 more hours just to stand here, kissing like she hadn't kissed in decades. Her heart was nearly jumping out of her ribcage. Still.
Of course, he murmured, but didn't move. Instead, he kissed her again, leisurely, with meaning. When he finally stopped, he laughed softly. Very soon. He pulled her even closer, one thumb stroking her cheek, glancing at her lips, looking into her eyes. She saw so much longing reflected there. As they wandered along the beach, their hands occasionally brushing, sending sparks of possibility shooting through her, Anna tried to fight back the rising panic. What does this mean? Where is it going? Are we going to date? What if the kids hate it? What if he gets bored? What will everyone think? Will Mark cause a fuss? She took deep breaths, trying to steady herself, and chanted inside her head, "Follow your heart, follow your heart, follow your heart. Let it evolve, let it evolve, let it evolve." She didn't know if she could, but when she floated inside a few minutes later, her whole body still tingling, she knew that she wanted more of that with Trent. She might even want everything. And for the first time in a very long time, Anna let herself feel the full force of wanting something, someone, without trying to talk herself out of it. It was terrifying, but it also felt like being alive.
Chapter 34. Anna woke early, her body still humming with a pleasant energy she hadn't felt in years. Rather than trying to fall back asleep, she decided to take a walk along the beach, savoring the quiet hours before the kids woke. Everything was peaceful and dark and dreamy. Looping back along the mostly slumbering main street, she was drawn toward warm light spilling from the windows of Lila's bakery. The rich scent of baking bread and cinnamon accosted her. Through the window, she could see Lila moving with quiet efficiency, her movements graceful and practiced. Without really thinking about it, Anna pushed the door open, setting off a small bell. Lila looked up, smiling when she saw Anna. "You're up early?" "Couldn't sleep," Anna admitted. "Everything smells amazing." "First batch is nearly done. Come back here if you'd like. I could use an extra pair of hands, actually." Anna hesitated. "I'm not much of a baker." "No skill required. Just need someone to roll these croissants while I check the sourdough." Lila's smile was gentle, undemanding. The kitchen was warm and fragrant, with flour dusting every surface. Anna washed her hands at the sink and took the spot Lila indicated at a worn wooden bench. "Like this," Lila demonstrated, deftly rolling a triangle of dough into a perfect crescent. Nothing fancy. Anna's first attempt was laughably lopsided, but Lila didn't comment, just showed her again with patient hands. By the third try, Anna had the hang of it. They worked in companionable silence for a while, the only sounds the hum of the oven and the soft pat of dough being shaped. It was oddly soothing. "You do it all by yourself?" Anna asked eventually. "A lot of the time. It's just my routine now. But some days I get some help. Jem and others. Clara used to help me sometimes," Lila added, sliding a tray of bread into the oven. "In the early days, when I was too nervous to hire staff, she'd just show up at 4 a.m, roll up her sleeves, and get to work." Anna looked up, surprised. "Really? I can't imagine her being up that early." Lila laughed softly. "She wasn't a morning person, that's for sure. But she knew I needed the help, even though I was too proud to ask." Lila poured them each a cup of coffee from a plunger, adding a splash of milk to both cups. "I would never have opened this place if not for her."
No? Why not?
Lila was quiet for a moment, focusing on scoring the top of a loaf with precise cuts. "I was invisible for a long time," she said finally. "My ex-husband preferred it that way.
After the divorce, I didn't know who I was anymore, what I wanted, what I was good at. She glanced up at Anna, who was surprised by Lila's candor. The quiet baker rarely spoke about herself at book club meetings. Clara dragged me to a baking class, said I needed something that was just for me. I'd always loved baking, used to make everything from scratch for my daughter when she was little. But somewhere along the way, I'd stopped. She slid the scored loaves into the oven. The class was terrible, actually. The instructor was condescending, and I nearly left. But Clara made me stay. Anna smiled, imagining her aunt's determination. She could be very persuasive.
Stubborn as a mule, Lila agreed, her face fond. But she was right. I needed to remember what brought me joy, what made me feel like me, not someone's wife or mother or convenient shadow. She handed Anna another batch of dough to roll. 2 years later, I opened this place. I was terrified, convinced I'd fail. But you didn't. No. Lila's smile deepened. And whenever I was struggling, Clara would show up at dawn, tie on an apron, and get to work. No lectures, no pep talks, just presence and help. She pulled out the earlier batch of croissants, deftly shaking them onto a tray to cool, then sipped her coffee, watching Anna with her gentle, attentive eyes. And when Anna finished her cup, she scooped 3 crispy, buttery croissants into a paper bag for her and shooed her out the door. Get these to the kids while they're hot. And Anna, come back whenever you please.
Chapter 35. I kissed Trent, Anna blurted out as soon as she walked into Minnie's sunroom later that day. The older woman was propped up in a recliner, looking frail but bright-eyed, a romance novel open on her lap. Well, hello to you too, Minnie exclaimed, clapping her hands together. That's the best greeting I've had all week. Tell me everything. Anna laughed, settling into a chair. I thought you'd want to talk about the festival planning. Darling, I've been stuck in this chair for days. I need some excitement. Was it romantic? Did he sweep you off your feet? It was... Anna felt herself blushing. Pretty perfect, actually. I knew it! Minnie's enthusiasm was infectious. I'm fine-tuned to notice romance. It's my genre, after all. Plus, the wandering eyes. Probably even Jordan with his post-apocalyptic leanings would have noticed. What do you mean? Anna protested. Was it that obvious? No, I'm just teasing, darling. I did notice some awkwardness and admiring glances, I will admit. But partly it's just old friends reunited, second chances at love. So tropey. Of course it occurred to me. Plus, you're both so pretty. It seemed like an obvious match. Anna blushed. So what's next? What do you young people do these days to hook up? Minnie made exaggerated air quotes around the phrase, grinning to herself at the youngish lingo. I'm not exactly young, Anna pointed out dryly. I'm 45, divorced, well into the horrors of perimenopause, with nearly 2 teenagers. And I haven't dated since I was 17. There was Mark, and no one else. Really? Minnie's eyes widened, and she wriggled further upright in her bed, intrigued. That's even better. It's like fate has brought you two together. I guess you'll be staying with us in Warinyah Bay, then. She shrugged mischievously, as though it was fait accompli, then clapped her hands together happily. Speaking of Clara, Anna said, thinking of her aunt's sneaky method of getting her to the bay. I think I'm starting to understand why she wanted me to move here. She understood what my life was becoming after the divorce, I think. She wanted to show me, not tell me, that there were other options. And I'm starting to see them. She was an author, Minnie laughed. A romance author at that. Then something sad passed across her face. She's saving people, even from the grave, she said, and Anna startled, realizing it was true. Was she another stray Clara had rescued? A month ago, that thought would have annoyed her. Now she thinks it's a pack she doesn't mind belonging to.
especially if Trent is part of it. That photo I mentioned, with my father and Mike, the lifeguard, said something about her searching for someone. Tell me what you know. Ah, Minnie's expression grew thoughtful. That's a story Clara should tell you herself. But she can't anymore, Anna pointed out, frustrated. I keep finding pieces but can't put them together. The manuscript pages, the photo, these hints about some scandal. Minnie sighed. Some stories aren't ours to tell, dear. But... She paused, considering. I suppose everyone has passed on now, so maybe there's no harm. She wasn't very keen on sharing the story, though. Anna sat up in anticipation. She had a fling with your father before he married your mother. Minnie studied Anna carefully, noting how much she paled. It shouldn't have been a big deal. No one cheated on anyone. At least, that's the story I heard. The problem was Charles never told Kate, but she found out somehow. These things always come out, I suppose. Kate took it very hard. My dad? Anna sat rigidly, her voice faint, finding this very hard to believe, even though it was exactly what she had guessed at. He never seemed to like her. Yes, well, I suppose if Kate was upset about this piece of information, he had to make very clear it was a mistake from the past. And it probably was. They sounded very different, Clara and Kate.
And that's why Clara left Sydney and moved here?
Minnie hesitated slightly. I think Kate made things very difficult for her. You have to understand, it was the 1950s. Young women weren't supposed to be too free and easy with their affections. But my grandparents? The rift was with them, too. Well, families can be difficult. You should know that by now, Anna. There's judgments and grudges. Clara found a place here to get away from all that.
Anna was still pale.
She felt like she had been deceived, even though she knew her parents really didn't have to share their early love lives with her. But Clara? It seems so far-fetched. Anyway, darling, this is all a bit glum. The important thing is that your aunt was happy and your parents had a long marriage and made you. So it all worked out okay in the end. Now let's talk about something cheerier. Minnie's eyes sparkle with mischief. Why don't you tell me more about this kiss? Did your knees go weak? Was there tongue involved?
Minnie! Anna felt herself blushing again. What? I'm old, not dead. And I need inspiration for Bernard's next adventure. They both dissolved into giggles, and Anna found herself sharing details she hadn't planned to. It felt good to talk about it, to let herself feel excited without analyzing everything to death. She hugged Minnie carefully before leaving, grateful for this odd, wonderful woman who could make her laugh and pass on her wisdom, and connect her to Clara, even though she was gone. On the drive home, she didn't dwell on the strange news about her father, but rather let her mind wander back to Trent and the butterflies in her stomach that she hadn't felt for decades. She didn't worry about whether it was right or going to work out, but just basked in the moment of feeling excited and hopeful, and sent yet another silent thank you up to Clara for dragging her to this new life in this small, magical town that seemed to specialize in joy and second chances. Chapter 36. Trent was rearranging books, but his mind kept drifting to the night before. To Anna's soft lips, the way she melted into him, how perfectly she fitted in his arms. He couldn't stop smiling, touching his lips where hers had been. Earth to Trent, Jeannie's voice cut through his reverie. You've put those travel guides in with the romance novels. Mrs. Henderson will eat you alive. He blinked, looking down at the books in his hands. She was right. Okay, spill, Jeannie demanded, perching on the counter. You've been walking around in a daze all morning, and you're actually humming. You never hum. I kissed Anna, he said, still unable to stop smiling. Or she kissed me. We kissed each other. Oh my God! Jeannie clapped her hands together in delight. I can't believe it!
It's only taken 25 years. And how was it?
Perfect, he replied, completely unable to be his usual reticent self. It was everything. He paused, trying to find words. You know how sometimes you read about a kiss in a book and it seems impossible? Like no real kiss could ever be that good? Well, it was that good. He trailed off, grinning. Oh my God, Jeannie repeated, and stared at him in wonder. This is amazing. Tell me everything. But Trent just shook his head, still smiling. The moment felt too precious to share, even with his sister. The way Anna had looked at him, her eyes full of desire, for him, the feel of her skin, the way she smelled, the electricity that sparked between them with every touch. He didn't want to be too hopeful, but he was. Hope was dragging his mind in all sorts of directions, and it felt wonderful. Something about his demeanor silenced his sister's usual planning and plotting about his love life. It just feels perfect, he said, shrugging. I'm happy for you, Jeannie said, softly. Then she laughed. I might have to start looking for my own place, hey? Maybe, Trent laughed too, and for the first time in his life, he let his thoughts drift toward what a future with a partner might look like. Something that included more than books and careful distance. He could see family dinners, lazy Sunday mornings, watching Jake's basketball games, being part of something bigger. He felt giddy with the images that crossed his mind, giddy with the memory of Anna's eyes. The way she had looked at him made him feel worthy of love, worthy of connection. Like maybe his parents' inability to show up for him wasn't about his worth, but about their limitations. In this moment, he feels limitless. Chapter 37. Anna woke early again the next morning, still floating on the memory of Trent's kiss. She made coffee and wandered out to the deck to watch the sunrise, wrapping herself in the same green jumper she'd worn to book club against the morning chill. Occasionally, she lifted her arm to her face, breathing in the smell of Trent that still lingered on the green wool. Everything felt possible in the soft morning light. But as she sipped her coffee, her father's face in that old photo drifted into her thoughts. The way he'd looked at Clara, so different from how she'd ever seen him look at anyone. The casual intimacy of his arm around her shoulders. A nagging thought wormed its way in. Had her whole childhood been built on lies? Her stern, proper father, who'd emphasized doing the right thing above all else, who'd sighed and huffed and looked at her over his glasses with his disappointed eyes any time she was reckless or wild or spontaneous. Had he been covering up his own wild and reckless past? And Clara, why hadn't she ever told Anna? All those summers spent here, all those heart-to-heart talks. Had she loved him? She wondered now. She tried to push the thoughts away and go back to the dreaminess of Trent. But the glow she'd been feeling had dulled. What else didn't she know about the people she trusted? What other secrets lay buried? Mark had certainly managed to keep a few things hidden from her, hadn't he? She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. The sun was fully up now, but she felt cold. Her phone buzzed. Good morning, Anna. Coffee later? Trent's simple message made her smile, but something held her back from responding immediately. What if she was doing what she always did, rushing in, trying to fix everything and everyone, including herself? What if this thing with Trent was just another way of fixing a perceived problem? She'd noticed she'd lost the ability to feel joy, so had decided to fix it by grabbing the first thing she saw that made her feel alive. The screen lit up again. No pressure, just coffee. She stared at the words, remembering how safe she'd felt in his arms. But was that real? Or was she just desperate to feel secure after decades of Mark's chaos and lies? How do you even figure out what is real, and what's your mind tricking you into? She didn't exactly have a great track record with assessing situations clearly, and making good judgments. "Coffee would be nice," she typed back carefully, then added a smiley face, then deleted it. Finally, she added it back and hit send. Inside, Emma was already up, making cereal. Anna wondered what Emma would make of her make-out session with Trent, and shivered again. What if she was missing little red flags, and her children ended up paying the price? Again? "Morning," Emma mumbled, barely looking up from her bowl. Anna was about to respond when she noticed what Emma was reading, one of Clara's manuscript pages. "Where did you find that?" she asked, excited. "I wish she had kept the whole thing in one bloody place." "In the studio. I was setting up some stuff yesterday." Emma pushed it across the bench. "It's good. Makes me want to read more." Anna picked up the page, scanning the familiar typing. This one was different, though. It wasn't about family rejection or finding new connections. It was about a pregnancy. Her heart stopped. "Me too," she said faintly, her eyes fixed on the words. Emma smiled. "It's very tropey. Secret baby. I think you could sell it. Are you allowed to do that, if you find it all?" She didn't wait for Anna to reply, but went on. "Did something happen to her? Like, is that why she moved here?" Anna stared at her daughter. "I'm starting to think so," she said slowly. "But I'm not sure exactly what." She read the paragraph again. The doctor's words echoed in my head. "You have options." But did I? Really? In 1959, what options did an unmarried girl really have? Especially one from a family like mine. Mother's eyes when I'd told her. "This isn't romance," Anna murmured. "This is about..." "A baby," Emma finished. "Do you think it's fiction? Or maybe that's why the family rejected her?" Anna's mind was racing. The timing. Clara would have been 19 in 1959. The photo with her father was from around then. And then she'd suddenly moved to Warinyah Bay, cut off from the family. "Oh my God," she whispered. "What?" "Nothing," Anna said quickly. "Just thinking about how hard it must have been for her, if it isn't fiction." But her mind was whirling. Could it be possible? Had Clara been pregnant with her father's child? Is that why her mother had been so bitter? Why her grandparents had cut Clara off? The thought made her feel slightly sick. "It could still be romance," Emma says, shrugging. "Secret baby, father finds out 5 years later and they live happily ever after. That's definitely a thing." Somehow Anna doesn't think that that is how this story ends. "I need to go see Minnie," she said suddenly, standing up. "You okay to get to school?" "I am," Emma replied. "But your other kid is still asleep. You might want to get him moving first. Mornings aren't his favorite thing." Anna felt guilty, forgetting about her children again, to chase the past. Jake's first week of high school had gone well. He had friends from basketball and was naturally a friendly and extroverted kid. But Emma's comment was a reminder to stay present, not to dash off following a mystery clue and forget about being a mother, first and foremost. And somehow, it rattled her. How could she forget about helping her kid in his first few weeks of high school? Maybe nothing had changed here at all, and she wasn't being any better a mother than she was back in Sydney. Just her focus had shifted from routine and stability to Clara, and a decades-old mystery that didn't really matter one little bit. She tried to shake the feeling off and headed up the stairs to wake Jake and spend the morning with him. Secret babies would have to wait. Chapter 38. Trent stared at Anna's last text message, trying to read between the lines. The smiley face felt forced. He'd been floating on cloud 9 yesterday, but now felt like he had fallen to earth with a thud. Had he misread everything? Maybe she regretted the kiss. Maybe she was just caught up in the moment, and now, in the cold light of day, she was having second thoughts. She had plenty of reasons to be cautious.
Her kids, her divorce, her ex, a new start in an unfamiliar town. And what did he have to offer? A small bookstore, a tiny apartment, and enough emotional baggage to fill both. He wasn't exactly a catch. "You're brooding," Jeannie announced, appearing with coffee. "Stop it." "I'm not brooding, I'm thinking." "About Anna? Did something happen?" "No. Yes. I don't know." He showed her the text exchange. Jeannie rolled her eyes. "This is perfectly normal. You asked her for coffee, she said yes. What's the problem?" "It just feels different, less certain, less enthusiastic." "Of course it does. That's how these things work. You have a magical moment, then reality creeps back in and you both get nervous. Doesn't mean it's not real." Before Trent could respond, the bell above the door chimed. Jordan strode in, looking unusually animated. "Where's Anna?" he demanded without preamble. "Good morning to you too," Trent replied dryly. "How would I know?" "I just heard you might be spending time together," Jordan said breezily, smirking to himself. Trent looked at him sharply. "From who?" he asked. "Just been at Minnie's. She mentioned something about—" "Oh." Here Jordan paused, looking altogether too delighted with himself. "Pashing?" Trent groaned. "Of course you told everyone." "She writes romance novels. What did you think she was going to focus on, even with a workshop schedule to argue over?" Trent was too busy wondering what exactly Minnie heard, and from who, to bother replying. Did Anna tell Minnie in excitement, or with regret? "Anyway, she gave me something to pass on. One of her visitors gave it to her, pinched it from Clara in the oldies' home apparently, and had some regrets after she croaked." "Jordan! Language, Trent. You should know how we use it. Can keep hard things light." He shrugged, unrepentant. "Anyway, looks like it's about Anna's folks. You want to pass it on to her?" He spread the double page of newspaper on the counter. It wasn't the local rag, but the Sydney Morning Herald, dated May 1961, and showed a society page featuring debutante balls and engagement announcements. "Look," Jordan pointed to a small article. "Charles Mitchell, son of prominent Sydney businessman William Mitchell, announces his engagement to Catherine Mayhew. They are to be wed December 1961 in the Royal Botanical Gardens." Trent stared at the grainy photo accompanying the announcement. Charles Mitchell looked young and polished, his arm around a beautiful woman who must be Anna's mother. There was something about his expression, though, a tightness around his eyes that reminded Trent of Anna when she was being responsible. "So?" Jeannie asked, peering over their shoulders. "So nothing," Jordan shrugged again. "Minnie just thought Anna might like it." Trent thought it was odd that Clara would save a cutting of her estranged sister's engagement, but he said nothing. Clearly there was already enough gossip in this town. And maybe people try to hold on to family in whatever way they can, even when estranged. Pashing. Good Lord. Still, if there was some scandal surrounding Clara, he felt protective of Anna. If anyone was going to share information, it should be her, if she so chose. It did raise questions, though. Why did Clara lose touch with Charles and her own family? The obvious answer was that they had been lovers. But Clara had fled Sydney long before that engagement announcement. Maybe she had been in love with Charles, and he chose her sister, and she had started over to lick her wounds. Had Charles ever loved her back, he wondered. The questions made him uncomfortable, reminding him too much of his own doubts about love and trust, about how well you could ever really know someone. "I should get back to work," Jordan said, pushing the paper toward Trent. "But pass this on, okay?" After he left, Jeannie studied her brother's face. "You're worried about something." "I'm worried about a lot of things," Trent frowned. "Small-town gossip? Looming love affair? How to get frisky with a cute redhead with your sister sleeping on your couch?" Trent smiled despite himself. "All of the above." He didn't say anything else, but something must have been perfectly obvious on his face. What if we're making a mistake? Anna's got so much going on with the kids and settling in. Maybe she needs space to figure things out. Maybe I'm just complicating everything. Maybe she's lost interest.
Maybe.
Jeannie interrupted his thoughts gently. Maybe you're looking for reasons to pull back because you're scared. You always do this, Trent. When something good happens, you find reasons why it won't work instead of giving it a chance.
That's not.
But he stopped, because she was right. He did do that. It was safer to expect disappointment. He could prepare for it, guard his heart, not be taken by surprise by believing in something, needing it, and losing it. He thought about the way Anna had looked at him, like she saw him, really saw him. It had made him feel worthy, capable of connection, brave. But in the cold light of day, his old fears crept back in. What if she saw too much? What if she realized how broken he was, how incapable of real intimacy? What if he let her in and she left anyway? His life was perfectly fine now. If he let himself love her and she left, he didn't think it would be fine, ever again.
Chapter 39. Anna's hands shook as she hurried to Minnie's, and she felt like she might throw up. A secret baby? In 1959, when Clara had had a fling with her father? That would explain so much. The family rift, Clara's isolation, the way her mother had always spoken about Clara with such bitterness. The phrases kept replaying in her mind. What options did an unmarried girl really have? Especially one from a family like mine. She thought about her mother's face whenever Clara was mentioned, that tight, pinched look, all those comments about her alternative lifestyle. Had it been about more than just Clara's unconventional choices? Something deeper, more personal?
Minnie was in her usual spot in the sunroom, but she looked tired. Anna felt guilty for disturbing her, but she had to know.
Did Clara have a baby? She blurted out before even saying hello. Around 1959?
Minnie's face didn't give away anything. What makes you ask that?
I found another manuscript page about a pregnancy, and it fits with everything. The timing of her moving away from Sydney. Anna sat down heavily in the chair beside Minnie.
Was it my father's? Oh, darling. Minnie reached for Anna's hand. These old stories, they're better left in the past, don't you think?
No, I don't think, Anna said firmly. My whole childhood, my whole understanding of my family, it might all be based on lies. I need to know.
Minnie was quiet for a long moment.
I don't know all the details, she said finally. I suppose if she's writing about it in her novel, maybe she wanted the world to understand her journey. She asked me not to speak of it, though. So you understand my predicament. I don't want to betray her trust or cause you distress. She didn't share it with you your whole life. Doesn't that tell you something?
Please, Minnie. I feel like I don't even know my own family. Minnie was quiet, thinking, and Anna sat opposite her, twitching.
She was sent away to have the baby and gave it up for adoption. But afterwards, when she had done what the family insisted she do, she was told she wasn't welcome back home anyway.
Oh my God. Oh no. By whom?
Is knowing this going to help you or hurt you? Minnie asked quietly, studying Anna.
Anna stared back at her for a while, then shrugged.
Both.
Minnie was silent for a while. It was your mother who insisted Clara couldn't come home afterwards. That's the story I heard anyway. Clara didn't loiter on it. And you have to understand, it was a different time. These things, they weren't talked about. They could ruin your life. Or your family's. Anna's stomach churned. Her mother, proper, polished Kate, had banished her own sister? Over a baby that was given away anyway? The sister who had loved Anna so much, who had taken her and Savannah in every school holidays. The baby.
That's who she was looking for? I don't know, dear. Clara never said anything to me. Minnie hesitated. It would make sense, though, wouldn't it? Although why she would have mentioned it to Mike.
Anna's heart hurt. Had Clara carried that burden alone all these years? While being kind and loving to Anna, helping her through her own troubles, and rescuing all the strays? I need to find out more, Anna said, standing up. I need to... Sit down, Minnie said firmly. You're as white as a sheet, and I'm not finished. She patted the chair until Anna sank back into it. The thing is, Clara wasn't bitter. She built a life here, found joy, created family in different ways. Whatever happened, she chose to focus on love, on connection, on helping others who needed somewhere to belong. Like the book club, Anna murmured. Like the book club, Minnie agreed. And like you. Anna looked up sharply. What do you mean? Well, you're here, aren't you? Anna didn't answer. Everything she'd been thinking about Clara's wisdom in bringing her to Warinyah Bay suddenly irritated her. Why couldn't anyone just say what they meant? Clara, her mother. Oh God, her mother. If Kate had sent her own sister away, forced her to give up a baby, what kind of person was she, really? Anna had always thought of her mother as proper, correct, maybe a bit cold. But this was cruel, heartless. And yet Clara had never said a word, had shown up for Anna again and again, despite what Kate had done to her. I don't understand, Anna said. None of it makes sense. My parents not being honest, Clara taking me in every school holidays. How could she act like everything was normal? Because she chose love, Minnie said simply. Every day she chose love over bitterness, joy over pain. Anna's phone buzzed in her bag, but she ignored it. Her whole world felt like it was shifting on its axis. If she hadn't really known her mother, this woman who could banish her own sister and render her alone in the world at the most vulnerable time possible, how well did she know anyone? Her phone buzzed again. You should get that, Minnie said gently. It might be important. But Anna barely heard her. She was lost in her thoughts, none of which were helping. How was it possible to get through half of your life constantly misreading and misjudging people? It was just like Mark's omissions about his drinking, and her not realizing for years what was really going on, not noticing that she didn't know him at all. Was everyone in her life hiding devastating secrets from her? She knew her mother wasn't perfect. She knew it was her parents' expectations that had pushed her toward people-pleasing rather than following her own dreams. She had started that damn law degree, hadn't she? But she had thought that Kate was a good person, that she had done her best as a parent. But this was something else. I need to go, she said, and hugged Minnie quickly, then hurried out, suddenly feeling claustrophobic in the presence of others. She needed more space around her, more air, something. But even walking home along the beach couldn't soothe her. Her movements were jerky and agitated, much like her thoughts. After a few minutes, she stopped at a bench under a tree, remembering her phone. A missed call from Mark, and 2 texts from Trent. She opened Mark's voicemail first. Anna, I've been thinking a lot about what I put you through, what I put the kids through. I'm sorry. Really sorry. And I get it now. How much I hurt you all. How selfish I've been. I don't expect anything. I just wanted you to know I understand now. Inpatient is really helping me see things differently. I'm actually extending for another fortnight. I've checked in with the kids. It sounds like they're doing really well. I'll make a time to come see them when I finish up. Take care of yourself, okay? Anna stared at the phone. Mark's voice had sounded different, clearer, more present, less manipulative. Was he really changing? Or was this just another act? How could she ever know what was real and what wasn't?
She didn't even look at Trent's messages, didn't want to taint them with her doubt and confusion. She'd known her mother for 35 years and never realized she could be so cruel. Even if she was hurt, even if she was scared, even if she wanted no reminders of her husband's prior lovers, to banish your own sister? And Anna had never even bothered to find out, never even noticed this pain that Clara must have been carrying, somewhere, for all those years. It was awful. And Mark, she'd known him since she was a teenager too. How was she so bad at reading people? Clara's words from the manuscript come back to her. Some stories can only be told when everyone who might be hurt by them are gone. Well, they were all gone now, and she was going to find the truth and make sense of it all. The manuscript, the baby. She was going to try to make some sort of amends for her family, even if it was too late for Clara to feel the benefit. And she was so determined and consumed and upset that she didn't even notice that she forgot to go back to Trent's messages, and worse, forgot about meeting him for coffee entirely. She went home and tore through as many boxes as she could, looking for answers she couldn't find. Chapter 40. The book club's festival planning meeting was chaos. Jordan wanted to focus on literary fiction workshops. Lila insisted on including children's activities, and Maggie kept bringing up historical reenactments that no one else thought were relevant. Anna watched Trent navigate the competing interests with practiced ease. He acknowledged each suggestion, found ways to incorporate different ideas, and kept the peace without seeming to try. Even his body language was perfect. Relaxed but attentive, making eye contact with each speaker, nodding at key points. "We'll put them in the different zones," he said, illustrating on a map. "Jordan's writing workshops here, Lila's storytelling corner here, and Maggie, maybe we could have a historical display about the town's literary heritage in the library?" Everyone nodded, and Anna felt a twinge of admiration mixed with inadequacy. She'd been so preoccupied after talking to Minnie that she hadn't contributed a single useful suggestion, and more than anything, wanted to slink home with her tail between her legs and, let's be honest, mope. The only thing that had dragged her out of the house was the thought of seeing Trent, but he hadn't made eye contact with her once for the whole meeting, and hadn't even said hello. Though, to be fair, he did have residents talking to him and trying to grab his attention endlessly. Right now, a very pretty blonde woman was leaning very close to him, her impressive bust commanding attention, and Anna felt a stab of jealousy. No wonder he wasn't looking at her. Her mind went back to Clara. She couldn't stop picking at the whole thing in her mind, though she knew it was useless. She needed more information. She needed that damn manuscript. All her mind did was circle back to the horror of it all. The possibility that Clara had been pregnant with her father's child, her sibling, who was lost to her, as were her memories of who her parents truly were. "Anna?" She blinked, realizing she'd completely lost track of the conversation. "Sorry, what?" "For the writing workshops," Trent said, his voice carefully neutral. "Morning or afternoon?" "Oh, morning might be better, when people are fresher." She hated how uncertain she sounded. Jordan rolled his eyes. "We just spent 10 minutes saying afternoon sessions would be better because of the farmer's market." "Right, sorry. Afternoon then." Anna felt her face flush. She was usually so good at these things, organizing, coordinating, keeping track of details. Maybe this is what happens when you try to live more in the present and follow your nose, a little voice whispered in her head, and she tried to shake it off. She was living, goddammit. Even though all this living made her feel like she just wanted to lie down, indefinitely. The meeting wrapped up, and Anna lingered, hoping to talk to Trent, but he was immediately surrounded by the others. She watched him chat easily with everyone, that same warmth and attention she remembered from their kiss, now directed elsewhere. Had she imagined the connection between them? Maybe he'd realized she was too much of a mess, too complicated with her kids and her family drama. Or maybe he just wasn't that interested. People got caught up in moments all the time, didn't they? It didn't have to mean anything. Lust was always clouding people's judgment, making them do out-of-character things. She gathered her bag and keys, trying to ignore the ache in her chest. This was probably for the best anyway. She needed to focus on her kids, on finding work, on figuring out this mystery with Clara. She didn't have time for romance. And she made a terrible heroine anyway. Poor judgment, dodgy family, indecisiveness. No, romance was not for her. Even if every cell in her body did seem to lean toward Trent whenever he was near. And even if, with all this mess, he was the one person she really wanted to talk to about it. "Don't forget the business meeting tomorrow," Lila called out as Anna headed for the door. 9 a.m. sharp. Anna nodded, adding it to her mental list of things she was probably going to mess up. She also noticed a faint stab of irritation. She wouldn't have time to work at this rate. This bloody book club was so consuming of her time. Plus, it was faintly ridiculous that a tiny town, boasting a whole 5,000 residents, could dream up such an extravaganza, as though they were the cultural hub of New South Wales, with the pull of Sydney's fireworks on New Year's Eve. She had visions of all these zones and activities with 3 or 4 attendees, and everyone feeling glum and embarrassed, including her. As she left, she caught one last glimpse of Trent through the window. He was laughing at something someone had said, looking relaxed and confident. The gorgeous blonde woman was still standing very close to him. Anna had missed any introductions, but felt another swell of irritation. Tonight was a book club meeting. Other residents weren't supposed to be there. Pretty blonde things should stay at home, or on catwalks, where they belonged. It wasn't until she was nearly home that she remembered their coffee date and nearly had a heart attack. Even while some small part of her felt a little bit relieved and a little bit safer all by herself. Chapter 41. Inside, Trent was only half listening to Angelina's detailed plans for her book-themed cake stall. His attention kept drifting to the empty doorway where Anna had disappeared. He'd hoped to catch her after everyone left, but his heart sank with her departure. That confirmed it then. She was avoiding him. He tried to tell himself that missing their coffee and lack of contact wasn't personal, that she had a lot going on, and was probably dealing with a crisis with the kids or house. That not even talking to him tonight. The message seemed clear enough. "And of course, I'd love any help you can offer," Angelina was saying. "I'll do all the baking, of course, but if you could suggest some popular books for me to draw themes from, or help talk to customers on the day?" She looked at him expectantly, all big eyes and soft perfume. "Of course," Trent agreed automatically, his mind still on Anna. He'd known this would happen, of course. He just hadn't expected it quite so soon, and hadn't expected it to cut so deeply after just one kiss. By the time he finally managed to get everyone out of his shop, he was exhausted. At least he knew, and at least he hadn't made a fool of himself. No one would know how devastated he was except himself and Jeannie. This really was for the best. Better it happened now than later. But really, nothing much had changed. He was fine. His life was fine. Everything was going to be just fine. Chapter 42. Anna checked her phone again, but there was still no reply from Trent to her admittedly garbled voicemail apology. To be fair, it wasn't even clear that she was talking about a possible half-sibling, but her sorry was genuine and heartfelt. Was that why he was distant tonight? She did, essentially, stand him up. Not great form for a first post-kiss date. She sighed and surveyed the study again. More than anything, she wanted to sleep, but she knew she'd probably just start ruminating about babies unless she found some more of this manuscript. She also knew that it might not even tell her anything useful, but what she'd found so far seemed to promise at least snippets of autobiographical material. She'd just heaved down another dusty old box from the top shelf when Emma appeared in the doorway, looking hesitant. "Hey, sweetheart, what's up?" Anna said, lifting the lid off and coughing at the cloud of dust that rose off it. Emma fidgeted like she usually did when she wanted to say something but wasn't quite sure how, and Anna started flicking through pages, careful to keep the atmosphere casual, almost indifferent.
"Dad called," she said eventually, running her fingers along the top of some of the boxes stacked by the wall, then grimacing at the layer of dirt left on them. "Yeah? How was that?" Anna continued to put papers in piles. Aunt Clara was basically a hoarder, she decided. There were bills from 1989 in these boxes.
It was better. He's still in rehab.
I know, he left me a message. He sounds like he's really trying this time. Anna stole a glance at her daughter, trying to read her face.
If he gets better, Emma burst out suddenly, what happens then?
Anna put down the paper she was holding and looked at Emma properly. "What do you want to happen?" "Don't know," Emma muttered. "Guess it might be nice to see him sometimes."
"Well, we can make that happen."
Anna doesn't elaborate on how. She thinks Mark can drive to visit them if he so wishes, but after decades of him doing not much in the parenting department, she is not going to be volunteering to drive 8 hours to facilitate any sudden found fervor of his to be a father. "Okay," Emma muttered again, then stalked out of the room. Anna knew it was more about showing some vulnerability, some desire to see her father, than any irritation with Anna's response. It was hard to keep hoping someone would be better than they were, and being disappointed. Emma probably felt some kind of embarrassment or fear that she was letting herself hope again, Anna thought, rather than being realistic and learning from the past. God knows Anna knew that feeling. But Mark had never managed to get to rehab before, and Anna was glad her daughter could still hold on to hope. She didn't want her to be cynical and hard. She sighed and picked up the next paper. She thought she should go and normalize that feeling for Emma, but can't quite think exactly what to say.
It's okay to hold on to hope. It makes you human, not weak. We can hope, and also know that the best predictor of the future is the past. We can live our lives and accept change when it's happened, without wasting time waiting for it. Wasn't that pretty much what Emma had said to her recently?
Anna didn't want to say any of those things. She doesn't feel like she is equipped to share wisdom of any kind when she didn't notice Clara's suffering, didn't notice her mother's cruelty, didn't live by any of that herself. She went through the whole box instead and found nothing worth keeping at all.
Chapter 43. But why would she keep a newspaper from Sydney if she was trying to start fresh? Jake asked, spreading out the yellowed society pages Trent had passed onto Maggie's kitchen table. He had taken to historical research like a duck to water, much to everyone's surprise.
"That's what we're trying to figure out," Maggie said, setting down a plate of cookies. "Your great-aunt was quite mysterious about certain things." Anna watched from the doorway as her son leaned over the engagement announcement, his brow furrowed in concentration. She hadn't planned on Jake getting involved in the festival preparations, but Maggie had cornered them after basketball practice, insisting she needed a young person's perspective for the historical display.
"Look at this," Jake exclaimed. "There's a page about Gran and Grandad's wedding. Look at Grandad's suit." Jake peered closer. "Aunt Clara's not in the family photo." He looked up at Anna, his face questioning, and Anna dreaded the next question as the cogs slowly turned in his mind, finally noticing that he'd never seen any photos of her, ever.
"That's one of yours, is it?" Maggie said, glancing at Anna. Noticing her discomfort, she added hastily, "But the local ones are what we're after, Jake dear. What's interesting is what they tell us about the town. Look at this one from 1960. That's when Clara first arrived here. And here's one from 1969.
Jake eagerly grabbed the papers Maggie offered.
"Wow, the beach looks so different. And is that the rock pool being built?"
"Indeed it is. Your aunt actually helped raise money for that project. She organized the town's first arts festival in 1969, which is partly why we're doing this one now." Anna smiled, grateful for Maggie's redirection. She seemed to have curated the materials carefully and was cognizant of keeping family dramas out of the project.
Hey, there's Trent's bookstore. Jake pointed to another photo. But it looks different. It was a general store back then, Maggie explained. The owner before Trent turned it into a bookstore in 1992, and Trent renovated it about 15 years ago. Should we ask him if he has any old photos we could use? I bet your great-aunt featured in bookstore news stories a few times too.
Before Anna could protest, Jake was already gathering up the papers. Can we go now? I bet he has some cool stuff. Anna shot Maggie a look, but the older woman just smiled innocently.
What a wonderful idea. I'm sure Trent would be happy to help.
So Anna found herself following her son into the twisted spine, trying to ignore the flutter in her stomach. She hadn't seen Trent since the planning meeting 2 days ago, and their awkward non-communication was weighing on her. But Jake's enthusiasm was infectious.
Trent, do you have any old photos of the store? We're doing research for the festival.
Trent looked up from his computer, his face brightening at Jake's excitement. I might have some in the back. Want to help me look? As Jake bounded after Trent, Anna hung back, pretending to browse the shelves. She could hear them chatting and laughing as they rummaged through what sounded like boxes of memorabilia.
Check this out, Trent's voice carried through faintly. That's your Aunt Clara at the store's grand reopening as a bookshop. She was the very first customer. She told me that about 100 times.
Cool. Mum, come look at this. Anna moved toward the back room, where Jake and Trent were surrounded by old photos and documents. Trent held out a photo without quite meeting her eyes. Clara stood beaming in front of the freshly painted storefront, holding up a book triumphantly.
She looks jubilant, Anna said, curious about what was going on in her aunt's mind. Apparently she gave a speech at the opening, something about how books build bridges between people, help us understand each other better. He paused. There's probably an article about that somewhere, too. She had been wanting a local bookstore forever. She probably should have opened it herself. Trent rifled further through the box, then pulled out another cutting, scanning the text. Here. Apparently she bought a romance novel and a mystery that day. Said every good story needs both love and intrigue. As he handed the paper to Jake, his eyes met Anna's briefly, and Anna felt a familiar pull to dive headfirst into his arms. Before either could say anything, Jake piped up. Here's another one of her. Who's that with her?
The photo showed Clara with a group of people on the beach, all laughing at something off camera. That's the original book club, Trent explained. See Minnie there? And that's Jordan's father, Ed, next to her. Jordan's dad was in the book club? Jake asked, incredulously.
Actually, I don't think he was. I think he thought it was nonsense and tried to push Jordan in another direction. I guess he was gatecrashing. Although I do remember him being involved in the festivals and helping Clara later. So I guess I don't really know. You could always ask him.
As Jake continued exploring the photos, Anna found herself relaxing. She suddenly realized that this was deliberate. Maggie hadn't needed Jake's input. She was sharing family stories with them through a different lens, one of joy and community.
Look at this newspaper clipping, Jake said.
Local book club raises funds for library extension.
That's pretty cool.
Your great aunt thought that sometimes people need a place to belong, even if it's just for a few hours a week. She wanted to create more space in the library for that.
Anna thought about Emma, tentatively engaging with the world again through art and writing. About Jake, throwing himself into basketball and now this historical project. About herself, and Clara's guidance from beyond the grave to help her belong and find herself again. Hey, can we use some of these for the display? Jake's voice was loud and excited. There's so much good stuff.
Of course, Trent said, turning back to Jake. Why don't you pick out your favorites and go make copies at the library, so we can keep the originals safe? As Jake sorted through the photos, making piles and talking excitedly about how they could arrange everything, Anna watched Trent interact with her son. He listened attentively to Jake's ideas, offered suggestions without being pushy, and seemed genuinely interested in Jake's perspective. It reminded her of how he'd been with Emma at the workshop planning session, creating space for her to contribute, making her feel valued. Maybe that was Clara's gift too, not just the house or the book club, but showing Anna that there were different ways to create family, different ways to love and support each other. "You go make the copies," Anna told Jake when he'd decided what he wanted to use. "I'll wait here and chat to Trent." Trent looked slightly apprehensive at that, but Anna felt buoyed by the generosity of this community. And when Jake had left, she dived straight in. "I'm so sorry about coffee. I got some news about Clara that rattled me, and I completely lost track of everything." "It's fine," he said, his voice carefully controlled. "You don't owe me any explanations." "But I want to explain." Anna searched his face, but it was impenetrable. Something in her voice must have gotten through to him, though, because his expression softened slightly. "Okay." Anna paced around in front of him in the tiny space in his office. He leaned against the wall. The distance between them felt vast, though they were practically touching. "Clara had a baby," Anna said, "around 1959. She was sent away to have it and forced to give it up for adoption. And then my mother wouldn't let her come home afterward." Trent's arms dropped to his sides. "Oh, Anna. I think it might have been my father's." The words felt bitter in her mouth. "They had some kind of relationship before he married my mother. Did you—" Even Anna didn't really know what she was asking. "Did you know? Did you support her? Did you help to ease her burden?" She couldn't bring herself to say the other things she was thinking, either. How did I not know? How do I keep getting everything so wrong? How do I try so hard to do the right thing and still muck it up? "I'm so sorry," Trent said. "Please don't worry about coffee." For a moment they just looked at each other, and Anna felt that pull again, that desire to lean into him, to let him hold her while she figured everything out. But then Trent's face changed, like he was remembering something painful, and he pushed off the wall. "I should get back to the store," he said, his voice distant again, carefully squeezing past her without touching her. Anna was acutely conscious that the store was completely empty. He didn't want to talk to her anymore. She felt it like a physical blow. "Trent?" He turned back, his face carefully blank. "Yes?" "Have I done something wrong, apart from missing coffee?" "Nothing's wrong. I think maybe we should slow things down. You've got a lot going on with your family and the kids, and He ran a hand through his hair. "I don't want to complicate things for you." "You're not," Anna said. "You're who I want to talk to." She tried very hard to keep her voice level, but felt a familiar catch in her throat. His words sounded so similar to Mark's when she started to catch him out about where he was and what he was doing. "Slow down, Anna. You've got so much going on with work and the kids. You're jumping to crazy conclusions. Just take a breath." "You're dealing with so much right now," Trent went on. "It just makes sense that you take some time to figure out what all this means. I mean, you might have a sibling." He looked worried, and Anna felt something inside her harden. Of course he was pulling away. She'd shown him too much of her mess, her confusion, her neediness. She thought he was interested in all of her, but of course she was too much. Of course she misread it. He probably wanted something easy, and she was not that. "You're right," she said, her voice cool. "I'll let you get back to work." She dropped her eyes and started walking too, passing him without looking at him again, and headed for the door. She'd been right to doubt herself. She'd thought there was something special between them, something real. But she'd been wrong again, just like she'd been wrong about Mark, about her parents, about everything. She'd just latched on to the first man since Mark who had shown interest in her, and let her heart get carried away, without really finding out anything about him, what he wanted, let alone if they were even remotely compatible. She'd let herself believe she could have a new life here, less ordered, more authentic, but within a few weeks she'd made a fool of herself. She really had fallen into some romance heroine fairy tale trap, as though an old, ridiculously gorgeous friend and a new town could give her a completely different life. But you can't just change your life that easily. And she'd chosen that life for a reason. Stability and safety was by far a better option than this. She couldn't trust her heart anyway. It had led her so wrong so many times. She headed toward the library to intercept Jake and waited outside while he returned the originals to Trent, making a light excuse that he should be quick. Then listened quietly as he babbled happily all the way home, theorizing about Clara's life like he was solving a mystery novel. Maybe she came here because she was secretly a spy, or she was writing an undercover story about small towns, or maybe she just needed a fresh start, Anna suggested, gently. Yeah, but why? And why did she keep all those Sydney papers? And why? Sometimes we don't get all the answers, Anna interrupted sadly, squeezing his shoulder. Sometimes we just have to appreciate what we can see. Like how much she loved this town, and how many people she helped, and how much they loved her too. Jake considered this as they walked in their front door. I guess, but I still think there might be more clues in those old photos. Me too, Anna thinks, not to mention one romance novel, if I could ever find it. Well, we can keep looking, she said, and smiled at her son, her heart heavy. Thinking she might not have anything else to do if she could find a way to avoid the entire book club as much as she wanted to forever and ever and ever, despite the caveat. As if sensing her thoughts, the house seemed to creak and settle around her, and Anna wondered, not for the first time, if Clara had known exactly what bringing her here would stir up, and whether she was ready for what else she might find. Chapter 44. Trent stared at the empty doorway long after Anna had left, his chest tight with regret. He'd done the right thing, hadn't he? Giving her space, not complicating her life when she was dealing with so much. But the afternoon had stirred something in him, a glimpse of what life could be like. Jake's enthusiasm, his curiosity about Clara, the easy way he'd included Trent in his discoveries. It had felt like family, like belonging. A life lived in fear, he thought to himself. No, he said aloud, suddenly, surprising even himself. Latte looked up from her bed, head tilted in confusion. It was happening again, the automatic retreat. The wall going up, brick by brick, before he'd even made a conscious decision to build it. How many times had he done this? How many connections had he severed before they had a chance to deepen? He sat heavily on the edge of his reading chair, suddenly too agitated to settle into it properly. Images from the last few weeks kept flashing through his mind. Jake's excited face as he discovered old photos of Clara, Emma seeking him out, Anna finishing his sentences. The kiss. It had felt like a beginning, and he was already trying to end it. This is what I do, isn't it, girl? He said to Latte, who padded over and rested her head on his knee. I run before anyone can leave me. But it's not safer. It's just emptier. He stood abruptly, startling Latte, and opened the Messages app on his phone. Anna, he wrote. I'm just afraid, but I don't want to be. Have dinner with me. Trent. Then he thought long and hard, before adding an X. He paused, finger over the send button. Was he really going to do this? He could feel clamminess on his palms, his heart leaping erratically. He read the text again. It was too much, too exposing. He was basically telling her he was romantically interested, afraid, wanting. But maybe that was the point. Being vulnerable, taking a chance. I'm going to send this to her, he told Latte, who wagged her tail supportively. Almost certainly, in just a moment. He read the message again, but just as he was about to send it, he saw a familiar figure emerging from Raj's across the street with bags of takeaway, and if he had been in turmoil before, he was gutted as its implications sunk in. Mark looked unhurried and as dapper as usual. How did an alcoholic manage to stay in shape? Trent wondered, irritated. In a dark suit. Presumably, he didn't drive all the way down here for a business meeting. He was dressed to impress, and Trent knew what that meant. He thought about his Indian dinner with Anna and couldn't help comparing. The kids would be excited to spend time with their father. Even Emma would come around if he really was serious about staying sober this time. Which he seemed to be. Rehab wasn't for the faint-hearted. Anna would have the chance to have her family back together, with all the attendant stability and security and sharing in child-raising. Had he pushed her into it? He wondered. Had Mark called just after his brilliant "give her space" speech, and she leaned into the comfort of the familiar, the hope of promises? No, Mark couldn't have arrived that quickly. They must have already been planning family dinner, and anyway, Mark didn't seem like the type of man who waited for opportunities. He seemed more like the type to make his own opportunities, grab what he wanted with both hands, and probably strangle it to death, holding on determinedly enough. Trent supposed it probably didn't really matter what he had or hadn't said to Anna. Mark wanted her, and he'd won her over Trent before. The bell above the door chimed, loud and intrusive amidst his meandering thoughts, and he quickly composed himself, expecting a customer. Instead, Jordan burst in, looking agitated.
"We've got a problem," he announced without preamble. "The council's threatening to pull our festival permit."
What? Why? The news snapped Trent out of his brooding. Some nonsense about insufficient parking and crowd control measures. Jordan waved a letter in the air. But get this, it's not coming from the usual council bureaucrats. It's from the new development committee. Trent's stomach dropped. He'd heard whispers about developers eyeing the bay's beachfront properties, but hadn't paid much attention. He doubted anyone here would sell. Let me see that. The letter was full of technical jargon about public safety and infrastructure requirements, and made no sense to Trent. It's never bothered them before. Clara ran 5 or 6 of these types of festivals? And we've already got the permits and started advertising. They'll just want us to change something or agree to something, I'll bet. Trent suddenly felt too tired to deal with this. It was no longer strictly book club related, and besides, he only agreed to look after the book club until Clara's niece arrived. She was here now, and their last encounter had taken the wind out of his sails. He didn't want to be part of this. He didn't want to solve it. He didn't want to have to talk to Anna about it. He wanted his nice, quiet, safe life back where things didn't make his head and his heart hurt.
Do you think you could manage this one, Jord? I'm actually not feeling very well. Have a chat to Minnie and Maggie. They'll know what to do. You'll need to get all the main business players together, organize a meeting with council, see what can be negotiated. They'll have every business in the town offside if they go through with it, which they will definitely want to avoid. Jordan looked astounded. "I can't do that," he said, his face alight with alarm. "We need you. You know I will mess this up."
Nonsense, Trent smiled, but he felt hollow inside.
It's a chance for you to step up, spread your wings. It'll be good for you, good for the book club, and you can always get your dad to help. He liked to support Clara's endeavors and might have some ideas.
Jordan narrowed his eyes, but he just nodded and grabbed the letter back and shot out the door, muttering under his breath about, well, if Warinyah Bay turns into a giant resort, don't blame me, buddy. But Trent wasn't worried. Developers had tried to muscle in on the bay before with no luck, and he doubted anything had really changed. He was too preoccupied to be much use anyway. He thought about kissing Anna, how right it had felt, how much possibility had seemed to stretch before them. But that was all it had been, possibility, not reality. His phone buzzed with a message from Minnie about an emergency festival meeting.
and he deleted it without reply. It was better this way, he told himself. Easier to step back now, before he got in any deeper. Before he had to watch Anna choose Mark, choose her family, choose a life that didn't include him. He'd been fine before. He would be fine again. And he stood up decisively, pulled a suitably morose book from a shelf, and headed upstairs.
Chapter 45. Anna watched Mark distribute containers of Indian food across the table, Jake bouncing excitedly beside him. The scene felt surreal. Mark in Clara's kitchen, carefully explaining each dish to the kids like he was some kind of culinary expert, when Anna knew for a fact he'd never explained any type of food to them before, ever. "This is Rogan Josh," he said, opening one container. "It's lamb in a rich sauce, and this one's palak paneer. That's spinach with cheese. I thought we could all try different things." Jake reached eagerly for the naan bread. "Did you know Dad's been learning to cook in rehab?" "Really?" Anna kept her voice neutral, though her mind flashed to another Indian dinner, another man buying too many dishes. She pushed the memory away. "Yeah, they have all these life skills classes," Mark explained. "Cooking, budgeting, meditation. It's actually pretty amazing." Emma poked at her rice with her fork.
"That's good," she said carefully.
Anna noticed how Mark didn't push Emma to be more enthusiastic, didn't try to force conversation like he usually would. Instead, he turned to Jake. "How's basketball going? Your mum mentioned you made some friends on the team." As Jake launched into stories about training and his new teammates, Anna found herself studying Mark. He looked different, more present. His usual restless energy was tempered, his movements more deliberate. He'd called to ask if he could come for dinner, even though he hadn't finished rehab, and he'd sounded different on the phone too. "The coach says I can even play in the first game," Jake finished excitedly. "That's fantastic, buddy. When is it? I'd love to come watch." Anna tensed slightly, but Mark quickly added, "If that's okay with everyone, of course. No pressure." She relaxed a fraction. This was new, Mark actually noticing and considering other people's feelings instead of just announcing his plans. "Really?" Jake's whole face lit up. "You'd come all the way here?" "Of course. I want to be more involved in your lives, both of you," he added, glancing at Emma. "If you'll let me. I know I've stuffed a lot of things up, but things are different now." Emma studied her plate. "Maybe," she said softly. Mark just nodded, accepting her hesitation without complaint. Anna felt slightly off balance. Who was this measured, patient, accepting man? Her phone buzzed, and she glanced at it automatically. A message from Maggie. "Emergency meeting tomorrow morning. Council threatening to revoke festival permit. Need all hands on deck." Anna frowned. She should help. She knew she should. She wanted to be part of the community. Didn't she? It just felt too much, this festival. She'd agreed to a book club once a fortnight, not a major community event with all the associated stresses. Also, if she was going to be honest with herself, which she was actually trying very hard not to be, the thought of seeing Trent, of trying to maintain a professional facade while her heart ached. She just didn't think she could actually manage. "Everything okay?" Mark asked. "Just some drama with the festival planning," she said vaguely. Without really meaning to, she found herself sharing how the book club caveat had morphed into an all-consuming event. "I'm helping with the historical display," Jake told his father excitedly. "We're finding lots of old photos, and even some of Aunt Clara years and years and years ago." "What's the drama?" Emma asked. "It's still going to happen, right?" Before Anna could respond, her phone buzzed again. This time it was Savannah. "I had a look through some stuff, like you asked. Found something. You need to see it." Anna stared at the message. After weeks of disinterest, her sister had found something? "What is it?" she typed back, thinking surely Savannah could send a photo,
and save her a 16-hour round trip.
"Mom?" Emma pressed, and Anna looked up, distracted.
"Sorry, love. Aunt Savannah has found something she wants me to see." Her brow furrowed, waiting for a reply. When it came, she put her head in her hands. "Why don't you come up for a few days? It would be good to see the kids, and I think we need to talk about this in person." Anna was back to that familiar feeling, overwhelm. Every part of her body yearned back toward her old life, sensible, structured, entirely predictable. She doesn't think she can cope with much more of the roller coaster the Bay has thrust her onto. She thinks, in fact, this new life is making her want to puke. She gave them the brief version, and Mark surprised her. "Why don't I drive you all up to Sydney for a couple of days? I need to be back at rehab tomorrow anyway, and I can bring you back whenever you're ready. It won't matter if I miss a day, if I know in advance and can reschedule my therapies. Plus, it would give me a chance to spend more time with the kids." He looked at Anna. No pressure, just an offer. Anna's first instinct was to say no, but Jake would love it, and Emma seemed less resistant to Mark than she had been. Plus, she really did want to see what Savannah had found, like right now. And if she was being completely honest with herself, a couple of days away from Warinyah Bay, away from Trent, away from the festival drama, sounded perfectly marvelous.
"Can we, Mum?" Jake asked. "Please." "What about school?" But even as she said it, Anna knew she was going to agree. It was only 2 or 3 days, and her curiosity was stronger than her desire to be responsible with the kids' education. Her phone buzzed again, Minnie this time. "Council meeting tomorrow, we need you." And it was the easiest decision in the world to say okay to the kids and Mark. Despite her initial reluctance at Mark's last-minute request to visit, it was actually a godsend. She would have hated to drive both ways within a few days of each other. She typed out a quick response to Minnie and Maggie. "Can't make meeting. Something's come up with my sister. Have to go to Sydney. Back in a few days. Sorry and good luck." She felt guilty, but also relieved. And to her enormous surprise, she was able to put it aside, not dither and dather about letting people down or her responsibilities. She put her phone down, smiling, and caught Mark watching her, looking pleased that she was pleased. She smiled back at him tentatively. "Right, let's leave first thing in the morning, so we all need an early night. Pack what you need tonight too, okay?" Anna instructs the kids, feeling lighter than she'd felt all day. Still, as she clears dinner, while Mark offers to shoot some hoops with Jake in the last of the evening light, her mind drifts back to her Indian dinner with Trent, when the community hadn't felt overwhelming, but full of possibility and hope. She'd let herself believe in something magical, even though she knew better than that. She knew that when she let her guard down, she misjudged people and made bad choices. No, this was better. Mark might not be perfect, but at least she knew what she was dealing with. And he was trying, really trying, to be better, to be there for their kids. A few days in the city, to focus on her family mystery and find some answers, and clear her head, would remind her of who she was and how to keep life stable. Who knew? Maybe she'd even feel inspired to move back. Emma brought the last of the dishes out and caught her eye as she put them on the sink, her expression unreadable. For a moment, Anna thought she might say something, but she just turned around and the moment passed. Chapter 46.
Trent didn't mean to watch. He really didn't. But as his morning walk with Latte somehow ended up near Anna's house, he even thought of it like that now, even after 20 years of it being Clara's house. He was sucker-punched by the sight of Mark loading bags into his expensive SUV. The morning light caught Anna's hair as she emerged from the house, turning it to fire. She was laughing at something Mark had said, and the sight made Trent want to storm over there and punch Mark in the face, though the logic was obviously not quite right. Clearly, Mark's rehabilitation was working, and the family was coming back together.
Jake bounded out, basketball under his arm, and Trent watched Mark ruffle his hair affectionately. Even Emma seemed less resistant, allowing Mark to take her bag and put it in the boot. They looked like a proper family. For a second, Emma glanced his way, and Trent hurriedly walked on, head down. Was Anna leaving? Were they going back to Sydney to try to work things out? No wonder she'd agreed so readily to slowing things down. Later, back at the store, he tried to focus on reorganizing the romance section, which Mrs. Henderson had thoroughly decimated yesterday in her quest for the perfect beach read. For the first time in a long time, he felt irritated by the old woman, rather than protective. Didn't she realize he had better things to do than constantly reorganize his books? The bell above the door chimed, and he looked up to see Angelina looking fresh and polished. "We missed you at the emergency meeting," she said, leaning over the counter, giving Trent ample view of her ample cleavage. Her perfume, something floral and expensive, filled the store. Although I can't blame you for skipping it. Nearly 2 hours of arguing about parking spaces and crowd control. Jordan was completely out of his depth. "I'm sure you all managed fine," Trent said, continuing to sort books. "Well, we got there in the end, but it would have been easier with you there." She paused, watching him work. "Actually, I was hoping to pick your brain about something." Trent suppressed a sigh. He really wasn't in the mood for conversation, but it wasn't in his nature to tell people now wasn't the time, no matter how much it wasn't the time. "Oh? I've been working on ideas for my book-themed cake stall. I want to do something special, really contribute to the cultural aspect of the festival." She smiled brightly. "I thought maybe you could help me match some classic books with appropriate treats, like, I don't know, Alice in Wonderland cookies with "Eat Me" written on them." Normally, Trent would politely decline. He preferred to keep his relationships with the town's business owners professional and slightly distant. But today he found himself nodding. "That could work," he said. "You could do something with tea parties too, since they feature so prominently in the book." Angelina's face lit up. "Exactly! See, this is why I need your help. You know books, I know baking. Together we could come up with something really special. Memorable." "I suppose." Trent hesitated, but Angelina pressed on. "Why don't you come by later? I'll make some test batches, and you can tell me if they match the themes properly." She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping. "I make a mean chocolate ganache." A voice in Trent's head, one that sounded suspiciously like Jeannie, warned him that Angelina wasn't just offering baked goods. But he found himself agreeing anyway. What did it matter? Anna was gone, probably rekindling things with Mark. And Angelina was uncomplicated. She wasn't asking him to open up or be vulnerable. She just wanted his opinion on literary-themed baking. "Sure," he heard himself say. "I could stop by after closing." "Perfect," Angelina beamed. "I'll have some samples ready. We can brainstorm ideas." She pushed herself up off the counter gracefully, looking at him meaningfully from under long fake lashes. "Maybe we could even do something with romance novels, since they're so popular." Trent forced a smile, trying not to think about Anna and their kiss, about the romance that had briefly seemed possible. "Whatever you think best. I'm sure you'll have some good ideas about what's most appropriate," she said, smiling flirtatiously, and walked slowly to the door, her hips swaying far more than hips generally had any reason to sway. Trent stared after her. Eventually, he turned his attention back to the romance section. All those happy endings, all those people finding love against the odds. He'd never really believed in them, but for a moment there, with Anna, he shook his head. Everything with Anna just proved what he'd always known. That he wasn't the kind of person people stayed for, fought for. His phone buzzed, another message from Minnie about the festival planning. He ignored it, just like he'd ignored all the others. Let someone else handle it. He was done putting himself out there. He'd done what Clara asked of him. He had acquitted himself with flying colors. Now Anna was here, and the book club was her responsibility, and he was done. The romance novels stared back at him accusingly, their bright covers promising love and happy endings. With sudden decisiveness, he turned them all around, hiding their covers and spines. Mrs. Henderson would hate it, but right now all those couples gazing lovingly into each other's eyes could sod right off. He needed some whites and greys and blacks in his vicinity. The store felt empty, almost bleak. And though he told himself he was going back to the person he'd always been, reliable, dependable, aloof, the vast sea of white and black in the romance section suggested things weren't exactly how they used to be. Chapter 47. The drive to Sydney had been surprisingly pleasant. Mark kept the conversation light, focusing on the kids' interests and activities. He'd even remembered to pack snacks, something he'd never done when they were married. As they pulled up to Savannah's house in the leafy northern suburbs, Anna felt a mix of emotions. The familiar streets brought back memories of her old life, but they didn't tug at her the way she'd expected. The pristine gardens and expensive cars felt foreign somehow, like artifacts from someone else's life. "Thanks for the ride," she said to Mark as the kids tumbled out of the car, eager to see their aunt. "And for—" her voice trailed off. Mark smiled, but it wasn't his usual charming grin. It was softer, more genuine. "The program. It's really helping me understand how my behavior affected everyone." He paused, watching Jake and Emma disappear inside. "I know I can't make up for lost time, but I want to do better. Be better." Anna nodded, surprised by how much she wanted that for him, even if they weren't together. "I think you already are. I'll pick you up whenever you're ready. Just text me. No rush." Anna walked up the path to Savannah's front door, feeling lighter than she had in days. Maybe everything would work out okay. Different from how she'd imagined, but okay. Savannah met her at the door with an awkward hug. They cared for each other, but had never been particularly close, even less so after their parents passed on. "You look good," Savannah said, pulling back to study Anna's face. "The small-town country air must agree with you." "Might just be quitting my job," Anna joked, but then she added, "But yes, I think it's good. Even Emma's coming out of her shell a bit." "And Mark?" Anna shrugged. "So far, so good. The rehab program seems to be working, but relapses are par for the course in recovery, so—" She shrugged again, then followed her sister into the kitchen, where a pot of coffee was already brewing. A couple of wine glasses also sat on the bench, looking tempting. Savannah indicated both with an either-or gesture. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and Anna nodded toward the wine glasses. She hadn't had a drink in ages, and thought it was just what she needed to unwind and digest whatever Savannah had in store for her. She was itching to get straight to that, but settled onto a bar stool to catch up on Savannah's life first. The older sister, Savannah, was surprisingly flighty with all parts of it, jumping from job to job and relationship to relationship with the indecisiveness of a 20-something who didn't know what they wanted to do with their life yet. The only consistent thing was this townhouse, which Savannah had bought when she was 22 and never left. "So what are you doing for work down there?" Savannah said eventually, when she'd caught Anna up on her latest breakup and plans to go back to study and get a nursing degree. "Nothing," Anna admitted. "It's lovely. I keep feeling guilty and like I should start to worry, but owning a house outright, it's kind of the bomb, right?" Something flickered across Savannah's face, and Anna felt guilty again. Aunt Clara had left Savannah a small lump sum, but Anna had definitely been favored in the will. Partly that was likely because Savannah had never really warmed to Clara the way Anna had, and had never visited again after she finished school, and partly because she had paid off her house years ago and wasn't plagued by the post-divorce struggle that Anna had been battling. But still, it suddenly didn't seem quite fair to Anna. "So what did you find?" she asked, awkwardly changing the subject. It was what she'd driven 8 hours for, after all. Something Anna couldn't quite place flicked across Savannah's face again. She disappeared into her study and returned with a wooden box, one Anna recognized from their mother's dresser. It had always been locked, and their mother had never mentioned what was inside.
I found the key when I was going through some of Mum's jewelry, Savannah explained, setting the box on the kitchen island. I probably should have looked sooner, but she shrugged. You know how it is, going through their things.
Anna didn't know. She'd been going through Clara's things with reckless abandon, hoping for tasty morsels of information. Savannah's lack of curiosity was incomprehensible to her. Savannah opened the box carefully. Inside were letters, photographs, envelopes, piled messily. Anna wondered if that's how Savannah found it. It strikes her as unlike her mother to store things in such disarray.
Most of it is Clara stuff, Savannah said softly, and she was right. All the photos of Clara as a child seemed to be in this one box. There was Clara and Kate at the beach, waist deep in sand, laughing hysterically at something Anna would never know. Clara and Kate gazing adoringly at a mixed-breed pup. It sprawled unceremoniously across both their laps, their gaze rapturous. One of Kate lying in bed, with Clara sitting on the edge, maybe 15 or 16. Kate was gazing at her lovingly, and Clara was miming something that was also lost to time, another story never told, hidden away in this box for decades.
They loved each other, Anna said, her voice filled with wonder. It seemed so unlikely from everything she had ever heard from her mother. Yeah, and I think I know what happened, said Savannah, handing her a letter. Her face was immeasurably sad. Dad. Savannah looked surprised. You knew? I just found out. From an old friend of Clara's in the Bay. Oh. Savannah's face closed off, and Anna realized that she should have called, should have shared what she knew. The thought hadn't even occurred to her, and she feels another stab of guilt. What sort of sister was she?
Anna opened the letter, her hands shaking. It was dated only months before Kate died, and was clearly never sent. Dear Clara, I know it's too late for apologies, but I want to say sorry anyway. I was scared and stupid and so wrong. I took everything from you. Your family, your baby, your love. I took something from me too, the love of a sister. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have my time over and do it all differently. I would never let you go if I could. Yours always, Kate.
Oh, Mom, Anna whispered, tears rolling down her cheeks. Oh, Clara, no, no, no. She couldn't bear the thought that the letter was never sent, that Clara never knew, that they never found their way back to each other to right all the many, many wrongs. There's more, Savannah said gently. Letters from an adoption agency, a photo. They're all addressed to Gran, so she must have found them after Gran died. The baby, Anna whispered. Dad and Clara's baby. The words hang between them, unbelievable, but also making so much sense. Did you find anything about what happened to it? Anna asks eventually. Savannah shook her head. The adoption was closed, but there's a photo. She hesitated. It was a girl. She pulled out a small photograph with scalloped edges. It was yellowed, with a stain over one corner. A tiny baby wrapped in a pink blanket. At the base of the bassinet, a date and the name Mary written in large, looping letters. Anna's heart somersaulted. We have a sister, she whispered, her fingers tracing the baby's outline, her heart aching. If only. But her voice trailed off. There were too many if-onlys there. Can we find her? She asked tentatively, and Savannah shrugged. We have a birth date and place, and the adoption agency that handled it. I think it's possible. Anna nodded. Thank you, she said, for looking, for finding this. Savannah squeezed her hand, and they sat in silence for a while. She had another sister, and maybe, just maybe, she could help write a better ending to this story than the one their parents had inadvertently penned. Chapter 48. Anna stared at the baby photo for a long time after Savannah went to bed. The kids were settled in the guest room, and the house was quiet except for the hum of traffic and the piercing blast of the occasional car horn, so different from the sound of waves she'd grown used to. Her phone buzzed with a message from Minnie. "We sorted the council issue, though Jordan nearly had an aneurysm. Hope you're finding what you need in Sydney. We miss you. Kiss." Anna smiled faintly but didn't reply. The thought of the festival, of the book club, of all those expectations and complications made her feel unbearably tired. Here in Sydney, everything felt clearer, simpler. She pulled out her mother's letter again, reading it for what must have been the 100th time. The raw pain in Kate's words struck her anew. All those years of bitterness and judgment, they'd been covering up guilt and regret. If only she'd been honest, with herself and with the family, how different their lives might have been. Something about that sits uncomfortably with her, some sixth sense just out of her reach, about honesty and choices. But she can't grasp it, and she turns back to the letter. Her phone buzzed again, this time a message from Mark. "Everything okay? Let me know when you want to head back, or if you want to talk." Anna stared at the message. Mark was trying so hard to be better, to be there for their kids, and for her. He was doing the work, facing his demons. And then there was Trent. Every time she thought of him, she had that sense of free fall you get in turbulence on an aeroplane. She'd let herself get carried away with the romance of it all, the childhood friend, the second chance, the small-town bookstore owner. Even his name was bloody perfect. Why had she never even noticed that in high school? But real life wasn't like that. Real life was messy and complicated and full of people who disappointed you, or who you disappointed. Look at her mother and Clara. Look at Mark. Look at herself, constantly making the wrong choices, misreading situations, trusting the wrong people. She couldn't even sustain a decent relationship with her own sister. Trent had been right to pull back. She had too much baggage, too many complications. She couldn't figure out who she was or what she wanted. How could she possibly be ready for a relationship? Better to focus on what she knew, on being a good mother, on helping her kids adjust, on maybe finding this long-lost sister, if that's what everyone wanted. Romance was for other people, people who knew who they were and what they wanted, people who didn't constantly doubt every decision they made. She typed out a quick reply to Mark. "Kids want to stay another day. Does Saturday work?" Then she carefully packed away the photos and letters, tucking them back into their box. She had answers now, sort of. She could help Emma and Jake understand their family history better. She could maybe even find their Aunt Mary. She could tell them that honesty and family and bravery were the better choice, rather than secrets and regrets. That would have to be enough. The rest, the book club, the festival, Trent, she would deal with those things professionally when she got back. Keep everything neat and contained. No mess, no complications. She climbed into bed, her mind made up. When she got back to Warinyah Bay, she would focus on her family, and she would set better boundaries about her community involvement. The book club, and the occasional community event, but none of this drowning in it. She didn't notice that she was choosing exactly what her mother had, fear and dishonesty with herself. As she drifted off to sleep, though, she couldn't quite shake the memory of Trent's arms around her, of how safe and seen she'd felt in that moment, of how, for just a little while, she'd believed in the possibility of something more. Chapter 49. The bell above the door chimed, and Trent looked up from his inventory spreadsheet, expecting Mrs. Henderson, and bracing himself for complaints about his backwards-facing romance novels. Instead, Jordan stood in the doorway. "You missed another meeting," he said, without preamble. "I've been busy." Trent gestured vaguely at his computer. "End-of-month accounting." Jordan raised an eyebrow, taking in the pristine counter, the meticulously arranged displays, the complete lack of actual customers. Right, very busy. Not to mention it's, mid-February. Trent shrugged. He really didn't care what Jordan knew or thought he knew. Interesting decorating choice, Jordan added, running his fingers along the white pages facing outward instead of spines in the romance section. Did you want something? Trent asked, pointedly. Jordan wandered back to the counter and leaned against the wall, settling in like he planned to stay a while. You know, it's funny. When you first joined the book club, I thought you were this calm, steady presence, the quiet voice of reason among all our chaos. But now I wonder if maybe you're just stuck. I'm not stuck, Trent said sharply. I'm practical. I know what works. Do you? Jordan's voice was gentle. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're choosing what's safe over what might be wonderful. You don't know what you're talking about. Why does everyone in this town think they have a handle on other people's lives? Because we care, that's why. You've been withdrawing since Anna left, not just from her, from everything. The festival, the book club, the community. You're building walls so high we're going to need a bulldozer to reach you. I'm being realistic, Trent snapped. People leave. They disappoint you. They choose other things, other people. Better to accept that and move on. Is that what Anna did? Choose someone else? Because that's not what I heard. Trent's head snapped up. What did you hear? That she went to Sydney to look through some family papers. Something about Clara. Jordan shrugged. But you'd know that if you'd bothered to ask anyone, instead of assuming the worst and retreating into your fortress of solitude. I saw her leave with Mark, Trent said, confused. He drove them because he was heading back to rehab anyway. At least, that's what Minnie said. Jordan studied him. But you didn't want to know that, did you? Because if you knew, you might have to admit that you're choosing fear. I'm choosing what's manageable, Trent said irritably. This is none of your business anyway. One kiss doesn't mean anything. I don't need the whole town trying to organize my love life. Apparently you do, Jordan responded. You're like a cliched romance novel, actually. Too afraid to choose love. You're the hero who's refusing to trot along your character's growth arc, romance or not, much to everyone's frustration. Trent frowned at him, but Jordan continued. You know what I've learned writing my post-apocalyptic novels? The survivors aren't the ones who hide away in bunkers, trying to stay safe. They're the ones who band together, who help each other, who choose connection over isolation. And a little tip for you, Mr. Oh-so-well-read. Everyone's afraid. They just do it anyway. He pushed off the wall and started heading for the door, as though he'd just handed down some life-changing line from the Dalai Lama, which only irritated Trent more. Life isn't one of your novels, he said tersely. Why was everyone always comparing things to fiction? No, it's not. It's messier, more complicated. But the principle is the same. Jordan paused, hand on the door. You know what Clara used to say? A life lived in fear. Strictly ballroom, Trent cut him off. I know. The problem was, he thought, but didn't say, he actually didn't know how to do that. He'd been shutting himself off for so long, it was muscle memory now. He couldn't change it, even if he wanted to. But then his mind flicks back to the message he never sent Anna. Maybe he did know how to do it. Maybe he was just afraid. Hey, how did you solve the permit issue? He didn't want any more life lessons from Jordan, and also he couldn't help himself. He was curious. He'd bailed on Angelina's tasting too, and wondered if she'd showed up at the meeting and said anything about that. We went to the council meeting together and caused a big fuss. All of us. Even that pretentious git from the coffee shop showed up. We showed them that you can't mess with a motivated bunch of creative hopefuls. He grinned. Turns out the developers didn't count on facing down a united front of small-town determination. They thought we'd be a pushover. I think they thought they'd swan in and save the day with ideas for how to build more car spaces.
They were probably seeing how easy it would be to get a foothold here, Trent said thoughtfully, grateful to have something else to think about. Testing the waters, but I reckon they'll be back. Keep your ears open. Jordan just stared at him for a long moment. Then he left, not saying anything, just that pointed look, as though he knew what Trent needed better than Trent did.
But Jordan didn't know, Trent thought to himself. Jordan had no idea. In real life, the people who came out of the bunkers died. That much Trent knew. It was a jungle out there. You needed armor and supplies, and maybe a semi-automatic if you wanted to survive.
Chapter 50. Anna sat in her old boss's office, the familiar scent of coffee and photocopier toner bringing back memories of a different life.
We'd love to have you back, Anna, Donna said, leaning forward eagerly. The new role would be perfect for you. More responsibility, better pay. You'd be managing the student support team. Plus, with your experience handling difficult situations. She trailed off diplomatically, but Anna knew she meant dealing with Mark's drinking.
It's tempting, Anna admitted. And it was. The security, the clear expectations, the routine. No messy emotions or complicated relationships, just straightforward tasks and measurable outcomes.
We could fast-track the paperwork, Donna added. Have you started by next term?
Anna thought about the chaos of the book club, the overwhelming festival planning, the way her heart ached every time she thought about Trent. Here was an escape route, a chance to return to a life she understood. Plus, being in Sydney would make it easier to work with Savannah on finding their sister. They'd spent hours last night going through adoption records, planning their search. It had felt right. Like maybe this was what she was meant to be doing, not playing at small-town life and second chances at romance. It seemed fitting to be focusing on strengthening her relationship with her sister, when Kate and Clara had lost so much by neglecting theirs. "Can I think about it?" she asked, imagining herself back behind a desk, everything neat and organized, no surprises. The thought made her feel calm and focused. "Of course, but don't take too long. We need someone in place as soon as possible." On her way back to Savannah's house, Anna felt lighter. She had options. She didn't have to stay in Warinyah Bay, didn't have to face Trent's rejection or deal with the overwhelming expectations of the book club. Except the caveat. Clara wanted her there for a year. Why? Maybe she thought it would take Anna that long to figure out about the baby, or find her romance novel. Her phone buzzed, another message from Minnie about the festival. She was instantly thrust back into a state of overwhelm and agitation. What does that tell you, Anna? She thought to herself. The thought of moving back made her feel calm, safe. She could focus on her kids, on finding their aunt, on getting to know Savannah better. No more getting carried away with romance novel fantasies about second chances and small-town magic. She'd learned her lesson about trusting her heart. But just as she was beginning to settle into the idea, she got another text, this time from Mark. "Arna, we need to talk." Chapter 51. Mark's hands were shaking as he stirred his coffee, his eyes not quite meeting Anna's. He'd asked to meet her alone this morning before driving them back to the bay, sounding agitated, and her heart had sunk. "I didn't drink," he said quickly, seeing her expression. "But I wanted to. God, Anna, I wanted to so badly I could taste it." The cafe was around the corner from Savannah's house, loud with the Saturday morning breakfast crowd. Anna took a sip of coffee, slowly. "What happened?" she asked, keeping her voice neutral. "Group therapy." His laugh was hollow. "We were talking about damage we'd caused, and I just..." He ran a hand through his hair, which looked unwashed and unkempt, so unlike the polished Mark she'd seen at dinner. "I couldn't face it. I didn't want to think about it. All the birthdays I missed. All the times I embarrassed Emma. All the promises I broke. I just walked out." Anna sat quietly, her stomach churning. I drove to the booze store. His voice dropped. Sat outside for 45 minutes, just staring, imagining. He shrugged. But you didn't go in? No. I called my sponsor. His eyes finally met hers, sad and exhausted. It's harder than I thought it would be. Much harder. It's not a straight line, Anna said, trying to keep the hard edge out of her voice despite her supportive words. Recovery. No. He looked down at his trembling hands. And I know that one slip-up could cost me everything. Again. He took a shaky breath. I'm trying, Anna, really trying. But I'm scared I'm not strong enough. Anna felt a surge of sympathy. This was the real Mark, not the polished, confident man making grand promises, but someone struggling, day by day, trying to change. Admitting he was scared and didn't have the answers. It was an improvement, at least. Keep doing the work, she said. You've got the right supports. There's no magic wand. It's just turning up, day after day, doing the work. Choosing not drinking. He nodded, but he looked defeated, and impulsively, Anna leaned forward and squeezed his hand for the briefest moment. And you told me. That's new. Being honest with yourself and your sponsor and me. That's not nothing. He looked back up at her then, and his shoulders lifted the smallest bit. Chapter 52. Trent adjusted his collar in the mirror, trying not to think about how wrong this felt. You look nice, Jeannie said from the doorway, her voice carefully neutral. It's just dinner, he replied shortly, with a potential festival vendor. Right, because all your vendor meetings require cologne and your best shirt. Trent ignored her, focusing on his reflection. Angelina had been clear about her interest, and he'd decided to lean into it. She was uncomplicated, straightforward about what she wanted. No messy emotions or complicated family dynamics. Most importantly, he felt kind of indifferent, so there was no risk of real heartbreak. You know this isn't what you want, Jeannie said softly. We don't always get what we want. We never do if we don't even try. Trent ignored her again. Jeannie was quiet for a while. Then, I saw how you were with Anna, how alive you seemed. What happened to the perfect kiss? Trent turned to look at his sister, the silence stretching between them. There's no such thing as perfect, he said eventually. I think you're making I need to go, Trent cut her off. I'm meeting Angelina at 7. He grabbed his keys, deliberately not looking at his sister's worried face. This was better. The reality was, people left. No one had ever seen who he was, and stayed. And with Angelina, he didn't feel he had to go deep, show her too much of himself. All she knew was the laid-back bookstore owner, and that was enough for her. And super, super safe for him. Chapter 53. Anna sat in Savannah's garden, watching the kids play in her apartment complex's pool. The Sydney summer was oppressive compared to the sea breezes of Warinyah Bay, but the kids didn't seem to mind. Mark had gone for another meeting with his sponsor before coming back to take them to the bay. So you'll take the job? Savannah asked, settling into the chair beside her. I think so, Anna said. It makes sense. The kids would be closer to their dad, closer to you. We could work on finding... She trailed off. She hadn't spoken to the kids yet about them having another aunt. But something feels wrong about it. Anna traced the rim of her glass thoughtfully. I agreed to run the book club for a year. I feel like I'd be letting Clara down. But maybe I found what she wanted me to find. Savannah was quiet for a moment. You know what I keep thinking about? That letter from Mum. All that regret, all those wasted years. Because she was afraid. Afraid of what? of losing her husband, of being wrong, of admitting mistakes, I don't know. It's hard to believe she never, ever tried to work things out with Clara. I hope if we had a falling out, we'd only leave it 1 or at most 2 decades before sorting it out. Savannah grinned at Anna mischievously, and they both laughed. What sort of karma do you think Clara will send my way if I don't stay the full year? Anna mused. Chaos, Savannah said, and they both laughed again. Yeah, that would really mess me up. Anna thought for the first time in a long time that it was nice to have a sister who knew you really well. She wouldn't mind being closer to Savannah one little bit. And if she was near Mark, and he kept getting better, he might even start to have the kids more. If. That was a long, hard road. Plus, it solved the work problem. It really did seem like the right decision. 10 more minutes, she called to the kids. Dad will be here soon. We need to pack. They grumbled good-naturedly, and Anna wondered how they would take the news. More upheaval. But Jake especially would enjoy being near his dad again. If I need a place to crash for a few weeks while I sort things out, can we? Savannah nodded. Her 2-bedroom space would be squishy, but she'd always had the spare room made up ready for her niece and nephew to crash in. Even during COVID, she'd just stuck her desk in the corner and didn't change the rest. Now I just need to go through an entire 4-bedroom plus study house and clear it out of 60 years of receipts from the dry cleaner in order to sell it. Don't forget the next bestseller, though, Savannah teased, knowing how desperately Anna had been trying to find all the pages of the manuscript. Now, though, Anna knew what had happened. Did she really need all the details? All she really wanted was to find her half-sister. Maybe it was time to take all those boxes to the tip, after all. Sometimes history isn't worth holding on to, she thought, as she forced herself off the deck to get ready for Mark's arrival. But then, Trent's teasing eyes flashed up in her mind. Sometimes old things do have value, though. She shook herself, physically trying to shake the memory off her, and headed inside. The long drive back passed uneventfully. Anna wasn't ready to share her thoughts with Mark yet. She wanted to sound the children out and see how she felt back in the beach house, thinking about throwing out all those boxes and selling it. How she'd feel about not seeing Trent anymore. The thought was unwelcome. What did it matter? He'd made it clear he wanted to back off, and seeing him would just remind her of her foolishness in letting her heart get so attached to yet another emotionally unavailable man. Sydney offered a stable job, family connections, Mark's involvement if he could really beat this thing. Even despite the morning's coffee, she didn't feel as disappointed as she usually would. He'd told her. He'd resisted the urge. He'd gone to his sponsor. She could picture them slotting back into life there, spending time with Savannah, with Mark, everything back to orderly and predictable and calm. But she couldn't quite shake the feeling that there was something missing. Chapter 54. Jeannie stared at her laptop screen, the harsh blue light illuminating her face in the dark apartment. Trent was still out, making stupid choices. And Jeannie had decided to tackle the emails piling up from her lawyer to distract herself from her frustration. Settlement update. Urgent. Asset freeze extension. Counter petition. None of the subject lines sounded particularly appealing. She clicked on the first one, scanning quickly. After reviewing the latest financial statements, we regret to inform you that the recoverable assets are significantly less than initially anticipated. Need to prepare for a much smaller settlement than discussed. Jeannie closed her eyes. 20 years of life with Derek. 20 years of building what she thought was a partnership, a future. 20 years, apparently worth about 1/8 of what she'd been counting on. Not enough to restart in Sydney. Not nearly enough. She should feel devastated, terrified. But instead, she suddenly felt strangely calm. Opening her eyes, she minimized the email and pulled up a browser window instead. She typed Warinyah Bay teaching positions into the search bar and worked quietly until her eyelids started drooping. Then she snuggled into the couch and let herself rest. Chapter 55. Trent's dinner with Angelina had been perfectly pleasant. She was charming, funny, and clearly interested. The conversation flowed easily, centered around safe topics like the festival and local gossip. When she'd invited him up for coffee afterward, he'd politely declined, citing an early morning. Now he sat in his reading chair, latte at his feet, staring out at the dark ocean. The familiar comfort of his apartment felt hollow somehow. Even his books seemed to mock him from their shelves, their colour-coordinated spines not providing the usual comfort and familiarity. It was late, and Jeannie was asleep on the couch, the doona thrown off her in the summer heat with an extravagance he found vexing. How strange to just take up the space you took up, without apology or doubt about your deservingness. How did he and Jeannie end up so different? The same vexatious parents, too. Latte whined softly, resting her head on his knee. She'd been subdued lately, missing their morning walks past Anna's house, which he'd been carefully avoiding. "I know, girl," he murmured. "I miss her too." At that, Jeannie stirred and sat up, rubbing her eyes blearily. "Sorry," Trent said. "I didn't mean to wake you." "It's okay," she replied. "I wanted to hear about dinner. How did it go?" Trent pondered that. It was fine. Was fine all he was aspiring to? "You know," Jeannie said, yawning, only half awake but clearly choosing her words carefully. "I heard from my lawyer. There's not much left. But despite everything, despite the pain and the rage and the financial disaster, I wouldn't take it back. Being with Derek. I had 20 great years. And I kind of hate him now, his stupidity, the cliché of a midlife affair, losing all our money. But I was thinking tonight about whether it was worth it. And I think love is worth it. And if you want great joy, great love, you have to be prepared to feel great pain. That's just life. And the thing about walls is, sure, they keep out the pain, but they keep out the joy too. And life without joy isn't really living at all. It's just existing. So, dinner. Did it spark joy, Trent? Jeannie didn't wait for an answer. She snuggled back into the couch, pulling the doona up around her, yawning again and turning over. He stared at her back, silently. Jeannie knew the answer, was so confident she knew, she didn't bother waiting for it. Because, yes, Angelina was lovely, but dinner had not sparked joy. If he was honest, it had been more of the same, safe, ordered, predictable. The only thing that had sparked joy in his life in decades, admit it, Trent, was Anna, with her wide smile and her bravery, moving across the state to follow her heart, to try to do the best for her family, opening up to him when she felt vulnerable and overwhelmed, not being scared to show him who she was, even when it was messy and complicated. And he had, what? Hidden behind his ridiculous walls, avoided telling her that he was afraid, hiding behind the pretense that he was looking out for her, slowing things down so she could manage all the moving parts of her life, pushed her away before she could leave him. Latte whined again. I know, he told her. Tomorrow would be another carefully ordered day in his carefully ordered life. He'd help customers find books about other people's adventures, other people's love stories. He'd maintain his polite distance from the town's dramas. He'd keep his heart safely locked away. But for the first time, that future felt less like safety and peace, and more like prison. A prison he'd built himself, brick by careful brick. If you want great joy, great love, you have to be prepared to feel great pain. The words stayed with him as he sat staring over the black ocean, and stayed with him when he finally went to bed. He'd chosen existing over living, safety over joy. And for the first time in his adult life, he wasn't sure that it had been the right choice. Chapter 56. Anna couldn't sleep. The sound of waves against the shore, usually so soothing, felt like an accusation tonight, thrumming allegations into her brain. Giving up, giving up, giving up. The house felt different since they'd returned from Sydney. Temporary. Already she was mentally cataloguing what to keep, what to sell, what to donate. The piles of boxes that had seemed so fascinating before now just looked like clutter to be cleared. But something felt wrong about that. About all of it. She'd spent the evening making a pros-cons list about moving back to Sydney, trying to convince herself she was making the right choice. The stable job, being close to Mark while he recovered, helping the kids maintain their connection with their father, finding their aunt, building her relationship with Savannah, which suddenly seemed much more important and more nourishing than it had before. It all made perfect sense. So why did she feel like she was suffocating? Emma's voice drifted up from downstairs, where she was video chatting with her new friends from the art group. Her laughter, real laughter, not the forced kind Anna had gotten used to hearing, drifted up the stairs. When was the last time Emma had actually wanted to talk to friends? It was so stupendously wonderful that Anna couldn't even be cross that she was supposed to be asleep. Anna wandered down to the kitchen, careful not to disturb her daughter's call. She made tea, then went back upstairs and settled into the window seat in Clara's study, the one place she hadn't started mentally packing up yet. Her gaze fell on the quote painted above the window. "You cannot discover new oceans unless you have the courage to lose sight of the shore." André Gide. "I get it," she muttered to the empty room. "But sometimes the shore is exactly what you need. Or else you'll drown, Clara." That was right, wasn't it? But as she sat there, memories of the past few weeks played through her mind like a film reel. Emma's face lighting up as she described her ideas for the festival's art display. Jake's easy confidence on the basketball court, surrounded by new friends. The warmth of the community rallying around Minnie. Trent's arms around her, making her feel seen and safe and... She stopped that thought abruptly, but other memories rushed in to replace it. The way she felt planning the workshop with Trent, finishing each other's sentences, coming alive with possibilities. The sound of real laughter, her own, irrepressible for the first time in years. The sense of belonging as she sat with the book club, even in their chaos. The way her body and soul had started to unfurl here, like a plant finally finding sunlight after too long in the shade. "Oh God," she whispered, putting her head in her hands. "What am I doing?" She was choosing safety over joy, control over possibility, fear over love, just like her mother had. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She was doing exactly what Kate had done, letting fear dictate her choices, avoiding emotional risks. You cannot discover new oceans unless you have the courage to lose sight of the shore. The words seemed to mock her now. She thought she was being brave moving here, but at the first sign of emotional complexity, she was running back to the safety of her old life, giving up. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through the messages she'd been ignoring. The book club members checking in, Minnie sharing festival updates, Maggie asking about historical displays, even Jordan just asking if there was anything he could do. They'd created space for her here, welcomed her, supported her kids, built scaffolding around them to make sure they didn't fall. And she was going to walk away from all of that because... what? Because Trent had suggested slowing things down and it hurt her feelings, when she hadn't even told him what she wanted or clarified what he meant. The sound of Emma's laughter floated up again.
"Mum?"
Jake appeared in the doorway, basketball under his arm. Can we go to the rock pool before school tomorrow? Lewis and Tom want to meet up early to practice some moves. Sure, she said softly. That sounds nice. But get to bed. After he bounded away, Anna sat in the quiet study, letting truth settle over her. She'd been so focused on protecting herself and her kids from pain that she hadn't noticed they were actually thriving here. They were putting down roots, making connections, coming alive. And she was about to rip them away. Again. Oh, Clara, she whispered to the empty room. I think I'm mucking this up entirely. She didn't want her daughter to learn that the answer to fear was retreat. She didn't want her son to think that the safe choice was always the right choice. She didn't want them to grow up thinking that love was too risky, that joy wasn't worth the possibility of pain. She didn't want any of them to end up like her mother, writing letters of regret that never got sent. And she realized with sudden certainty that she needed to stay. Chapter 57. Anna woke early, her mind clearer than it had been in days. After watching the sunrise from her deck, she was about to go visit Minnie when she heard a tentative knock on the door. Lila was standing there, her breath still visible in the fresh morning air. Sorry it's so early. I wanted to drop you in some pastries while they're hot. She held up a box from her bakery, her smile gentle. That's so kind, Anna started. You really didn't have to do that. Is someone watching the bakery? Jem, Lila replied, referring to her daughter, who Anna only knew by sight from the art classes. Would you like a cuppa? I would love one. You sit down, let me. Lila moved around Anna's kitchen with the comfortable familiarity of someone used to being there, as well as used to looking after people. There was something soothing about her quiet efficiency. I gather you might be thinking of leaving, Lila said as she worked, her voice curious but without judgment. How did you... Lila shrugged. She finished putting everything on a tray, then nodded toward the sunroom and led the way there. Anna followed with the box of pastries. She didn't think she had even told anyone in the Bay about her thoughts on Sydney. How did Lila know? It just seems practical. The kids need stability, routine. Their father's getting better, maybe, and... She trailed off, and Lila patted her knee. You're running back to stability, away from the chaos. Anna startled, and Lila shrugged again. Clara told me to look out for you. Then she laughed, a soft, melodic sound. She told me what to look out for, too. Anna frowned. Like what? Living in fear? Lila said simply, looking at Anna with kind eyes. She thought I would know the signs. Anna considered Lila thoughtfully. Anyone else and she'd feel patronized or irritated. But Lila was so gentle in her approach, and so quietly offering up a little vulnerable glimpse of herself, that she just felt curious. What did she say? She asked. She already guessed most of it, how she shut down those last years of her marriage, and even more so after the divorce. How she'd forgotten how to really live. She said that you'd have difficulty embracing the spontaneity and pandemonium of the Bay and the book club, but that you needed it. That's why she stipulated you had to stay a year, to really lean into a different way of life. How did she know I wouldn't just ignore the caveat? She didn't. She said at first your sense of responsibility and doing the right thing would make you stay, but at some point, you'd probably flee. She didn't mind? No. She trusted you to do what's right for you. She just wanted me to say my piece before you left. That's what you're doing now? Well, I haven't started yet. How did you know I was thinking of leaving? I haven't told anyone in the Bay. Lila sighed. I saw the signs of fear. Fear makes people run. Anna thought for a moment. Will you still say your piece if I tell you I'm not leaving? Lila sat up a bit straighter. You're going to stay? Yeah. Anna pushed a Danish around her plate. She'd barely touched it.
I saw the fear signs too, I guess, and I decided I didn't want to live like that. I got a glimpse of how that might end up.
Good for you, Lila murmured. I'm so pleased. Your peace? Lila just shook her head, a smile spreading across her face. You don't need it, darling. It's better if it comes from within. She stood up, gathering her cardigan around her, still smiling. I've got to get back to the bakery, and I can't wait to tell Clara she underestimated you.
What? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, it's silly, really. Lila gestured vaguely around her like she was brushing off cobwebs. I just like to chat to her sometimes, update her on things. It helps when I miss her. I can almost hear exactly what she'd say back. Sometimes I almost forget she's not really here. And with that, she saw herself out, leaving Anna staring vacantly out to sea.
Chapter 58. I got offered my old job back. More money, more responsibility. It was the best job I ever had, after I quit law. It makes perfect sense, really. Minnie's face fell. Even the half box of pastries couldn't rouse more cheer. But I don't want it. Anna smiled, settling into the chair in Minnie's sunroom she had started thinking of as her chair. I mean, I thought I did. It's safe, predictable, close to Mark while he's in recovery, close to my sister. But I was just afraid. Minnie clapped her hands together, delighted. Clara would be proud, you know. She always said you needed to learn to trust yourself more. Did she know? Anna raised an eyebrow. What else did she say about me? Because I've heard some things. Oh, lots of things. But mainly that you'd figure it out eventually. Though I suspect she didn't anticipate quite how much drama you'd create along the way. Drama? Me? Anna protested, but she was laughing. I'm not the one writing octogenarian romance novels and staging a festival that gives Sydney a run for its money. Speaking of which, Minnie reached for a folder beside her chair. I've been working on some revisions on Bernard's tragic backstory. Anna groaned good-naturedly. Let me guess, you went with the secret child. Better, Minnie's eyes sparkled. He's trying to retire from being a spy. Anna burst out laughing. A spy? Minnie, he's 85. Exactly. No one would suspect him. It's perfect. Minnie was set to launch into an elaborate explanation of Bernard's Cold War adventures, but Anna's phone buzzed, and she held a hand up to halt her. Savannah had forwarded her a message from the adoption agency. It wasn't much, just suggesting where to inquire next. When are you coming? The message ended. Anna sat for a moment, Minnie watching her. I need to tell my sister I'm not coming back. For a moment, doubt crossed Anna's face. I don't want to let her down. She hesitated, then told Minnie what they'd found about Clara's baby, about her mother's letter, about the sister they might be able to find. Oh, darling, Minnie said softly when she finished. No wonder you've been all over the place. She reached for Anna's hand. You know what Clara would say, though, don't you? That sometimes the family you choose matters more than the family you're born with? Well, yes, sometimes. But you know you can have both, right? And you should, if you can. But no, not that. She'd say, don't let yourself down. If you have to choose, choose yourself. Because then you bring the best version of yourself to everything you do, and that is a gift. Making decisions so you don't let other people down, well, that leads to resentment and a smaller world. But how does a community work if you're always letting other people down? Anna felt frustrated, like these two things couldn't be true at once. Would Clara have chosen to let the book club down because she didn't feel like running it anymore? Then other people's worlds would have been smaller. Not at all. Minnie scrutinized Anna carefully. Because she was doing it for herself, in a way. It helped all of us, but it helped her too. It gave her a sense of value and purpose and belonging. She was choosing herself. And that is the beauty of being true to your own heart. It does help other people,
because so many people's hearts are filled by being the helpers. That's how it saved her, Anna said slowly. It gave her a sense of value when her family, my family, had taken that away.
Yeah, giving to her community brought her great joy. Speaking of which, Minnie reached for a stack of papers with festival planning notes scribbled on the top. Now that you're back. About that, Anna interrupted, suddenly emboldened and unafraid. And speaking of choosing yourself, I need to be clear about something. I can help with some aspects of the festival, but I can't take on everything. I've been trying to do too much, be everything to everyone, and it's not sustainable. It makes me feel overwhelmed.
Minnie looked surprised, but unfazed. Yes, it has gotten rather out of hand, hasn't it? What did you have in mind? I can coordinate the writing workshops. That was the original plan anyway. And I'm happy to review the overall program. But the rest, the vendors, the logistics, the council stuff, I need to leave that to others.
Of course, that sounds grand. I'll let the others know. But they'll probably still call you. I think everyone still sees it as a book club endeavor, and you're now our trusted, fearless leader. Minnie's eyes sparkled mischievously. You might have to remind people, dear. Anna got the distinct feeling that Minnie thought practicing saying no to an entire township might help to remind Anna over and over to choose herself sometimes. She looked at the older woman suspiciously. I do feel bad about missing those meetings, she said. Don't. We managed. But here's the program outline. Just check we haven't completely lost the plot. There's an opening ceremony Jordan suggested that definitely could use some attention. Minnie grinned. Before Anna can look at it, her phone buzzes again. This time, it was an email from the local high school, asking if she'd be interested in a part-time position coordinating their student well-being program. Minnie peers over her shoulder, then looks remarkably self-satisfied. Was that you meddling? She asked Minnie, frowning. We might have mentioned your experience, Minnie said, unrepentant. Part-time, flexible hours, no commute, time for the book club and the kids, and other things. Her eyes twinkled meaningfully. Minnie, Anna warned. You see, we don't even need you, darling. We can scheme and plot with the best of them to get things done. Though you really should take a look at that festival program. After sending Jordan a message absolutely categorically banning his interpretive dance proposal for the opening ceremony, Anna sat on her deck and called Savannah. I can't come back to Sydney, she said quietly, without preamble. Savannah was quiet for a while, and Anna winced, holding her breath. But she didn't doubt her decision. And she was surprised to realize that she did trust she could manage whatever Savannah had to say. I know, Savannah said, eventually. Let's do Sunday lunches, once a month. You could come here sometimes, and I'll come up there sometimes. Not just to find our sister, just to hang out. Spend time together, with and without the kids. That sounds nice. Savannah was quiet again, but the silence felt comfortable, easy. What are you going to do? Be messy and scared and let things evolve. And make sure I don't end up writing letters full of regret 30 years from now because I was too scared to really live. Yeah, Savannah said. Good for you. And they sat quietly on the phone together for a while. Chapter 59. Anna knew something was wrong the moment she heard Mark's voice on the phone. That too careful enunciation she'd grown to recognize over years of marriage. You're drinking, she said, and surprisingly felt sad rather than angry or disappointed. A long pause. I screwed up. His voice was thick with self-loathing. Anna closed her eyes, leaning against the kitchen counter. The kids were at school, thankfully. What about your program? I'm back here now. Another pause. It was last night. I know what you're thinking. Do you? That nothing's changed, that I'm the same old Mark. She heard what might have been a sob. Maybe you're right. That's not what I'm thinking.
They were silent for a minute, Anna feeling the familiar heaviness pressing on her chest. But then she said, "I'm thinking that recovery is hard, that slips happen, that..." She took a deep breath. "That the difference between now and before is that you're calling me about it. You're going back to the program. You're trying." She heard him exhale shakily. "Thank you," he said. I wanted to be honest with you." Another pause. "Is it still okay if I come down on Saturday? As long as things are going okay?" Anna felt the load on her chest lighten slightly. The old Mark would have shown up anyway, hiding his drinking, making excuses. "Sure," she said. "And thanks for telling me." After they hung up, Anna stood in the kitchen for a long time, thinking about how recovery from anything wasn't a neat, linear process. It was messy and complicated and full of setbacks. But it was the getting back up that mattered. Slowly she walked back upstairs to Clara's study and an ancient notebook Maggie had given her. "I have enough notebooks to go through without you giving me extra ones," she'd protested. But Maggie had insisted this one might inspire her. It was full of Clara's unmistakable handwriting, notes for the original 1969 Arts Festival. Between the pages were old, yellowed photographs, candid shots of townsfolk laughing, setting up booths, hanging banners. Anna sighed. Once again, someone else was right. Because it did inspire her. Not the notes and the planning, but how it documented the people. Notes about their stories, their connections. One photo of a sullen teenage boy helping set up a booth, with Clara's note on the back. Jordan, 1983. What it showed wasn't how to run a festival, but the soul of the festival. And Anna thought it was beautiful. Suddenly she remembered another notebook. She had gotten sidetracked by Trent after picking up Clara's things, and she jumped up now and hurried to the recovered boxes, digging through them before remembering she'd tucked it into a pocket of her handbag. She darted back downstairs and fetched it. Back in the study, she settled into her favourite armchair and started flicking through the pages. Unlike the other one, there were no photos tucked into this one, and Clara's handwriting was shakier, much shakier than the note Anna had found on that first night in the beach house. Clara must have written that earlier. Notes jotted throughout mentioned snippets about people and places that didn't have much meaning for Anna. She was acutely conscious that any journal-like entries might be private, so skimmed quickly, not really sure what she was looking for. But right near the end, she found it. For Anna. Dearest Anna, what a mess I have left for you. I do hope you'll forgive me for the book club and the boxes in the house and the year in the Bay. I'm really hoping you'll love it here. I want you to know my story, and I think now it is time. I wrote it all down, typed bits and pieces year by year. I do hope you'll forgive me for not telling you sooner, too. You'll find it in the box labeled Sisters. It's for you and your sister. It's rather good if I do say so myself. If you publish it, share the proceeds with your sister, if there are any. But if you just want to keep it for yourselves, that's fine too. Lastly, you've always worried about doing the right thing, being a good girl. But sometimes the most right thing is very different from one person to the next. Find your own right thing, then protect it and nurture it with all your heart. And darling, you don't have to stay for a year. I just really wanted you to experience something different. With all my love, Clara. Chapter 60. Trent was halfway through reorganizing the mystery section by spine color when Jordan appeared, bearing coffee and a determined expression. "No," Trent said immediately. "I haven't even said anything yet." "You have that look, the one that means you're about to meddle." Jordan set the coffee down and pulled up a stool. "Actually, I need your help. I'm stuck on this character in my new novel."
He's been living in this underground bunker for years, even though the radiation threat is long gone. Everyone keeps telling him it's safe to come out, but he won't listen. He's paralyzed.
Sounds stupid, Trent muttered, turning back to his books. Why would anyone choose to live like that?
Jordan's eyebrows shot up. Why indeed? Before Trent could respond, Mrs. Henderson bustled in, brandishing a romance novel like a weapon. Trent perfect, she declared. Why are all the romance novels facing the wrong way? How am I supposed to find my happy endings? The spines are too colorful, Trent explained patiently. White fits the color scheme better.
Mrs. Henderson stared at him.
The color scheme? You're making me ferret around in a sea of white, hiding my love stories because of a color scheme. This is a bookstore, not an interior design store.
It looks nicer this way. Orderly. It's how I have my own books upstairs, did you know that? Also, it's like a lucky dip. You just grab one and see what you get. It might be the universe telling you that that's the book for you. He wiggled his eyebrows at Mrs. Henderson encouragingly, his face completely neutral. Mrs. Henderson ignored him and turned to Jordan. Orderly? Did he just say orderly? Have you ever known love to be orderly? Never, Jordan agreed solemnly. In fact, in my new novel, there's this character who— Not now, dear, Mrs. Henderson cut him off. We're dealing with this one first. She turned back to Trent. Turn these books around right now. Love deserves to be seen in all its messiness. Mrs. Henderson, what about the signs from the universe? Now. She stared at him so fiercely that Trent sighed, moved to the romance section, and started turning the books back around. But he was smiling slightly. He really thought she'd go for that lucky dip idea.
The bell chimed again, and Lila entered.
Oh good, you're here. I need recommendations for books about emotional growth, specifically characters learning to be vulnerable. Trent narrowed his eyes at her. What? Lila asked innocently. Oh look, coffee. Jordan, you shouldn't have. It's for Trent, Jordan said, to help him think about my bunker character. Bunker character? Lila's eyes lit up. Oh, is this the one who's too scared to— Yes, Jordan interrupted. That one. He's living in fear. Trent's phone buzzed. A message from Minnie. Bernard's having a breakthrough. Finally learning to trust again after years of spy-induced isolation. What do you think? For God's sake, Trent muttered. What's wrong? Jordan asked, also deadpan. You know exactly what's wrong. You're all being about as subtle as a brick through a window. We have no idea what you're talking about, Lila said, examining her nails. Though, speaking of windows, we need help with the festival display windows, since you've been avoiding all the meetings. Trent winced. He had been avoiding them. Avoiding everything, really. Look, he started, but was interrupted by another arrival, this time Maggie, clutching what looked like historical photos. Perfect timing, she declared. I found these old photos of Clara's first festival. Look at this one. The whole town came together to help, even the grumpy hardware store owner who never participated in anything. Clara apparently told him that being part of a community means showing up, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard, Jordan added pointedly. Trent looked at the photo. Clara stood in front of the Twisted Spine, still the general store then, surrounded by townspeople, pointing at something down the road. Everyone was looking to her for direction. This is really not subtle, he grumbled again. So, about my bunker character. Oh, shut up about your bunker character, Trent said. In fact, out. All of you. Now. Out. Not you, he added to Jordan suddenly. I want to talk to you. The festival? Maggie said. Yes, I'll help. Now out. My book? Lila added, not about to give up that easily either. I'll find one. For you too, Mrs. Henderson. I'll bring them by. Now out, out, out! When they'd finally left, Trent stared at Jordan for a while. He kept looking like he was about to speak, then stopping. Jordan, for once, just was quiet. No sarcastic comments or sly digs. He just leaned against the counter, his eyes occasionally flicking to Trent, his face open.
Terrifying, isn't it? Jordan said eventually, surveying Trent astutely.
What do you mean? Trent looked surprised. Oh, come on, mate. It's obvious to the rest of us. You want Anna, and you're terrified of being hurt. And you kept me back here to ask for advice, I'm guessing. But it's nearly killing you.
Trent ran a hand through his hair and looked away.
I'm thinking. Well, there's your first error. Silence. Jordan sighed. Look, we all hide things. We all present something a bit different on the outside. But we know when to put it aside and be honest. And the only way to do that is to practice. So put it aside and be honest. Right now. Here with me. I'm not going to bite you or laugh at you. And that's how you do it. One honest talk at a time. Until it's less terrifying. Because you've learned you can let your guard down. And you didn't die.
Trent stared at him some more. Jordan stared back.
Would you rather I send Minnie over? He asked eventually.
God, no, Trent muttered. Her enthusiasm might kill me.
They looked at each other and smiled slightly.
Just spit it out. It doesn't have to make sense. That's what your friends are for, to help you make sense of it.
It's just the first draft, not even. Some ideas spewed onto a blank page. Just spew at me. Okay. Trent took a deep breath. He looked deeply self-conscious. But he started to spew.
I went on a date with Angelina. It was fine. Everything was fine. She's lovely. But... He trailed off, staring at the bookshelves without seeing them. But I didn't... Trent made a frustrated gesture. I didn't feel anything. And that's what I wanted, all this time, to not feel anything. But now, what if that's all I can do anymore? What if I've forgotten how to feel things? I want to tell Anna how I feel, but it's like it's automatic. I just retreat back into not letting myself feel anything, and I know it's because I'm scared, and I want to stop that. But I don't know how. It's like I've gone and retreated before I've even noticed I've done it. It's unconscious. He stopped and looked at Jordan helplessly. How do you change?
You practice, Jordan said firmly. You admit things to yourself, and then to me, and then to Anna. And you decide the risk is worth it. And you just do your best. Because you know what happens to my guy in the bunker? Please don't. He stays in there forever. Gets exactly what he thought he wanted. Complete safety. Complete control. And he slowly goes mad from the isolation. In real life, both options have risks. They're quiet for a while. Then Jordan said, So, no jokes, no writing metaphors. What do you want?
Anna. So tell her.
Jordan paused for a moment, then he grinned. But maybe practice more first. You look like you might pass out, mate.
Trent barked out a laugh.
I thought you said you weren't going to laugh at me. We're men. There's only so much we can take before we make a joke out of it. Jordan clapped him on the shoulder. Welcome back to the land of the living, buddy. Put your seatbelt on. It's a glorious, rocky roller coaster ride.
At the door, Jordan stopped and turned, grinned at him, added,
Sometimes the terror makes you nearly puke.
Chapter 61. The afternoon sun filtered through Clara's lace curtains as Anna heard Mark's car pull up on Saturday morning. Despite expecting him, she still felt a flutter of anxiety. New Mark was still too new for her not to worry about old Mark reappearing, especially with the recent relapse, and especially when she'd agreed for him to stay the night in her house again. Sighing, she took a last look around the study. She was sure she had checked every box, and still hadn't found the one labeled Sisters. Either Clara had not labeled it properly, or the label was hidden somehow. She was still going to have to go through every box, or at least get them all down and check for second labels. Leaving that problem for later, she went downstairs, feeling wary.
But when Mark walked in, carrying a leather-bound book with an apologetic smile, the space between them felt okay. New Mark. "I found this when I was cleaning out some boxes," he said, handing it to her. "It was our wedding gift from Trent. I never let you write the thank you note. I said I'd do it. But I didn't." Anna ran her fingers over the soft leather cover. "I remember," she said softly. "You said thank you notes were outdated and pretentious." "Yeah." Mark looked genuinely remorseful. "I was wrong about a lot of things." The admission hung between them, but it didn't carry the weight it might have even a few weeks ago. "We both were," she shrugged. Emma and Jake interrupted, trotting down the stairs with towels slung over their shoulders, apparently ready and waiting for Mark's arrival. "Thought we'd hit the rock pool," Mark said. "Want to join us?" "No, you go. Have fun." She watched them leave, marveling at how different Mark seemed. It mustn't have been easy for him to bring her the journal, given he wanted them to try again and saw Trent as a competitor. For a moment she noticed how serene she felt and let herself bask in that. Though the old anxiety hadn't disappeared, about whether he'd really changed, whether she could trust it, or trust her interpretation of it, she felt able to put it aside and enjoy the idea that her children might get to have a healthier relationship with their father. It might not work out, but she could worry about that then, not now. She settled into Clara's window seat and opened the journal. The first page held Trent's neat handwriting. "For Anna and Mark, may you fill these pages with your own love story. Best, Trent." But as she flipped through, appreciating the thick, creamy blank pages, she found other inscriptions scattered throughout. "Sometimes the best stories take unexpected turns. Remember, every chapter builds on the last." And there, right in the middle, "Sometimes the best stories require a complete rewrite." Anna's breath caught. Clara's words from her letter. "A very wise person once told me that sometimes the best stories require a complete rewrite." "Oh," she whispered, tracing his words with her finger, thinking about how long he must have spent choosing quotes and placing them throughout the journal, about how much thought and care he put into everything. Without thinking, she picked up a pen and began to write. "If you knew the kids were safe and you were financially stable, what would you choose?" she wrote. "You asked me that the other night, and I was afraid to be honest with myself, let alone with you. But I'm ready for the rewrite now, and the truth is..." She scribbled frantically, trying to get all her tumbling, jumbled thoughts on the page, not trying to make them right or perfect, just trying to convey what she thought and felt and yearned for. And to her surprise, she didn't feel afraid. She felt powerful. When she finally finished, she sent a message to Mark. "Can we talk tonight?" She wanted to tell him properly, empathically, that there was no chance of reconciliation. She wanted to start her rewrite with a clean slate. Tomorrow she would see Mark off and then take the journal to Trent. She would even stay while he read it if he wanted her to. And if he told her she was too much, well, so be it. She wanted to be honest and unafraid, come what may. Chapter 62. Anna hugged Mark goodbye and really meant it. Their conversation the night before had gone better than Anna had expected. No anger or manipulation from Mark, just a kind of sad acceptance. And even though there'd been some tense moments about how to co-parent, Mark had accepted that after years of being absent, Anna was not prepared to move back to Sydney for him to spend time with the kids. They had agreed on a rough plan of him coming down and staying in a hotel one weekend a month, and she would take the kids up and spend time with Savannah one weekend a month. So he'd have the kids every second weekend, and he was also welcome to come visit during the week, with notice. So she hugged him with meaning. "Take care of yourself," she said. "You too."
He hugged her back, then stood back and looked at her, still holding her shoulders lightly. And Arna, I hope you find what you're looking for.
She watched him drive away, then went back inside to tell the kids she was going out for a bit, and tucked the journal into her handbag. She was just taking a few deep breaths to steady her heart when there was an urgent-sounding knock on the door, and her heart sank. It was Maggie, looking flustered.
"Minnie needs you," she said. "She's taken a turn and has asked for you specifically. Can you come?"
Across town, Jordan was also knocking on someone's door.
"Ready?"
he asked when Trent opened it.
No. Trent's breathing was shallow. But let's do it anyway.
They walked in silence. It wasn't until they were standing on Anna's porch that Trent spoke again. "Are you sure she's not here?" Jordan shrugged. "I'll knock. Tell her I've come to fight for my dance opening if she is." But, as expected, it was Jake who opened the door, and he let them in without a second thought. Anna rushed into Minnie's sunroom, her handbag still clutched against her side, the journal pressing against her ribs.
"Minnie, are you okay?"
Her voice was tight with concern.
Minnie lay propped against pillows, looking pale but with bright, alert eyes. "Oh, darling, thank you for coming so quickly."
"Maggie said you'd taken a turn," Anna started, moving toward her chair.
"Did I say that?"
Maggie looked mildly confused.
"I meant she needed to speak with you urgently."
Anna's brow furrowed.
"But you said—"
"Tea?" Lila appeared from the kitchen, carrying a tray. Behind her, an older man Anna didn't recognize lurked awkwardly. Anna sank into an armchair, confused. "You're not unwell?"
"I've gone downhill, yes, but nothing life-threatening, don't worry. I had a nurse here this morning checking on me. No need for hospitals or anything just yet. I just really wanted to spend some time alone with you. The rest of you, scram." She waved a hand good-naturedly at the others, who dispersed obediently.
"Will you read to me, Anna?"
With that, she handed Anna a well-worn romance with a cowboy on the front, and Anna's heart sank. She was itching to give Trent her journal before she lost her nerve, and though she didn't mind providing some comfort to Minnie, of all the things to ask for, a cowboy romance? But Minnie had settled back and drawn a blanket up around her, and Anna thought about their conversation about helping, and smiled slightly to herself, then started to read.
Over at Anna's house, Jake followed Jordan and Trent around, chattering nonstop. He was conveniently uninterested in what they were actually doing, and somehow Trent found his presence distracting enough to calm him down. Emma didn't even come out of her room. Latte padded around behind them, sniffing half-heartedly and flopping at their feet whenever they stopped. Occasionally, Jake would stop his musings to stroke her soft head. Then he'd start again, on basketball, Clara, history, or school. He was cheerful, bursting with ideas and charmingly unaware that the conversation was almost entirely one-sided. How did one woman accumulate so much stuff? Jordan wondered, looking at a stack of magazines from the 1970s, which set Jake off on another tangent about some old fishing equipment he'd found in a cupboard, and would Trent take him out fishing one day.
Ay, Jordan interrupted, mock offended. "If you want to learn to fish, buddy, come out with me. Fishing is my thing. I'd be happy to take you. This one, well, you'd learn how to rest in a boat, and that's about it."
Across town, Minnie had slipped into sleep, and Anna breathed a sigh of relief. She was just gathering her things when Maggie reappeared. "You're not going, are you, Anna?" Anna looked up, surprised.
"Yes," she whispered. "Minnie's asleep, and I have something important to do."
"Oh." Maggie looked worried, glancing behind her like she might find a solution there.
"Just wait in the kitchen. Don't go yet." With that, she hurried away, and Anna felt a hint of irritation. She was trying to do something brave, damn it. As much as she cared for the book club, they should know better than anyone that you need to grab bravery with both hands when you feel it, or it might wriggle away. Not that they knew what she was doing, but still. She stood at the kitchen door, twitching, and to her surprise,
It was the man she didn't know who ambled out. He looked vaguely familiar, but she couldn't place him. He looked deeply uncomfortable and was blushing ever so slightly, looking at his feet. He reminded her of a naughty schoolboy waiting at the principal's office, cap in hand. And despite herself, she was a little bit intrigued about what he was going to say. But when he actually said it, she was so startled that she dropped abruptly to the floor, not quite fainting, but not staying completely with it either. Chapter 63. Lila, Maggie, and Jem huddled around Minnie's recliner, casting glances outside to where Anna was sitting under Minnie's sprawling gum tree, looking pale and like she might vomit.
He did say he could get her to stay, Maggie observed hesitantly. I didn't realize he was going to make her sick, though.
Lila looked equally worried.
Minnie looked very tired, but also very curious.
I'd love to know what he said, she murmured. Do you think he'll tell us?
His arrival at Minnie's had been unexpected. All he'd divulged was that he might be able to help them with their plan today, which presumably Jordan, his only child, had passed on. Then he'd loitered silently and somewhat creepily around Minnie's house, making everyone slightly jumpy.
But he had indeed managed to help them with the plan. Anna had been successfully kept with them for almost 3 hours now, although no one thought that was nearly enough time. Judging by the look of her, she might be staying a while longer, though.
Should we go out? Minnie asked hopefully, and the others replied with a resounding, no.
Chapter 64. Sydney, 1959.
The hallway of the adoption agency smelled so strongly of floor polish, it made Clara feel like she might vomit. Or maybe that was her nerves. She sat with her hands folded in her lap, her fingers tracing the outline of her still tender abdomen. 3 weeks since she'd held her daughter. 3 weeks since she'd felt the warm weight of her nestled against her chest, snatched hastily away again. The nurse who'd placed her there, who'd whispered, "It's a girl," reprimanded angrily.
3 weeks. That might as well have been 30 years. She wore her best dress, navy blue with a modest white collar, hoping it might lend her some authority. She'd pinned her hair back neatly and applied a touch of lipstick. She needed to look composed, reasonable, not like a girl who woke up sobbing each night, reaching for a baby who wasn't there.
Miss Mayhew?
A severe-looking woman with steel-rimmed glasses appeared in the doorway. Mrs. Patterson will see you now. Clara stood, smoothing her skirt with trembling hands. She'd rehearsed this conversation 100 times since making the appointment. She knew exactly what she would say, how she would say it, calm, dignified, deserving of answers. Mrs. Patterson sat behind a massive oak desk, her expression annoyed. She gestured to the chair across from her. "Miss Mayhew, this is unexpected. Our records indicate that your case has been completed." Clara settled into the chair, sitting up straight, shoulders back, chin lifted. The way her mother had always insisted a proper young lady should sit. "Yes, Mrs. Patterson, I understand that. I'm not here to—" She faltered, then steadied herself. "I'm not here to cause any trouble. I just wanted to know if there might be any additional information you could share with me. About the family. About where my—" The word caught in her throat. "About where the baby went." Mrs. Patterson's face remained impassive. "I'm afraid that's not possible. The adoption is closed, as you agreed to. The records are sealed." "I know, but perhaps just something small. Are they kind people? Do they have other children? Will she have siblings?" Clara leaned forward, her carefully constructed composure beginning to crack. "Is she nearby? I don't need to know exactly where, just, is she still in Sydney?" "Miss Mayhew." Mrs. Patterson's voice was not unkind, but it was firm. "These questions cannot be answered. The adoptive parents were assured complete privacy, just as you were assured that your indiscretion would remain private. For everyone's sake, including the child's, these boundaries must be maintained." Clara felt a flare of indignation. Indiscretion? Is that what you call my daughter? Please lower your voice, Miss Mayhew. Clara hadn't realized she'd raised it. She took a deep breath, forcing her hands to unclench. I'm sorry, I need something. Anything. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I dream about her every night. I wonder if she's cold, if she's hungry, if she's crying for me. Mrs. Patterson's expression didn't change. She glanced toward the door, then back at Clara. The baby has been placed with a good family, a couple who very much wanted a child and couldn't have one of their own. They're financially stable and passed all our rigorous checks. That is all I can tell you. It wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. Clara felt tears burning behind her eyes and blinked them back furiously. Will you at least tell me if they kept her name? Mary. After my grandmother. That's the name I gave her when she'd held her, just that once. When she'd kissed her perfect nose and whispered promises she couldn't keep. Mrs. Patterson stood up, signalling the meeting was over. I'm afraid I cannot say anything further, Miss Mayhew. The best thing you can do now is return to your life and move forward. Many young women in your situation have gone on to marry and have other children. You should not even have been told the gender of the baby. It is not helpful. Clara remained seated. May I see my file? Just quickly. That would be highly irregular. Absolutely not. Please. Clara looked up at the older woman, no longer bothering to hide the desperation in her eyes. I'll never come back here again. I promise. I need to see it, to know it was real. Mrs. Patterson glared at her and stalked out of the room. But through her tears, Clara saw her name printed neatly on a manila folder that was already on Mrs. Patterson's desk. Clara didn't hesitate. She lurched forward and spun it toward her, flipping through pages and pages of legal details hungrily, searching for anything. Her shaky signature defined the end of the legal document, after which she snatched a tiny photo and thrust it into her bra, hearing heavy footsteps approaching the room. It was just as the door opened, Mrs. Patterson entering behind a heavy-set man who strode toward Clara and pushed her firmly away from the desk, that Clara glimpsed something. The corner of an address, partly covered by another page, but something. Street, Warinyah Bay, New South Wales. Out! Mrs. Patterson bellowed, furious, but also starting guiltily, realizing what she had done, leaving Clara alone in her office with her file. The man pushed Clara toward the door, saying nothing, but Clara didn't care. Warinyah Bay. She'd never heard of it. It wasn't much, but it was something. Outside, the Sydney air was thick with car exhaust and the promise of rain. Clara took a deep breath, adjusting to the sudden freedom after the stifling confines of the agency. She couldn't go home. That had been made abundantly clear as soon as the adoption had gone through. She didn't even try to fight the tears. If she'd known she'd be banished anyway, she would have refused to give Mary up, refused to hide. But it was too late, and there was nothing left for her here. She walked until she found a newsagent and bought a map of New South Wales, then went to the nearest cafe where she spread it across the table, searching until her eyes burned. And there it was, a tiny dot on the coastline, hours from Sydney. Warinyah Bay. Clara traced the name with her fingertip, feeling something like hope for the first time in months. It might be nothing, a coincidence, a misread word, a fragment of an address that had nothing to do with her daughter. But it was all she had, and she would take it. Tomorrow she would buy a bus ticket, and then she would begin again. Chapter 65. Trent's back ached, his hands were filthy. He'd had more conversations in one day than he'd had in the last month. They'd had to call in reinforcements when it was clear that even a whole day might not be enough. Jeannie had brought around a whole group of mothers from the basketball team, and at that point, he had had to confess to Jake and Emma what he was up to. But he was satisfied. He scribbled a hasty note on Anna's shopping list pad, tore it out, and put it on top of an old-fashioned hard disk on the kitchen bench, then hesitated. But he doesn't hesitate about the note. The note, he has no doubts about. He's terrified something might happen to the hard drive. Emma appeared in the doorway and looked as nervous as he felt. "All done," he said. "Can you guard this hard drive with your life? And don't read my letter," he added sternly, smiling slightly. She nods, says nothing, but looked at him with shining eyes, like he was the best thing she'd seen for decades. Chapter 66. Anna walked home in a daze. She'd left the journal on Trent's desk. Jeannie had let her in, looking exhausted. "He's out walking latte. You might be able to meet him on the beach." Then, when Anna just shook her head, she added, "Are you okay?" "Long day," Anna replied, sounding like she was somewhere else. "Can I just leave this on his desk?" Jeannie had stood aside to let her in and looked at her strangely as she walked out. "Have you been home recently?" Jeannie called after her, and Anna barely turned, shaking her head. "Going home now." She didn't see Jeannie's little shiver of anticipation. And she didn't even have enough in the tank to worry about what Trent would think of her words, all laid out for him to see her, exactly as she was. Chapter 67. Warinyah Bay, 1963. Clara set her mug of tea on the coffee table and gazed out at the beach. She couldn't believe it was hers now, her own house. Whatever else still crushed her, this part was good. She was a homeowner. Her thoughts drifted back to her move to the bay, her relentless search for a baby the right age, the slow erosion of her hope. 4 years in Warinyah Bay, and not a trace of a baby girl matching her daughter's age. She'd befriended shopkeepers, volunteered at the community centre, even found excuses to loiter outside the local doctor's office. She'd scrutinised every young couple with a child, studied the features of every little girl she encountered. Nothing. At first, she told herself to be patient. Then, as months stretched into years, she began to accept that she'd been wrong. That glimpse of Warinyah Bay in the adoption file had been a coincidence, or perhaps referred to something else entirely. The lawyer's address, a previous address, something meaningless. And eventually, she found it mattered less. The hole in her heart would never fill. But she learnt to carry on, despite it. And the bay became her home. Here, she wasn't Clara Mayhew, the disgraced daughter who'd been sent away in shame. Here, she was just Clara, the woman who organised the library fundraiser and made the best lemon slice for the church bake sale. The sound of a truck rumbling past broke her reverie. Another new family arriving, drawn by the town's growing reputation as a peaceful seaside haven. Clara wandered out the back door to see where it stopped. Perhaps the house a few doors down finally had a new tenant. It had been empty for months, unusual for the bay. Sure enough, insistent beeps announced its reversal into the driveway, not as steep as Clara's, and she made a mental note to bake something to drop in for them in the next day or so, to welcome them to the bay and let them know a bit about what it had to offer. She loved giving people a warm welcome, and she loved getting to know newcomers. She loved everything about Warinyah Bay, in fact. Even if it didn't hold the one thing closest to her heart, and even if she had given up on ever knowing her own daughter. Chapter 68. Anna trudged up the path to the beach house, utterly exhausted. The sun had set, the sky still a deep purple, scattered with stars. Her mind was still reeling from what Ed, Jordan's father, had told her earlier that day. It was so unexpected, so completely different from what she'd pieced together, that Anna had found herself sinking to the ground, unable to process it. She was still processing the implications as she turned her key in the lock. The house was quiet, but to her surprise, Emma was sitting on a bar stool, staring at her. She was taken aback. "What are you doing sitting there so quietly?" she asked, moving toward her daughter and setting her bag down on another stool. Emma just grinned at her weirdly,
She made a gesture with her hand around the whole house, and Anna slowly turned around. The cluttered hallway that had greeted her every day since moving in was gone. The boxes, the papers, the random accumulation of Clara's decades, all vanished. The wooden floors gleamed, freshly mopped. She looked at Emma, frowning in confusion, then tentatively moved further into the house. The living room had been transformed, too, everything organized, clean, peaceful. Books lined the shelves in neat rows. Clara's collection of sea glass sparkled in a bowl by the window where the evening light would catch it. Anna walked faster. In the sunroom, the same miracle had occurred. Clean coffee table, no papers, a vase of fresh flowers on the table. She trotted up the stairs, Emma following her, practically bouncing on her toes. The hallway, all cleared. The study, too. Just 2 neatly labelled boxes, keep and unsure. The only room not touched was her bedroom. A magic fairy had cleaned her house. "There's more," Emma told her, trotting down the stairs, still grinning maniacally, beckoning her to follow. Who? Anna couldn't really formulate thoughts. The day had been altogether too shocking. Emma just pointed to the bench, where Anna had previously missed a couple of small items. A note and an old-fashioned hard drive. Anna lifted the note and saw "A Life Seen by the Sea" scribbled on the hard drive in Clara's writing, with "Final Manuscript" written underneath. She turned to the note. "Dear Anna, I hope you don't mind the intrusion. I wanted to take one thing off your plate, make one thing a little bit easier. Because I want you to stay. I want you to not feel overwhelmed by your life in the Bay. I said I wanted to give you space, but I don't. Not space from me, anyway. This is a different kind of space. I'm hoping you will consider dinner with me. Tonight, tomorrow, the next night, any night, all the nights. I want you to stay because I want to be part of your story. Love always. Trent." Anna's hands shook as she read the words again, and again. Her eyes filled with tears. "Did you?" she asked Emma. "Help? Not really. Didn't even notice they were here for half the day." Emma started to laugh. "But read the note? You bet." And she just kept grinning at her mother. Chapter 69. Warinyah Bay, 1963. Clara knocked on the door firmly, a hearty beef casserole still warm in the large Tupperware container in her arms. She smiled brightly when a woman answered the door, her hair up in a tight bun, her face hassled. "Hello, and welcome. I'm Clara. I live a couple of doors up. I just wanted to bring you a casserole. I know how draining moving can be." She held the container forward, and the woman hesitated for a second, and smiled gratefully and accepted it. "Thank you, that is so kind. It's chaos here." She waved vaguely behind her, where there were indeed boxes and furniture placed haphazardly across the living area. But before she could introduce herself, a child's voice rang out loud and clear. "Mummy, where are you? I need you, at once." "Coming, Mary, darling, just a moment." The woman turned back to Clara apologetically. "Just turned 4, won't wait, I'm afraid, but I'm Elizabeth, and when we're settled in, I would love for you to come over for a cup of tea." "Mummy," insisted the little voice, and Clara was too frozen to reply. "Thanks again for the casserole." Elizabeth smiled again, striding into the depths of the house, hastily placing it on a bench as she went, then turning to call out to Clara. "I'll invite you soon, I promise." Slowly, Clara pulled shut the front door for Elizabeth. Her heart hammered against her ribs so violently she feared it might burst. She clutched the doorframe for support, not sure she could even walk back the 100 or so meters to her own front door. The right age, the right name. It couldn't be. After all this time, it couldn't possibly be. But what if it was? Chapter 70. Trent walked slowly up the stairs to his apartment, latte trailing behind him. The walk hadn't helped. His mind kept circling back to Anna, to the horrifying, terrifying uncertainty of it. What was going to happen now? He felt a little bit like he might be sick. Jordan had not been wrong about that. He didn't even get the key in the lock before Jeannie had the door open for him, though, grinning.
What? She came by, left something on your desk. Are we not even using names now? The she is presumed?
She looked very strange. Trent moved past her, his heart thudding, and headed straight for his desk.
He recognized the leather-bound journal instantly, and for a second was confused.
Was she giving it back to him? Ending their shared story? Closing that door, that connection, forever? Read it. Jeannie was hovering by his elbow.
You did not, did you?
He turned to frown at her. Just a peek, I promise. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened it, seeing his own handwriting on the first page. And then, following, Anna's neat handwriting, getting progressively messier and less contained the more pages it covered. Jeannie tried to peer over his shoulder, and he nudged her away. Scat, he whispered to her, but half-heartedly. Part of him thought he might need her to hold him up. His gaze skimmed over the pages, desperate to get the gist before he gets the detail, and phrases dance across his vision.
I'm ready for the rewrite now.
I like who I am when I'm with you. When I listen to that part of me that wants things. I want you. And suddenly he realizes the details can wait. Clutching the journal, he heads back to the door. Trent? But Jeannie is smiling, knowing where he's going, and knowing why.
Chapter 71.
Warinyah Bay, 1963.
Clara tried not to loiter. Shaking, she'd walk past the house on the street side, walk past on the beach side. Occasionally she'd see a glimpse, a little girl with dark curls and a blue dress. A whirlwind of colour, gallivanting around the house, dark hair bouncing. She learned the family's name from gossip at the general store, the Hargraves, David, Elizabeth, and their daughter, Mary. They'd bought the house nearly 4 years ago, but hadn't been able to move in because David's mother in Sydney became very sick. They had rented it out until her passing 3 months prior. 4 years ago. When Clara's daughter was born. When Clara finally was invited for a cup of tea, she nearly wept. She began to plan. She would find a way to become part of their lives, perhaps offer to babysit, or invite them to a community event. She would be careful, patient. She would earn their trust before... Before what? The thought stopped her cold as she prepared to leave for the longed-for cuppa. What exactly was she planning to do? Tell them she believed she was Mary's birth mother? Demand some kind of role in the child's life? Take her back somehow? The reality of her situation crashed over her with brutal clarity. Mary had parents who loved her, a stable home, a good life from what she had gleaned. What right did Clara have to disrupt that? What good would come from revealing herself? None. The child would be confused, the parents devastated and suspicious. The delicate fabric of Mary's world would be torn apart. Clara buried her face in her hands and wept, for the daughter she'd lost, for the mother she couldn't be, for the impossible choice before her. Then she cleaned herself up and went to meet the family. As Elizabeth pottered around in the kitchen preparing tea, Clara watched David kneel beside his daughter, playing tea house with her, the child's laughter bright and carefree. She watched Elizabeth pass them and touch Mary lightly on the head, the gesture full of love. She listened to their story and their plans, now that they were in the bay, finally, to build their lives. And she knew that she would watch from a distance, take comfort in her daughter's happiness, offer support where she could, like she did for everyone in this town. She would never tell anyone about Mary. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was something. And Clara was learning that sometimes something had to be sufficient. And when it wasn't, she started to write.
Chapter 72. Anna's feet carried her to the beach without conscious thought. She didn't know what she was going to say or do, only that she needed to see him. Touch him. Kiss him. The moon illuminated the beach, casting a silver path across the water. Anna moved quickly, her shoes abandoned, the sand cool and soft between her toes. And then she saw him, running along the shore toward her, her journal in his hand, his face alight with something that made her heart leap. Latte bounded ahead of him, barking joyfully. When they reached each other, they didn't talk. They didn't need to. Anna reached up to touch Trent's face in wonder. He took her face in his hands, staring into her eyes for a moment. Then he bent his head and kissed her. On and on and on. Starting a new story, with all the time in the world to make the details sing. Chapter 73. Anna curled into Trent's side on her deck, watching the sunrise paint the sky in gentle pinks and golds. It had been a week since Trent had found Clara's manuscript, and barely a night had passed without them together, reading and discussing and, increasingly, planning. "I still can't believe everything we've learned," Anna said, her fingers tracing the edge of the laptop where Clara's memoir was open, transferred with difficulty through a computer shop in Sapphire that could still read hard disks. "So many secrets, so much of her life I never knew about." Trent pressed a kiss to her temple. She was quite remarkable. The way she rebuilt her life here, created a new family for herself. And kept certain connections hidden all these years, Anna murmured. The revelation from Ed had shaken her deeply, and she still wasn't sure what best to do with the information. He had asked her to keep it private until they spoke further, which they hadn't managed to do yet. There was so much to be done about the festival and the manuscript and falling in love. Across the deck, Emma was sketching the sunrise, her face peaceful in a way Anna hadn't seen in years. Inside, Jake was still sleeping, exhausted from yesterday's basketball game. Mark had proudly watched from the sidelines, sober and attentive. "Are you sure about this?" Trent asked, nodding toward the laptop. "Publishing it, I mean." Anna nodded. "Clara wanted it published. She left me a note." "Minnie will be over the moon, the first book club member to be published, even if it's posthumously." Anna laughed. "She'll claim credit for helping Clara with her romance storylines." "She probably did." Trent's chuckle vibrated against her. "The scene where Thomas proposes definitely has Minnie's fingerprints all over it." "Too many adjectives?" "Way too many adjectives." Anna closed the laptop and turned in Trent's arms to face him. The morning light caught the silver in his temples, and he looked even more handsome than he had the day before, and the day before that. The more Anna looked at him, listened to him, spoke to him, the more she fell in love. "I talked to Savannah last night," she said. "She's coming down next weekend. We've been looking into small presses that specialize in memoirs." "I might know someone," Trent offered. "A former customer moved to Melbourne and started a publishing house. Focuses on regional Australian stories." Anna kissed him softly. "Of course you know someone." "I know lots of people," he said with mock defensiveness. "I just preferred not to interact with most of them before." "And now?" His eyes softened. "Now I realize what I was missing," he said, bending forward and pressing his lips to hers. Emma cleared her throat dramatically from across the deck. "Still here, you know. Impressionable minor, witnessing entirely too much affection." "Sorry," Anna called, not feeling sorry at all. She'd worried at first about how the kids would react to her relationship with Trent, but both had taken it in their stride. Jake had been openly enthusiastic, while Emma's approval came in the form of good-natured eye rolls and the occasional teasing comment that lacked any edge. "I'm going to get breakfast started," Emma announced, gathering her sketchbook. "Jake will be up soon, demanding pancakes." She paused in the doorway. "You're still taking us to the farmer's market later, right?" "Wouldn't miss it," Anna promised. After Emma disappeared inside, Trent gave Anna a squeeze. Family outing to the farmer's market. Very domestic. Too much? She searched his face for any hint of hesitation, but found none. Not at all. His eyes crinkled. I'm all in, Anna. With you, with the kids, with whatever this becomes. Even though it's messy and complicated and completely unpredictable? Especially because of that. Turns out Mrs. Henderson was right. Love deserves to be seen in all its messiness, even by teenagers. Anna laughed. Mrs. H will be unbearable when she finds out you admitted that. Then we won't tell her, he said, kissing her again. Inside, pots clattered as Emma began breakfast preparations. The morning sun warmed Anna's skin, and Trent's arms held her securely. For the first time in as long as she could remember, Anna felt no urge to plan, to structure, to control. She was simply present, soaking in this moment. I was thinking, Trent began, his voice taking on that slightly hesitant quality that still emerged when he shared something vulnerable. I'd like to close the bookshop earlier in the evenings, spend them with you and the kids, just being together. Homework with Jake, watching Emma sketch, talking with you after they go to bed. His cheeks colored slightly. I know it sounds simple, but... It sounds perfect, Anna interrupted. Trent nodded, looking pleased, then looked out over the ocean, seeming to gather his thoughts. I was also thinking about Clara's manuscript. What about it? We should make it the centerpiece of the festival, a celebration of her life and work, the book that started it all, coming full circle. Anna sat up a little straighter. That's brilliant, Trent. The whole community could contribute memories, stories about her impact, just little pieces as part of whatever else they're doing. The book club will go nuts. We could even launch it at the festival. A small print run, self-published. Clara would have loved that. She liked just getting things done herself, fast. A publishing house might take years if you go that route. I love that, Anna said slowly, her brain ticking over. She'd be so proud of you, Trent said softly. Taking her story and giving it wings. She'd be proud of us too, Anna whispered back, smiling up at Trent, squeezing him. Thinking about taking risks, living fully, rewriting your story. Yeah, Trent smiled back at her. We're doing okay. We're doing amazing, Anna corrected, and they smiled shyly at each other. Plus, I have a meeting with the school next week. They want to discuss the student well-being program role. 3 days a week. Enough to keep me engaged and contributing, but with plenty of time for the book club, the kids, and... She squeezed his hand. Other important things. Sounds like you're finding your balance. Not balance exactly, more like embracing the chaos, but choosing which chaos to embrace. Trent laughed. That might be the most accurate description of a life well lived I've ever heard. From inside, Jake's voice called out, demanding to know when the pancakes Emma promised him would be ready. Emma's exasperated reply followed, and then the sound of sibling bickering, the comfortable, affectionate kind that no longer sent Anna into a panic about their emotional well-being. We should go in, Anna said, making no move to get up. We should, Trent agreed, tightening his arms around her instead. I've been thinking, too. Anna hesitated, still not moving. Trent waited, one finger lightly stroking the inside of her arm. Eventually, she went on. About going back to study. Just for me, for fun. It kind of feels like honoring Clara, too, because my parents talked me out of studying literature and creative writing. I did this law degree that I hated and never used. So, writing, well, it seems kind of fitting now. She glanced up at Trent again, apprehensive. Somehow, her parents' voices still echoed in her head, however much she had learned about all the reasons their voices might not be the best ones to listen to. But Trent's eyes were shining. That sounds perfect. I say go for it. He started to laugh, though. But I think you might be embracing a whole lot of chaos. So just don't burn yourself out, okay?
because I definitely want more of this too. He nodded at the ocean, the stillness, the quiet togetherness, holding Anna to him tightly. I will always make time for this, she murmured softly, stretching up to touch her lips against his, smiling into his eyes. I will quit everything else except mothering before I lose you from my life again. I solemnly promise. You are stuck with me forever, Trent Perfect.
That is the best sentence I have ever heard, he murmured back, grinning. They sat for another moment, soaking up their happiness to be together and watching the waves roll in, before reluctantly disentangling themselves and heading inside to join the cheerful morning chaos of the kitchen. As Anna stepped through the door, her thoughts drifted briefly to Ed's words about Clara's and Charles's baby.
But she would worry about that another day.
For now, there were pancakes to enjoy, a family outing to appreciate, and a love story to keep writing, one day at a time. Chapter 74. The Festival. Anna woke to the sound of waves and voices drifting up from the beach below. For a moment she lay still, savoring the rare quiet of her bedroom while the rest of the house bustled with activity. Festival day had arrived. 6 months ago, she would have been a nervous wreck. 6 months ago, she would have had color-coded lists and backup plans for her backup plans. 6 months ago, the thought of coordinating an entire town's festival would have sent her into a spiral of anxiety. But that was 6 months ago. She stretched, feeling the pleasant weight of Trent's arm across her waist. He was still asleep, his breathing deep and even. She eased out from under his arm, smiling as he mumbled something unintelligible and rolled over. The kitchen was already alive with activity. Emma stood at the counter, arranging pastries on a platter, while Jake darted back and forth between the fridge and a cooler, packing drinks. "Morning," Anna said, heading straight for the coffee pot that Emma had already brewed. "Minnie called," Emma said, without looking up. "The banner tore. She says not to worry, Lila's sister is fixing it." "And Jordan texted," Jake added. "The sound system guy is running late but should be there by 9. Anna nodded, sipping her coffee. "Perfect." Emma stopped arranging pastries and stared at her mother. "Perfect? The banner is torn and the sound guy is late. And it's all being handled," Anna replied with a smile. "That's what community is for." Emma exchanged a look with Jake, who shrugged and went back to packing the cooler. "Who are you and what have you done with our mother?" Emma asked, but she was smiling too. Anna laughed. "I learned from the best." She gestured around the house, Clara's house, now truly theirs. Through the window she could see people setting up tents and tables along the beach. Colorful banners fluttered in the morning breeze, all except the main one, which was presumably being repaired by Lila's sister. The festival had grown beyond anything they'd initially planned, spreading from the community center to encompass the beach, the main street, and the park. "Should we wake Trent?" Jake asked. "Let him sleep another 15 minutes, Anna said. He was up late, finalizing the reading schedule. As if summoned by his name, Trent appeared in the doorway, hair tousled, eyes still heavy with sleep. "I smell coffee." Anna poured a mug and handed it to him. She watched as he leaned against the counter, Jake showing him something on his phone, while Emma continued arranging food. The scene filled her with such overwhelming contentment that she had to take a deep breath. "I'm heading down to help feed some of the volunteers," Emma announced, balancing the platter as she headed for the door. "Jake, can you bring that cooler?" Jake hefted the cooler with exaggerated effort. "I still don't understand why we can't just use the fridges at the community center." "Because the power goes out if too many appliances run at once," Anna and Trent said simultaneously, then smiled at each other. When the kids had gone, Trent wrapped his arms around Anna from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as they looked out at the growing activity on the beach. "Nervous?" he asked. "Strangely, no." Anna leaned back against him. "Everything that could go wrong probably will go wrong, and it'll be fine anyway. Clara would be proud." He pressed a kiss to her temple. The whole town talking about her book, celebrating her life. I just hope we did her justice. Anna had agonized over the editing process, working closely with Savannah to honor Clara's words while protecting certain privacies. Her thoughts drifted to Ed. He'd agreed to talk again after the festival, and Anna could hardly wait. You did, Trent assured her. You've given her a voice and shared her message. It's beautiful. Anna's phone buzzed with 3 messages in rapid succession. She glanced at them and laughed. What now? Trent asked. The face painter has the flu, the ice delivery went to the wrong address, and Mrs. Henderson is demanding a larger table for her romance novel display. She shook her head. I'll talk to Minnie. I know she used to paint faces. And I'll talk to the tackle shop about having their ice and getting the redelivery to go to them whenever they get here. And Mrs. Henderson can have whatever size table she wants, so long as she sorts it out with the other vendors. Trent laughed. Look at you, all zen and flexible. I wouldn't go that far. She kissed him quickly. But I'm learning to trust I'll manage whatever this crazy town throws at me, because I very much doubt it will ever stop throwing curveballs. They finished their coffee and got ready, Trent picking up the box of Clara's book, which they would be featuring at the launch. The special edition print run had a photograph of Clara on the cover, standing proudly in front of her beach house, the ocean stretching behind her. A Life Seen by the Sea, by Clara Mayhew. Anna grabbed a copy from the box, tracing the letters of her aunt's name, feeling emotional. It wasn't just the personal connection either. It was what Clara had offered her, to grow into a better version of herself. She put the copy carefully on the kitchen counter. She still couldn't quite believe it was real. By the time they made it down to the beach, the festival was in full swing, despite the official opening still being an hour away. Children darted between stalls, local musicians tuned their instruments on the small stage, and the aroma of fresh coffee and baking filled the air. Anna! Maggie waved frantically from the historical display, where Emma was helping arrange photographs. Come see the final arrangement! Trent, Jordan called simultaneously from the book tent. The signing table is in the wrong spot. Anna and Trent exchanged amused glances. Divide and conquer, Trent suggested. Meet you at the podium for the opening speech, Anna agreed. As she made her way toward Maggie, Anna was stopped no fewer than 5 times, by the mayor asking about the program order, by a group of tourists wanting directions, by Lila needing help carrying a tray of pastries, by Jake, who'd somehow managed to misplace the cooler in the 15 minutes since she'd last seen him, and by Minnie, who wanted to show her the repaired banner. Each interruption would once have been an irritation, a deviation from the plan. Now, Anna understood them for what they were. The beautiful, messy connections that wove a community together. She felt happy to be able to help, or encourage, or just share a laugh. By the podium, she finally paused to catch her breath and survey the scene before her. The festival had transformed the beach into a vibrant tapestry of activity. She spotted Jordan gesturing dramatically as he explained something to a group of aspiring writers. Minnie had indeed taken over face painting, already surrounded by children with glittery cheeks. Emma stood with a group of local artists, chatting. It's pretty incredible, Trent said, appearing at her side. He handed her a bottle of water. Ready for your speech? Anna looked out at the crowd again, at her children finding their places in this community, at the book club members who had become like family, at the town that had embraced them all. She thought of Clara, who had arrived in Warinyah Bay with nothing but hope and heartache, and had built something wonderful out of her pain. I think I am, she said, and she meant it in ways that went far beyond the festival speech. The microphone crackled as the mayor stepped up to the podium, raising his hands for quiet. Behind him, the repaired banner fluttered in the breeze. Warinyah Bay Literary Festival, honoring Clara Mayhew. Chapter 75. Anna stepped up to the podium, and for a moment her heart skipped all over the place. Then she smiled, took a deep breath, and began. 6 months ago, if you'd told me I'd be standing here today, living in my aunt's house, running her book club, and honoring her at a festival, I probably would have made a color-coded list of all the reasons that was impossible. 6 months ago, I was still the woman who declined a backstage invitation to meet Daft Punk because it would be too late at night, too spontaneous, and too unstructured for her very orderly life.
Laughter rippled through the crowd.
But that was before I finally got the memo about what Clara really left me in her last wishes. A magnificent house with boxes full of receipts stored from the 80s, yes. More laughter. But what she was really gifting me was something harder to grasp. You see, Clara understood something that took me far too long to learn. She knew that a well-ordered life isn't necessarily a well-lived one. That sometimes the most beautiful stories emerge from the most chaotic beginnings, and that holding too tightly to your plans means missing the magic that happens when you let go.
Clara came to Warinyah Bay 64 years ago, her heart broken, her life upended. But instead of retreating into safety and control, she chose to embrace the unknown. She built connections. She created family where she had none. She made this community her home, and in doing so, she transformed her pain into purpose, including fundraising for this community, for the library, for the rock pool, for the book club. In fact, we're launching Clara's novel here today, which is part memoir, part fictionalized romance. You can grab your special edition at that table right there, and all proceeds are going back into the community. So, you should definitely do that. Anna smiled, and more good-natured laughter rippled through the morning crowd.
This festival was started by Clara in the 60s, and though we lost Clara recently, we haven't lost the spirit of what she created here. Community, connection, creativity, and caring for each other. And on a personal note, today I am celebrating what she taught me, which is that life isn't meant to be controlled, but experienced. It isn't meant to be perfect, but authentic. It isn't meant to be safe, but worth the risk. And that our own stories are the greatest stories we will ever write. Even if they don't go according to plan, and even if you're coerced a little bit into moving across the state to run her book club.
More laughter rang out in the crowd, especially from the book club members, Minnie clapping her hands together happily. Her wisdom has changed my life and touched so many people here in the Bay. So welcome to Warinyah Bay's Literary Festival, in loving memory of Clara Mayhew. May you find inspiration in the stories shared today, and perhaps the courage to rewrite a chapter or two of your own. Thank you.
Anna stepped back from the podium to warm applause, catching Trent's eye in the crowd. And for a moment, Anna had the strange sensation that she hadn't just opened the festival, but had opened up her life.
Epilogue. 1 month later.
Anna woke to the sound of rain pattering against the windows and the comforting weight of Trent's arm across her waist. The autumn morning was gray and cool, perfect for staying in bed a little longer. She pressed closer to him, smiling as he stirred and pulled her in.
"Mark's picking up the kids in an hour," she murmured.
And book club's not until tonight," Trent replied, kissing her temple.
"Whatever shall we do with a whole day to ourselves?"
Anna laughed softly, turning to face him. "I was thinking we could go out for brunch and maybe catch a movie."
"Or," Trent suggested, his eyes crinkling, "we could just stay right here."
The sound of Jake and Emma arguing good-naturedly downstairs made them both smile. Despite the arguments, Emma had taken to looking out for Jake and going into bat for him, and he was lapping up her attention.
"Come on," Anna said. "Things might be going well with Mark, but I draw the line at still being in bed at handover."
But Trent grabbed her around the waist, pulling her close to him.
"I will get up and look respectable on the condition that you come back to bed immediately after he leaves," he teased, and Anna melted against him.
"You got it," she whispered, and he kissed her lingeringly, the warmth of him irresistible to her. They finally made their way downstairs to find Emma had already made coffee, and Jake was rifling through the fridge,
pulling out items for what looked like an ambitious breakfast sandwich.
"Morning, lovebirds," Emma said, without looking up from her phone.
Dad texted. He's running 10 minutes late. Something about traffic on the coast road.
"There's never traffic on the coast road," Jake pointed out, layering bacon onto his creation.
Maybe he's just being extra careful in the rain, Anna suggested, pouring coffee for herself and Trent. She caught Trent's eye across the kitchen and smiled at his slightly rumpled appearance, his hair still mussed from sleep, wearing the soft gray sweater she loved.
"Or maybe he stopped to get us those pastries from Lila's," Jake said hopefully. "He mentioned them last time." "Don't get your hopes up, Squirt," Emma said, but her tone was affectionate rather than cynical. The change in her attitude toward her father had been gradual but noticeable over the past month. Mark really had been showing them with actions that he was different, and though Anna still found her heart in her throat at times, usually when he was more than a minute late, she was trying her best to take him at face value and lean into the changes. This morning, in fact, was the first time Mark being late hadn't thrown her into a panic, which she noticed with interest. Trent moved behind her at the counter, resting his hand on the small of her back as he took his mug from her. It was such a simple gesture, but it still sent a warm shiver through her. These quiet domestic moments, sharing coffee, watching her kids banter, feeling Trent's casual touches, were utter bliss. The doorbell rang and Jake bounded toward it, sandwich forgotten. "That'll be Dad." "Remember to pack your history project," Anna called after him. "It's due Monday." "Already in my bag," Jake shouted back. Emma rolled her eyes but smiled. "I made sure he packed it last night, and his math homework, and clean socks." "Thank you," Anna said, squeezing her daughter's shoulder as she passed, meeting Mark at the door with a smile. Jake was already out the door. "What about my hug goodbye?" Anna called, and he loped back sheepishly and threw his arms around her, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Love you, Mom," he said, and Anna smiled as he disappeared into Mark's SUV. "They're getting their homework done on Sunday before you bring them back this time," Anna reminded Mark firmly, but with the corners of her mouth lifting indulgently. "Not at midnight like last visit." "Scout's honor," Mark grinned, then added more seriously. "Thanks, Anna." "Thank you," Anna replied. "Jake has been so excited for this weekend." Mark was staying at an Airbnb in town, and Jake had recruited Jordan for a fishing lesson for them all. Even Emma was mildly excited about going out on the boat. After they left, Trent tilted his head at Anna, and she laughed, and followed him back upstairs. Later, snuggled against Trent's chest, she sighed deeply, and Trent frowned. "Ed?" he asked, and Anna nodded. "I know I agreed not to honor Clara's decision never to tell Mary, and I know all the reasons Ed gave were valid and important, but I can't bear it. I can't bear not knowing my sister. And what if Ed's wrong? What if she would love it, or embrace it, or at least like it a little bit?" Trent nodded, stroking the curve of her waist. They had gone over this so many times, and every time it felt inconclusive, 1,000 shades of grey rather than black or white. "Why don't we talk to him again?" Trent suggests. "Now that we've all had some time to think it through a bit more." Anna propped herself up on one elbow, looking down at Trent. "You don't think it's selfish of me to want to tell her?" "I think..." Trent chose his words carefully, reaching up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. "I think you're approaching this with love, and trying to think through all the possibilities, and talking to Ed is all we can do." Anna nodded, sinking back into Trent's embrace, breathing in his familiar scent. "I was also thinking," she said eventually, "about Jeannie. I know she's looking for an apartment, but relief teaching isn't stable, and maybe we could help." Trent looked at Anna, questioning. "Why don't you move in with me? I know it probably seems too soon, but the beach house has plenty of room, the kids adore you, and I want you here. Every morning, every night, all the time." "Jeannie could stay above the shop," she continued, gathering courage. "It would give her some breathing space, and you'd still be close to the bookstore, but..." She swallowed. "But you'd be home. With us."
Trent cupped her face in his hands, a look of wonder on his face.
"You're sure?" he asked softly. "It's a big step. The kids already treat you like family. Jake asked me last week why you don't just stay here all the time. And Emma," Anna smiled. "Emma said, and I quote, 'At least when Trent's here, someone else appreciates my coffee skills and my jokes.'"
Trent laughed, but his eyes were serious.
"And you?"
"I want to wake up next to you every morning. I want to make dinner together and argue about whose turn it is to do dishes. I want everything. The whole messy, glorious package."
"Okay then," Trent said, that slow smile dazzling Anna the way it always did. "Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at folding fitted sheets and I reorganize bookshelves in my sleep." Anna laughed. "I can live with that," she said softly, pressing her lips to his. "We should celebrate," Trent said solemnly. "Instead of brunch, let's just stay here, all day, in bed."
"In our house," Anna said, her eyes shining.
"Our home," he agreed, and the words felt less like a promise and more like a future. Anna closed her eyes, breathing in deeply the contentment of it, and sent one more thank you up to Clara for sending her not just a house or a book club, but a life. And as she thought about her family, Trent, Emma, Jake, Savannah, the book club, even Mark, and how much her heart had expanded in the 6 months she'd lived in the Bay, she also dared to let herself hope that soon she might be able to welcome her sister Mary, her brother-in-law Ed, and her nephew Jordan to her wild and messy life. The end. This has been Book 1 of the Aspiring Authors Book Club, A New Chapter in the Bay. Written by Sarah Belgari, narrated by Freya, 11 Labs. Copyright 2025 Sarah Belgari. Production copyright 2026 by Sarah Belgari. You can continue the story of family and friendship with Book 2, Plot Twist, in the Bay. Get the whole audio series at a discount at sarahbelgari.com. About the author. Sarah Belgari writes in various genres, including romance, domestic thrillers, and well-being journals. She is a qualified therapist and lives in Melbourne with 2 gorgeous boys and a puppy. Find out more at www.sarahbelgari.com.